PKA 738 with our guest Brandon Herrera. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load, our wonderful merch, and of course, Blue Chew. Brandon, thanks for joining us tonight. You're a very serious man now, and so we have to do journalist voice when we talk because you're going on Fox and Univision.
I'm just fucking stoked. Woody got my name right this time, man. I feel like
Dude, I wasn't sure.
No, you nailed it. It was perfect.
All right, with us tonight is Brent Harrelson, and it's like
I don't think I can do it perfect next time. Please don't be bad.
No, it's always a pleasure to be on, boys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I saw something floating around. Don't know how true it is, but that you're being maybe on the outskirts of consideration for ATF head. What's the deal with that?
Really funny because I didn't throw my name into the goblet of fire. Like I never thought that was going to be a thing. But RFK had a website where he basically was polling people like, hey, who would you like to see in key cabinet positions? And I kept getting my DMs blown up. Like, dude, you're winning for ATF. Apparently somebody nominated me for ATF. And I think it got more votes than any other position on the entire platform. It was like 30, 40,000 votes, something like I don't remember. Don't quote me on it.
Weird the other candidates didn't have a built-in fan base.
Kind of crazy, right? And I did egg it on. Like once I saw it was leading, I was like, oh, this would be fun. So I kind of poked at it a little bit. And if nothing else.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go right.
It's kind of nice to have professional communicators in every job. Like I like that. I wish the Democrats did better at that sometimes. They have just intolerable cunts.
What do you mean? They got the entire media.
Agree to disagree.
Yeah, they need more hot people too.
I think they need to like put all their money on the AOC boat. I think when she goes on Twitch with their big old juggly
her mind
Democratic boobies, I start feeling like a radical. I start thinking maybe we don't need all these babies. You know what I mean? I start thinking crazy thoughts. You could turn me.
I'd be out there throwing a Molotov cocktail, being like, "Look at me, AOC. Am I making you happy? Jump up and down for me."
I burnt down a Circle K. Look.
No,
should love.
But
that.
in all seriousness,
start recruiting from the bars.
Oh yeah. That's my favorite thing about her big fat tits. No one's down on that. No one says
no.
Some people are down on Nancy.
Kyle, what is her strongest asset?
Her strongest asset is those big old boobies, but she has a nice body all around. I think her big eyes are attractive. That they always make fun of that. And I'm like, that's fucking hot.
She has eyes.
She's got a nice body altogether. Like she's a fit, like attractive lady, And I always say she'd be the one to turn me to the dark side for sure.
I think it's a smoke show. If she was on the Republican side, we'd all agree that like, all right, that's. But we got a couple. We got like Anna Paulina. Like, come on, we got a few.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm a big fan of Tulsi Gabbard. I know she's a little bit older, but I've always dug that white streak in her hair, like Rogue from the X-Men. Tulsi's awesome. Always been pretty fit from the surfing and such.
Yeah, Tulsi's fantastic. I like her a lot. I got to talk to her a little bit a couple months back. She's on it.
Anna Paulina is pretty. I just Googled her. What was I going to say? Oh, I think it's a testament to my own priorities in that I think AOC's strongest asset is her butt.
It's boobs. Who was? I can't remember who that like troll comedian or whoever it was. He's like, oh, hello, AOC, hello. They're like on the Capitol steps, and she's like, hey. Yep. He's like, my big booty Latina. Oh, my big booty Latina. And she's like, nope, and like immediately like zips away from it. Like she didn't know she was going to ambush like that.
That's my boy Alex Stein, the pimp on the blimp.
I figured you know who it was.
It's fucking hilarious.
I mean, I see that it's funny, but he's also being an asshole.
Oh,
disrespectful.
Yeah. Oh, he does a bunch of shit that I would never do in a million years, but he's a comedian, and I can't say it's not kind of funny.
Yeah. He was on Fish Tank. He goes on Sam Hyde's show as Fish Tank, where he when they still thought it was a real show. Tank. No, yeah. Alex Stein went on there, and the whole time it had been Sam and Jet being the head honchos, and they'd been being rude to the contestants. And then Alex Stein showed up pretending to be like the millionaire donor, and he's like, Jet, Sam, just real quick, just a little sidebar. And then they go in a different room, and he's just screaming at them like, I've put $20 million into this project, and I'm bleeding money. Just ripping into Sam and Jet, and every one of the contestants can hear it. Very funny. But I don't know much else about Alex Stein other than the big booty Latina comments and the fish tank stuff.
Yeah, that's good stuff. No, politics has been just fascinating. Every day I'm watching at least an hour of just hard politics because I want to see what did Trump sign, what does it do, and I want to see that blonde lady do the White House press conference. I want to see her do her thing because that's always snippy and mean and fun.
What do you think of this? The U.S. is going to take a long-term ownership position in Gaza stuff.
So, all right. So
we're going to war, Taylor. It's what you voted for.
No.
You can't wait to die for Israel, right?
I can't wait. No, because if it's ours, then suddenly we need more boots on the ground.
Well, he did
say today they're not doing that. They're not doing any boots on the ground. Which
I want to address what Brandon just said. They did say that today, right? But previously, Trump said there were boots on the ground. That's what the soldiers would be. He says we're going to have a long-term ownership. They asked him if there was a right for the Palestinian to return. He's like, I don't know why they would. It's going to be so great in Egypt and Jordan. It doesn't have to be one place. It could be lots of places. Trump was very clear. The U.S. is going to go in there in some sort of military takeover, and they shouldn't come back. And then they spent the next few days telling us that he didn't say what he clearly said on video, or the words don't mean what words clearly mean. And this is such a repeated pattern in Trump White Houses that it becomes frustrating. And as the freaking liberal, I'm just trying my best not to be the dog that chases every imaginary ball they pretend.
This is an imaginary ball. This is an imaginary ball.
This is an imaginary ball. Okay.
100%.
As a puppy, it's hard for me to tell.
Right, well, here's the thing.
Assuage me too, because I'm really not stoked on this.
All right. When I hear him talk about doing something to Panama, I'm like, he could do that. He could actually do that. But when I hear about him taking over a sovereign nation, and the whole thing was clearly not thought out. That's how you know it's not like a well thought out plan and with gears turning. Everyone around him, including Bibi, was like, what? And Trump's like, it could be the Riviera of the Middle East. He's talking about development, not occupation. He's not envisioning a South Korea, North Korea DMZ or boots on the ground and military checkpoints. He's envisioning mom and pop going for a vacation in Gaza because of all of the wonderful hotels and casinos right there on that beachfront property. He's talking about sending 1.8 million people where no one will take them. Egypt always perennially says they won't take them. And everybody else in the Middle East, the Saudis, the Jordanians, everybody else is like, no, you can't do that. There's a fucking word in their language for something like that horrible happening to them. It's no good, though. They're not going to do it. You can't take 1.8 million people and just
they'll move them.
I'm seeing a failure of imagination in Kyle, quite frankly.
There's some
logistical challenges, sure. Maybe I can't think of any, but I bet they exist.
Last time it happened, there was a literal civil war. They weren't super fond on that.
This isn't going to happen. It's a ball not to follow. He's like, hey, I have just an idea I was throwing out there. Y'all didn't seem to like it, so we moved on. It's going to be that. However,
I didn't think the 25% tariffs on Canada because of the 43 pounds of fentanyl that come over was well thought out either.
Oh, see. The fentanyl part is a spin job, though. Like the fentanyl wasn't even mentioned in regards to Canada until Canada instituted retaliatory tariffs, and then they sent out that mouthpiece to the news media, and he was like, Canada seems to be confused and thinking they're in a tariff war or something. No, this is a war on drugs. It was a message that was typed up, sent out, and like, we're going to pivot now. And we're going to say it's about drugs with Canada, when really it's about Canada not paying into their share of their NATO spending from GDP.
I think it's
Canada not.
I don't think so, Kyle. I think that they mentioned the drug thing because they can only implement these tariffs in an emergency situation. So they invented a fake emergency so that they could implement these tariffs. And it's really a trade war that they're trying to start. And the tariffs are an excuse and a lie, so that they can, act like there's an urgent need for these. Did I say tariffs? The fentanyl is an excuse, a lie, so that they act like there's an urgent need for the tariffs.
Sure, that's what I said. I thought
it's just the trade equivalent of the Trump pull-in handshake, because he's done it 3 times now with Colombia, Canada, Mexico, and all 3 times they've capitulated probably within 24 hours.
Wait, Canada and Mexico didn't capitulate.
They both put out statements. They both put out they're putting a certain amount of people at the border. They're doing all sorts of
Are you not up to speed? Mexico had 15,000 people on the border, and they agreed to 10,000. That's not a capitulation.
Canada, is it an additional 10,000?
No, it's not an additional. It's just a lower bar for what
degree of certainty on that.
100%. I'm positive of this. Yeah, and Canada,
I might be behind.
Canada announced the things that they agreed to back in November. Right, back when Biden was president, they agreed to the spending, which was like what, 1.3 billion or something like that. The thing Canada did do is it appoint a fentanyl czar, which I think we all know is just a silly little position.
You gave somebody a job,
right?
Trump
it's probably
creating jobs.
Some teenage kid is now the fentanyl czar who works for minimum wage in Canada. The fentanyl czar. There's maybe other new things, but the troops, like the expensive spending stuff, was already agreed to by both Canada and Mexico. He didn't get anything new, so. The left is having a blast with this "he got rolled" thing. The right is saying it's not over, and maybe
I'll tell you where they're not.
Yeah, what were the Mexican troops doing under Biden? Because like it was like record crossings. Mm-hmm. Like, were they doing anything? Were they just like playing? Were they playing Clash of Clans on their phone? Like not even watching the border? Like we need time.
You're asking me what the Mexican troops were.
Like
what I don't know what to tell you. I can just tell you 15,000 there.
Yeah, but like
they'll hopefully 15,000 going forward.
Hopefully, I mean we'll be able to tell 6 months from now. We'll be able to look and see the amount of fentanyl coming over the border from Mexico, and tell whether or not something works.
Yeah, I've quoted the 43-pound number like a dozen times. My confidence in that, I can tell you it's a number everyone's using. I don't know how good my sources are, though. How do we know how much fentanyl went through?
There's no way to know. You only know what you catch. Yeah.
Really, the flow is the other way, though. The flow is the other way.
Yeah,
China sends the raw ingredients into Mexico and other South American countries. It's cooked there, then it's smuggled into the U.S., and then because it's in the U.S., it goes up to Canada. It doesn't come in the other way nearly as much. If it is, it's a completely differently sourced source of fentanyl. If you think about it, they did find a lab in Canada. Wouldn't you know it? It's a Mexican lab in Canada. The Mexicans are like, well, those greedy Americans are taking too much. Let's build our own lab right where the Canadians are, and we'll get it right to the source.
These guys love fentanyl.
It's the Mexicans are the
they
problem.
Can't get enough of it.
And so I look forward to the idea of special forces being used to take on the cartel, because that to me is exactly what the special forces should be. Sometimes I worry that they're like kicking in some Haji's house that's like a fucking Euro vendor or something, and just like send him to a black site. I know that's happened. But I know if they go down to Mexico,
decades of that in recent memory, I don't think so.
No, not decades and decades and decades of that. No,
not $2 trillion worth of that.
Oh man, those black sites are so scary, Taylor. We create these little hells in little countries across the planet, and we throw people into them, and sometimes we forget.
I mean, or we don't forget. We just pretend to, and we know you're rotting in some Lebanese
bureaucracy
site.
Imagine the bureaucracy of a secret organization. Like how hard it is to keep track of. Wait, was that Abdul Patan or Abdul Poatan?
It's a real shame we can't write any of this down to keep secrets.
Oh yeah, dude. If these are the same government employees doing the DMV, those guys are stuck forever. Like they're never getting out of there.
They're doing acquittals. Like now calling 128.
Yeah. No, you don't have the correct paperwork, sir.
We snatched up this Canadian one time that had the wrong name and threw him in a black site in Syria, and they like raped him and tore his fingernails off for like, I don't know, 18 months, a year or two. And when they dumped him back onto the real world, his family had moved on. They thought he was fucking dead. They'd been petitioning the government for information. Nobody would give him anything. Oh, we don't know anything. Like he wasn't on that flight. And they're like, we have the receipts. We know he was on the flight. Like he had landed somewhere and we had scooped him. And he was innocent. He was just like refrigerator repairman, lawyer, doctor, some shit like that. Whatever.
Jesus.
Yeah. Well, to wrap the tariff thing up, because I don't think anything new has happened there. Something that I do find a little amusing is like seeing like Canadian, and I love our neighbors to the north, hockey fans, all great guys, but seeing like Canadian journalists be like, you don't understand the wrath that you've unlocked. And it's like, you need us so much more than we need you. Not to be a douchebag here, but your country exists at our pleasure. And so stop pretending that you're like, we need to find new markets for our stuff potentially. We have the whole world to look. You need to find a replacement market for the largest consumer market that's ever existed and likely to exist in global history. Where are you going to go? Madagascar, Russia? Like they need us. And so like I don't, just because Trump didn't get like what he wanted out of these, which I still have difficulty seeing exactly what he wanted, similar to Woody, but like the idea that we can't lean on countries economically to get what we want is farcical. Like we can dominate any country on earth economically.
I think an important distinction here to make is that Trump didn't say, okay, forget the whole thing, no more tariffs. He said, you got 30 days to negotiate something that sounds good to me. That's the situation we're in. Trump didn't necessarily capitulate. So I see the people on the right. I'm on Reddit a lot. I see the people on the right side of Reddit being like, aha, look at this. Promises made, promises kept, big stick diplomacy. And I'm like, hang on, I don't know if we won yet. And then I see the people on the left, fucking losers or lying, saying they already won and they didn't. And I'm like, not all of us. Hang on. I'm still watching. I'm waiting.
Not all of us is my mantra. When everyone hates the left, I'm like, well, I don't fit that class of person that you hate so much.
What I think, here's what's happening, in my opinion. Trump has seen that this tariff thing is going to be like many of the things he's discussed, where they shit on him for months and months, and then it actually works, and now they're embarrassed that it's going to work because he doesn't want trade wars. He wants to exert pressure on companies to negotiate on X or Y program or what have you, and it's working because that El Salvadorian president offering to take our prisoners and put them in his supermax, that's scary. That's awesome, though. And then Colombia obviously agreeing to take their people back, whether in their chains or whatever, he's taking these people back. And I look forward to seeing like something happen with Canada because I do not like their defense spending. That's my only complaint about Canada is they're incapable of defending themselves. And if we do have a real war, then we can't count on them for anything other than maybe manpower. We'd have to fucking ship them over to the war. They can't get there themselves. You know what I mean? It'd be that kind of thing.
You don't have ships?
Come on, Taylor.
They don't have a couple ships?
I'm not confident that the Canadians could put any... Remember, like every time we have a war, when all of a sudden we have 500,000 human beings on the other side of the planet in like a week. I just don't think they can do that. You know what I mean? We sent 10, I think it's like 10 million Americans. I think we like back and forth 10 million Americans to Nam. You know what I mean? Like we move things to fight that war on the other side of the planet.
Dude, it's like we're using cheats. We're so far ahead.
What do you think America's biggest problem is right now? Like if you were to like an issue, I have one in my head, so I'm prepared. I can go first if you want. But what is our biggest? Is it DEI? Is it foreign aid? The deficit? I'll go first. Mine's housing prices. It's the number one thing that I think would be better. I feel like lots of Americans are not getting on the wealth building escalator because they can't get on the first step, which is buying your house.
Yeah. Unchecked immigration, I would say. Immigration like H-1Bs depressing the wages of middle and upper middle class Americans, and then middle class Americans and lower middle class Americans being attacked economically through their wages being forced to compete with like absurdly low cost, low skill labor from south of the border. So it's like the middle class just getting pinched, and that plays into housing prices too. What
would you guys pick?
Yeah, I think the housing is systemic of a larger issue, and it's not just inflation. It's got a lot to do with what kind of economy we're going to be in the next 25 years. You know, I don't. We can't all be coders like Obama tried to make all those. Remember when he was telling all the coal miners or whatever?
Teach them to code. I forget who said it, but I'm sorry to hit back what you're saying. They're like, anyone who has told coal miners to code has spent no time with either coal miners or coders. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right.
Yeah, it's so we got to figure that out. You know, with the advancements in automation and AI, I can definitely foresee not necessarily a driving car, but a driving shipping system that would just replace the trucker. It seems like if you had some sort of combination rail and road, like if we just put a rail in the road that was the trucking lane, and we did that across the entire interstate highway system, you could just replace truckers with AI robot trucks like next year. So like I don't know what our economy is going to be based on, which is why I think we need to shift towards sort of an empire that conquers
we're going to have a podcast economy where it's just retards like us with bad ideas. Like,
raise your hand if you agree.
Yeah,
you want to go, Brandon? What do you think?
Yeah, I want Brandon to
number
tell
one problem.
I got kind of like a cheat answer to this because I think there's a difference between like a problem of scale and a problem that's easy to fix or easier to fix. Because it's like if you talk about number one problems, it's like clearly like runaway inflation, economy, China maybe. But like if you go like easier problems to fix, it's like, okay, well, immigration, DEI, like that stuff that like a stroke of a pen will solve instantly. The housing issue, it's like that's complicated, it's multifaceted, but there's different aspects. Like DEI, going back to just a meritocracy where no matter what your skin color, race, creed, religion, whatever, like if you're good at your job, you advance. Like things like that, I think are a good thing. Locking the immigration system down, like bringing back American jobs, bringing back, American manufacturing. Like these are all little things that I think help, that are fairly easy to do. But then you talk about like rampant government spending, an incoming unpleasantness with China that seems to be damn near inevitable on current path. It's like those are big problems, and I'm not sure they're so easy to solve.
With the tariffs, like a specific example is I think Trump put tariffs on washing machines or something like that, on these Chinese washing machines that were coming over. They're really cheap. And so all of a sudden now it costs 25% more, 30% more to buy that Chinese washing machine. Its cost went up. And you would think that now the American washing machines would be the cheaper, better value. But what happened was the Americans all just raised their prices too, so that they were even with what the Chinese were selling theirs at. And what the dryer prices went up too.
I was going to say that. I'm glad I showed up.
This tariff that had the best of intentions, and on the surface it seemed like it was going to work well, just caused this chain reaction, because economics is a complicated business, and it's not boiled down to X's and O's necessarily. Sometimes there's flow charts.
I will say, like, it falls right in line with as much as like the tariff thing has been very interesting. I always consider government the black thumb of industry. It's like no matter what it touches, it turns to shit. Like every fucking time the government gets involved in something, there's an equal and usually greater reaction that sucks.
Yeah, I'm not a tariff guy. I don't like them. I think that when you protect an industry, that industry grows weak and fat and bad and becomes what Russia became when the Iron Curtain fell, just decades behind and uncompetitive. That's what protecting industries does to them. So it's not really a Trump thing. I would have been against anybody's tariffs.
I think it needs a balance, though, because there's also the issue of like, if you allow free trade where we don't tariff ever, you now prevent American manufacturing from ever even being able to compete with foreign manufacturing. Like there's no incentive for an American manufacturer of washers and dryers to even enter the market or try that, because they know we straight up can't compete with slaves in China making this. And so it suppresses ingenuity in a different way. Washers and dryers was just the example, but like
or forces
it can apply to anything.
Right? American industry needs to be more automated than China, right? Like there was a time when America needed a basement, we used an excavator. When China needed a basement, they used 100 dudes with shovels. And that's how we remained competitive in that environment. There should be almost zero touch washing machine manufacturing if we want to compete, and they can be better and cheaper.
Like I do like protectionism sometimes for our laborers, because forcing like American middle class and lower class workers to compete with the global wage standard in whatever industry they have, like we're going to lose, and those people are going to get shit pay, and they're not getting shit pay in some Chinese village. They're getting shit pay in Cleveland. Like they can't afford a good standard of living. And so it is a balance. Like we don't want to be taken advantage of. But I do see the chain reaction.
I hear your point. Like with globalization comes a global leveling or sameness of the standard of living across every country. And as the country that has one of the top standards of living, it's like, shit, we don't want to like take us in Nigeria and meet in the middle. Like that kind of sucks for America, right? So I get that point. On the other hand, and I don't have a good way to combat it, just that like you need to be better if you want more. You can't protect America to make them strong. Protecting someone makes them weak.
I think there's kind of an issue right now with the made in America stuff, with where our standards are. This is the one thing that really bothers the hell out of me, to be honest. Even in the firearms industry, but outside of it, where like you have pretty much anybody that manufactures anything, they have a standard that they're held to, where like if you're importing something, but the last 10% of the manufacturing process is American, you can say made in America. And it sucks because you have like 90% of products being made in Mexico, Canada, Korea, Taiwan, wherever. But if you put a little, rubber wrap on it, suddenly it's made in the USA and people can market it that way. And I think that really fucks the guys who are actually spending the money and investing in American jobs. That, it's the same. It's the same thing marketing wise, but it's really fucking not. It's a lie.
Right. And we need another designation like assembled in America.
Some people do that.
Yeah, they'll put little bullshit things on there. like assembled in America. Exactly that.
Yeah, it wouldn't take too long for people to know that there's a difference between made and assembled.
Parts are made right across the border in Mexico. There are truckers who all day long, all they do is drive from a factory that's 3 miles from the border across the border to our like storage facility and then back. That's their route, back and forth, just getting it over.
I bet they're Mexican truckers.
They are Mexican.
But
they're being tariffed right now, so it's become more expensive to get those parts in. So it helps.
So like a goal of tariffs in that instance would be like, okay, if it's now economically tenable for Ford to open that shop, that giant facility in Austin instead of in Tijuana, then that's a good thing. That means Americans are going to be working. It's like, I think it's Germany that if you want to sell a Ford in Germany, you have to build it in Germany. And so Ford has manufacturing plants in Germany that employ Germans who get paid a wage in Germany. Like that's good. Like the whole just nothing but free trade thing, because the rest of the world doesn't do this. The rest of the world takes advantage of this. Like Norway, I saw as a good example. Look up Norway's tariffs, over the top high, because they want to protect their own industry at home.
To a certain degree, you're fighting with one arm behind your back.
Exactly. Like it's and it's the American worker who pays the price for it by having like lower wage positions offered to them. And so it's definitely a mixed bag.
That's a good point. And for the record, not that anyone cares what I think, but I do like retaliatory tariffs. Like you can't tariff us and then us be like, well, we want to stay strong. Like, no, heck you. Let's put our retaliatory tariffs on.
Did you see the Politico story that
I did? There's a lot.
So they went through the USAID thing, and there was roughly $8 million that had went to Politico via subscription fees, essentially subsidizing Politico is what it appears to be on the surface. Politico has this subscription model where their highest plan is like $6,000 to $12,000 a year, depending on how.
It was higher.
I think it was $34,000 a year.
It's crazy
for Politico Pro.
So I don't know.
Yeah, and apparently there's lots of insider information there, and that lots of people and staffers and such, benefit from their access to it. But that sounds to me like bullshit. I've never heard of anything that cost $30,000 a year to subscribe to.
And they had like 250 of them.
Yeah,
so what do you get for $34,000 a year? Fucking
it was
office
8 million.
in Politico?
You get goodwill from a journalist.
It was about $6.5 million last year, and already 1.5 that had went to them this year, as of 2025. And then Politico's in the room while she announces this at the conference. Like, so Politico subscriptions just went down.
So that's different than what I heard, and I'm not sure my source is right. I could be wrong too. Or
what'd you hear?
Instead, I don't know. But here's what I heard. Politico, the thing that we all know, that Politico website, I thought it was left-leaning, but I don't really read much Politico. I'm not sure. They got $44,000, not $8 million. The thing that the money is going to is Politico Pro. Turns out Politico Pro is not the same as Politico. Politico Pro is this like think tank deep learning thing with in-depth issues, and they like write. It's for professionals who write legislation for them to do deep research on. And it's $10,000 a subscription. And also that $8 million, I assumed it was last year, right? Like $8 million. It's over the last 9 years. So over the last 9 years, they spent $8 million on Politico Pro mostly. And I heard $44,000 on Politico.
Say that again. As well.
6.5 last year and 1.5 this year is the numbers that I've seen quoted over and over. What it does is beyond my comprehension, clearly. But yeah,
don't say that.
It's some kind of a Washington insider website with deep learning. That sounds like that sounds like
because when the government needs lots of in-depth data, they don't have reams of that paid for by the taxpayer. They need Politico Pro to go ahead and deep dive. And like, so it to me, I'm a retard, but seems like it's just a way to justifiably get large sums of money to a journalistic entity. So where you can go, oh no, this is for a subscription service. And then like, if I work at Politico and I know that a large amount of money is just coming from USAID through some non-government organization or whatever, or they're all buying this, or maybe even directly, I'm not going to be negative towards them. I'm going to be pretty positive.
I was just looking at Politico Pro, and the first thing it said, like on their little subtext or whatever, is nonpartisan news and bill tracking. And I'm like, wait a minute, isn't that just fucking reporting on what the people are supposed to? The sources seem backwards here. Why would a staffer need to bill track something that is their job to push?
Yeah. Yeah, as if there's not a more sophisticated government option for that. As if like Mitch McConnell's sitting down like, oh, rats, can someone get in here? My Politico Pro expired, and I'm nothing without my Politico Pro.
You could give him Politico Pro. You could give him all sorts of. I don't think he could read it, man.
I don't think he could.
Dude, did you see?
He's just gonna stand there all still, looking.
No,
weird.
he's not. You know, he fell, right?
Are we talking about McConnell?
Mitch McConnell had a couple of.
I heard he fell repeatedly in the same day, and then I saw him in a wheelchair, so he'd stopped falling.
What? Somebody said, I would say it's time for him to step down, but
oh, you silly! He's got decades left.
Oh,
2 years legally.
Who was that? Who was it? It was Feinstein, Dianne Feinstein, who was like dead. And they were weekend at Bernie'sing her around the Capitol.
They were wheeling her
weird
around.
about that.
They like showed her. They were like some staffer was like pushing her in a wheelchair, and she's got like one dead eye and looks like a Draugr from Skyrim, just the sunken cheeks. And it's like, what are we doing? Like, there's no.
You're all bananas. I think Carter should be president.
Her and Carter.
We basically had him for 4 years.
One of my biggest fears, and I see this in old people. Like, I'm worried that the closer you get toward the end, maybe you start seeing a little bit of the afterlife. And that's why they all look so goddamn scared. Like Carter, but toward the end when they wheeled him out for that fucking eclipse, he looked so scared.
Oh, you just start like
the Bill Burr bit about that, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't think I saw it.
They look scared.
they realize like their wife's bitching in like their right ear, and they try to go to get up, and they're too old to do it, so they just sink back down and they just kind of freeze. Yeah,
that's a good one.
I saw Biden signed with a talent agency.
I saw that. I don't know anything about it.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm sure now he can do like
he's ready for his second act.
He's ready for his second act. He's going to be a product spokesman now. You know,
I think it was Babylon B that said he now qualified. He got a couple gigs as a corpse on CSI.
Hey, you got to start somewhere, man. And so if that's where he needs to begin, more power to you.
That's where what's the girl from the Star Wars movies? What's her name? Daisy something?
Daisy Ryder?
Yeah, she started out as a
named character.
Yeah, she started out as a body on CSI.
Did she?
Yeah.
I bet
maybe that's like Seinfeld.
Yeah, she's like a cute body. She should have stayed there. She should have never progressed. She should still be doing that. That she ruined that fucking.
Did you think she ruined it? I thought the writing ruined it.
Was she wasn't the worst part, but she was a part of the problem for sure. Like everything about it needed a different kind of. I'm not going to relegate Star Wars. I could do 5 hours on just how much I hate Star Wars, the people who make it,
I know,
and the people who act in it. I can't stand it. Can't stand it.
That's one of the topics on my list where if I have to go pee really bad, I'll bring that one up because I know.
What's even Star Wars, Kyle? Oh, they got black lesbians. They beat up Luke Skywalker. They put a butt plug in him. It was awful, Taylor.
Oh, dude, some of the stuff you'll tell me about Star Wars, I'm like, are you sure this isn't like a propaganda video you watched? There's a cult of black lesbians who hate men and like are talking about modern racial grievance politics in the
American flags.
It's the Han Solo. It's true, all of it.
I haven't seen any of those movies. I saw the first one. I saw the original ones as a kid, but none of the new crop, which I guess they've done 9 now. So I haven't seen.
You're good there. It's fine.
You're good there.
These two would always see it, and then they would say it was not good, and I was like,
I get excited. I am. It's like a boxing match. You know, they're never very good, but they hype me up anyway. They trick me repeatedly. I'm a slow learner.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, are we gonna get into UFC for this weekend?
Yes.
Let me see the
Strickland's fighting. You have your attendance is mandatory, Kyle. I wish there was something I could do, but you need to be
All
there.
right, let me just say this leading up this. Strickland has staff, okay? So I'm putting an asterisk on anything and everything that happens this weekend. And if your boy goes down, that's double doo-doo on him. That's all I got to say. Strickland's got staff on it. Yeah, I saw it. I know what staff look. It's on his like delt, like between his delt.
Is he hiding it?
And his elbow. You know,
denying
he's a
it?
knucklehead. No one asked, but I saw it.
Oh.
He's a knucklehead.
It's on his left, but if you're looking at him, it's your right. That arm between his elbow and his delt, there's staff.
Is it generally known that antibiotics kill your cardio? I remember
think most people know that.
said that, but it was new to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're rough on you as a whole. You got to like reset your gut. And
you're shitting yourself because all your gut bacteria is dying. Like it's a whole thing.
I'm aware of that part. Not that it's ever happened to me, of course, but I've heard of it happening to people. My poop is always extraordinary.
No, I like. Here's the thing, though. Whether we're talking about Dricus du Plessis taking on Sean Strickland for the is it welterweight title, 180 whatever pound 185 title, and it doesn't matter who wins.
Middleweight. Sorry,
it doesn't matter who wins. Middleweight. Thank you. But because they got whoever wins has to take on that fucking hair lip savage, and they're going to lose to him. Whoever wins has to take on Khamzat Machaev or whatever his name is.
I think Du Plessis
Makhachev
may have better tools for that guy than Strickland does.
That guy comes at you like a goddamn chimpanzee. All right. Kevin Holland's eyes were all scratched up. I'm like, the fight only lasted 40 seconds, Woody. How did he get his corneas scratched? You know what I mean? Like, Kevin doesn't know. It was a mauling.
Strickland's such a stand-up fighter. I want to say he'd be less equipped to deal with the grappler. Having said that, he's fought plenty of grapplers. He doesn't lose much.
He just he just beat up Robert Whitaker. You know what I mean? I just think this Khamzat guy, this hairless.
I was talking about Strickland.
I know Strickland you were. I just don't think it matters. I think that
chimpanzee
that they found somewhere and have convinced us as a man, Khamzat, is going to maul whoever they put in front of him. He is a beast. His back, and this goes for the Dagestanis as well, because I noticed in the last fight with Islam's back is so well developed. He looks like an Olympic rower or something. When he pulls those chokes, he's clearly got some other kind of strength. Like he's pulling with way more foot pounds than the average 155er, because people tap immediately to his chokes.
Did you see the videos of Demetrius Johnson visiting Khabib's camp?
I did.
Okay. Yeah. But maybe for people who are not Kyle, Demetrius Johnson is one of the greatest fighters ever in the history of MMA. He's
like
not
pound for pound, I think, champion.
Yeah. Right? He's not super famous because I think he fought at 125 and 135. If that's not right, I think that's right, though.
I think
so.
I'm right.
Yeah. A lot of people don't look at the little guys with the same respect they look at the big guys, but the fighters do. The fighters know. And, anyway, he went to Khabib's camp where they treated him like a legend. As a matter of fact, they called him a legend 30 times in the video, and he's super modest, doesn't care. Like he's a really, really nice guy. Anyway, to watch them train and this like everything's so hard and everything's so extra, they're so exhausted. Like I think they were standing with their feet on two like elevated surfaces doing some sort of rows, like bent over rows. Mm-hmm. But they had a jump in the air between reps. And it's like, that's just characteristic of everything they do is a little bit harder than the way that you normally do it.
Yeah. You're jumping while doing like chainsaws, if I'm looking at it, imagining.
Yeah. Consider that about 80% accurate, but yeah.
So, I'd hurt myself doing that.
You would feel strong. Yeah.
Maybe it was more like a dumbbell deadlift with a jump at the top kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
just really fuck up your back,
Yeah, well, that's how you get stronger. That's how
it's those functional muscles, right? Like I don't work on muscles if they don't look good. If you can't see them on this camera, fuck that muscle. But,
true.
It's not about how you feel. It's not about your athleticism. It's how athletic you look in a webcam. That's what matters.
I pulled up the card. So yeah, it's the main event's the match we're talking about.
One.
Well, I like Zhang Wei Li. She's won me over as much as I hate the Chinese in general. Like she seems like she's got a lot of character
in general. Oh,
yeah, just like Riri. I see her.
I was right about the Orientals.
They're sneaky. I've seen her like flirt with other fighters on Twitter, like sending dick emojis and stuff, and like always like something quirky and fun.
Aggressive flirting.
I think that Sean Strickland was trying to get her to hit him recently, like 3 days ago. He's like, yeah, rip me to the the body, and she's like, no, you will not be able to fight if I hear you haul. She like refused to hit him, which I thought was bullshit. I think he could take it.
Wait, do you think she was serious?
Yeah, she was serious. Yeah, she thought she would hurt him if she hit him.
No, I thought she was joking, much like I would be if I said that.
She might.
Strickland will never recover from one of my body blows.
Like, he dodged it. I should have seen that coming.
I bet if you had all the girls hit one of those force meters, she'd be toward the top. She fucking hits hard. She's another one of those people who, when she looks like she's on something, she's so well developed. Her back and shoulders are so like you normally don't see women with like delts like that. She's a big, strong girl.
You guys all know more about UFC than me. Who was the guy, this little fighter, who in the last week Dana White got mad at because the fighter was like
pro-Hitler.
brought his TI-83 to a Holocaust museum and was asking questions. Like who's that guy? The little guy?
Bryce. It sounds like Bryce Mitchell.
Bryce Mitchell.
You don't know what Bryce Mitchell did, Woody?
No,
beautiful.
I know he's pro-Hitler.
I didn't know that. I didn't know about this.
So here's the thing.
This guy's got a lot of questions.
I think Bryce.
And the museum didn't have answers. What the fuck?
I don't think he actually brought a calculator to the museum. That's just a very funny way to frame it.
I thought you were being serious. I'm like, I missed the fuck out of that.
No, I saw a clip of Dana White being like, "Yeah, we're not liking this from Bryce Mitchell."
Dana was like, "That is the stupidest." And no, he said Bryce Mitchell is a fucking moron. He is the stupidest fucking person I've ever met in my entire life. Let me tell you a story. He took a power drill, drilled it into his testicle. And what did he do? He reversed it to pull it back out. This guy is a moron. And they're like, apparently it was the first episode of his podcast. Oh, really? Great start. Great fucking start. Let me tell you this. Hitler, no, if you heard of this guy, bad character. Scumbag, this Hitler. Real rascal. I don't
what does Bryce have to say?
Bryce, all right, so on episode 1 of Bryce's podcast, which is him and his boy, who are both right-wing Christian guys, nothing wrong with that, but they're sitting in like a barn with a bunch of tools around and shit, and lighting, and then a couple mics between them. It's professionally done, episode 1. And he basically, he's always been flat earth, and like talking about like Elon Musk is trying to control people with brain implants. He's been very conspiratorial, very like goofball. This guy's a moron, and he's a UFC fighter. I'm sure that's the basis of all this. But he said he's like, I think Hitler, the Hitler I read about, not the one that's taught to me in the American educational system. The Hitler I read about, cool guy. All right, we go fishing. I go fishing with Hitler and we get along. All right. That's the kind of man. He seemed like a good man he loved his country. And you know what he was doing? He had them greedy Jews over there, and he's taxing everybody, out charging interest, and he's trying to get them out of his country. And they talk about him burning books. You know what kind of books he's burning? Did you? Do you? Queer books. That's right. They's queering up the kids too. You know where the first tranny surgery ever happened? And his partner's like, pale. Like a ghost.
Dude,
he's white as a sheep because
like,
his partner was not prepared for this brand.
Oh,
His partner's like, no, where was the first tranny surgery, bro?
Leaning into the mic.
In Germany.
I also don't like usury.
He's burning the queer books. And he's
that's so funny. His partner.
I hear what you're saying, Kyle. I'm thinking cool guy of the week so far. We'll see if
dude, there's an hour of that. Yeah. There's an hour of that.
How about this? Oh my God. Prove him wrong. You show me a picture of the globe. That's so funny to be his co-host and to be thinking like, I bet I can still return these Shure SM7Bs and get the funding on our studio back, because I thought we were going to be talking about reverse chokeholds, and he's like episode 1, Holocaust, Hitler. Hey guys, Bryce here. I know you wanted to hear me talk about my techniques in fighting, but we're not going to talk about that at all. Not even tangentially.
I hope he gets into sexuality in episode 2. I need to hear Bryce Mitchell's thoughts on, transgenders.
I'm just imagining walking into or watching the video of, when Red Bull dropped that guy from orbit. Just watching that and seeing the curvature of the earth and going, fucking hell, Red Bull's in on it.
Yeah.
Did you see the curvature?
Pardon?
How far did he fall? 50,000? Does that sound
80,000?
right?
I thought.
I saw a fact check on that where it was like I don't remember if I remember the one that was fact checked from like the height of a plane, where someone scientifically was like, yeah, you're not high enough at cruising altitude to actually see the curvature of the earth. Like what you're seeing there is the bending of the glass. You have to be a lot higher than I would have guessed before you see it.
So I did a little experiment on my own, right? First, I go to my paramotor and I fly at 12,000 feet because someone asked me if I could see the curvature of the earth. And what's nice
you fly a paramotor at 12,000 feet?
Yes, he does.
Yes. People go to 18. My motor stopped running well because the air got thin. but something like that. Anyway,
yeah.
One guy I know that went to 18,000. He worked at a pharmacy, so he brought oxygen for himself and his motor so that it would work at altitude, which is kind of dope.
That's cool.
He just literally took the oxygen tubes and fed one to him and one to it, and it wasn't that scientific. But back on topic. So I'm at 12,000 feet, and I'm unobstructed viewed, right? I took my glasses off. I had like sunglasses off. Looked carefully, and I couldn't see that the Earth was curved. And I was like, all right, so that checks out. We sort of knew that. And then I looked at
real quick. Do you have a parachute of any kind?
Yeah, so I'm a acrobatic paramour, so I carry 2 reserve chutes, and I've used both.
And
yeah. Anyway, and then at the plane, I did the same thing where I looked at 32,000 feet plane fly, something close to that, and I couldn't see the curve at all. And I was like, man, I wish you could. So I wasn't sure.
My guess is you got to be like 6,000 miles up to like truly see the curvature of the Earth. But Baumgartner went to I think like 38,000 meters. Yeah, 36,400 meters. That's 120,000 feet. Oh my God! Why are you?
You could see it, right?
Whoa. No. How many meters?
36,000.
36,000 meters
by 3 and change.
Like 136,000 feet or something.
Look, I wouldn't have drank this much if I knew I was going to come on and talk about fucking math.
How do you get 36,000?
No,
103 feet each.
That's what I'm saying. Like 100. If it's like 36,000 meters, it's gonna be like 118,000 feet or so, right?
Wait! You used a tool for that, didn't you?
It's 120,000 feet.
Really?
24 miles.
It's 118,110 feet.
I just times the 6 by 3 after timesing the other.
Then you add the zeros.
Yeah, then added the zeros.
It's the inches that I thought would have a bigger impact. But anyway,
I want to know, Kyle. Fact check, is that high enough that you can actually see the curvature, or is it still not high enough?
It's still not high enough. No.
At 118,000 feet, you can't see the curve?
I think you need to be more like 5,000 miles away or something before you can see it.
Really?
No, probably not. I don't know how far away you got to be, but it's further than that. I don't think that Baumgartner could see the curvature of the Earth. I think you're seeing curvature induced by the fisheye of the lens.
You could tell with the Baumgartner one that it wasn't the actual the extent of the curvature, because it was such an aggressive fisheye lens that when he would look down too much, it would almost like the top
bend into a circle.
It was it's there's no way he's looking at the whole fucking Earth right now.
Yeah. Google's AI, which is always right, says 35,000 feet you can see it. I couldn't. I tried.
That's a jetliner. Jetliners are like 32, 33.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't see it that high. It has to be higher.
Can't see it. Bullshit.
Yeah.
It says 3 miles for me. I am not educated enough in this particular topic to have a fucking.
You know who is? Bryce Mitchell.
Bryce Mitchell.
Listen to him.
Anyway,
that's the conspiracy I'm most fascinated by, because I want to know what's the reason. Who stands to gain from us believing it's not flat?
Big globe.
Like Big Globe, the people at Rand McNally.
I'll give you a hint. We burned their books.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like I have my arms around the flat Earth thing, and I've said it on the show before, this is repeated, but it's not so much that the Earth is flat, although for some people it is. I think for a lot of them, it's a general skepticism of everything. You want me to believe anything you say, that fluoride protects my teeth, that the Earth is round, that Hitler killed Jews. You want me to be any? I need proof. I need it proven with first sources. What's the term for
primary?
First tier? Primary. Thank you. That's what I was going for. I need it proven with primary sources, things that are indisputable, everything. I won't even believe the Earth is round. I won't believe the sun is in the sky, unless you prove it with a primary source, maybe multiple.
So it's hyperactive burden of proof.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. It's.
I'd love to see the proof that it's not round. But every time I've gone down that little rabbit hole, I'm always like, damn it.
Nah, you can't push back. You're the one making these extraordinary round claims. If you make extraordinary claims, you need extraordinary proof, Taylor. It's on you.
How do seasons work?
What do you mean? How does
God's will
work?
In a flat Earth? How do seasons work?
Oh, they've always got some sort of nonsense. They think that we're moving back and forth from the sun or something. It's always some nonsense diorama bullshit.
Yeah, and they would probably say the other planets look round, because they're just in our in our dome or whatever.
That's the way they painted them on the dome.
That's the way. That's the way they were painted. Yes, of course. Yeah, I don't get it. If that was ever proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, like, I think we'd have to restart science. We'd have to be
start it over again. Who
throwing reams and volumes into the garbage, being like, "Fuck! All right, let's double check
to the moon.
The thing is, like, the idea that people ever thought the Earth was flat is nonsense anyway. What's the guy? Erasmus. That's not his name. Or it's probably something more Greek.
Aristotle,
Copernicus,
Erasmus, or something like that.
I'm sorry.
Did this experiment where they put two poles and on the summer solstice or whatever, and they measured the angle of the sun, and one of them was 100 miles further north than the other, and via the discrepancies in the angles of the sun, he could tell that one of them, that the sun, the source of the light itself, was further south than one of the poles than the other. He proved then, like thousands of years ago, that the Earth was round. And then, like, people kept sailing around it. It wasn't just Magellan. It's not like Magellan was by himself in a rowboat. There's a whole bunch of motherfuckers with him. I think that first cruise they lit out with like a whole bunch of boats and maybe 1,300 men, and like 150 made it back on that voyage to go around the Earth. I read something like that the other day.
I just heard it from the Alex Jones rant.
Oh, does he ever rant on this? I love Alex Jones. There's a like folk song that someone songified of Alex Jones, and when he's talking about I'm angry, I've had enough of these people. You know what I'm talking about? Have you seen this?
I've seen it years ago, I think.
I don't see much Alex Jones stuff, unfortunately. He's a funny guy.
He's making a comeback. He's lost weight. He's clearly on some Ozempic and some TRT, and that's
he's on colloidal silver.
Colloidal
no mistake.
Wait, is that what Elon's on also?
Colloidal silver?
It's just some shit he pimped back in the day. I have no fucking
Elon says he's on Ozempic. And then he's like, I'm actually on, and then it's something else I forget the name of. It just doesn't have the same ring as Ozempic, where everybody heard of it.
He doesn't seem fat enough to be on Ozempic.
I don't think it's about being fat enough. It's about being wealthy enough, and he qualifies.
Oh, that's true. He's wealthy enough to do anything. So, what conspiracy would you guys have the most like fun with if it were true? Like the most mental fun?
Like if it was They Live, right? Like if aliens had done a non-hostile takeover of the planet like decades ago and had been shaping our society and had moved themselves toward the upper echelons of our society. They were the oligarchs and the pullers of strings, if you will. They were actually lizard men, like from Planet Alpha. Like that would be pretty sick.
I think he clarified one that wasn't.
It'd be scary.
Can I?
Yeah.
No.
I want to fact check myself. Taylor, will you pronounce that word for me?
Manjaro?
Manjaro. Oh, okay. Everyone knows this word but me. Now I know that I've heard it. Anyway, that's what he's actually on. He called himself Ozempic Santa with a flattering picture. He's like, I'm actually on Manjaro. It just doesn't have the same ring as Ozempic Santa.
Oh, it's probably just another brand of it. But how about you, Brandon? What conspiracy, if it were true, would you have the most fun like mulling on? Like the most enjoyment?
I don't know. Most of these are just like existential and kind of scary. It's like the whole like, oh, what if we're in a simulation? And then they start going at all sorts of scientific shit that I'm just like, ooh, that sounds real enough that I'm slightly bothered. I'm just gonna stop fucking thinking about it.
So you guys are just
believe that one.
Ones. Kyle, you picked the horrifying one that we find out that aliens have been in control the whole time. That's awful.
No, then we get clearly you haven't seen John Carpenter's They Live.
I have seen YouTube. They Live.
Okay, well then I want to go ham on them like Rowdy Roddy Piper. All right.
But Roddy Piper lucked out because those were like some ineffectual aliens.
Did he luck out? Real ones, he dies at the end, Taylor.
Well, he lucked out in the whole battle where like he was somehow
shot him.
Spoiler alert for a 50-year-old movie.
Yeah, damn, Tal, you ruined it.
That blue-eyed bitch from He-Man and the Masters of the Universe shot him with a 380 at the end.
Yeah, you guys are like thinking about negative ones. Think of how much fun it would be to mull over if we discovered, beyond a shadow of a doubt, verifiably, that man walked with dinosaurs. And not only was it like ancient man, that those dragons that you see depicted in ancient Chinese lore and in ancient European lore, that they actually had giant lizards they were fighting. And sometimes they would ride them.
Okay, that'd be pretty sick. Pretty sick.
That's so much better.
Now in this scenario, is it that dinosaurs lived into our times or that we are millions of years old.
No, they lived like when we were building castles in France. There were dragons.
How about this? How about that? We were an advanced civilization that lived alongside dinosaurs, and when the asteroid came, we froze ourselves and restarted 65 million years later when the climate was right.
That's fun too. See,
that's fun too, right?
But it's just like
that's the big reveal at the end. You need that.
It's just like modern day where everybody's too fucking stupid to restart society effectively.
Yeah. It just doesn't work out. You have to learn agriculture again.
Fuck. I love the idea that everyone's too, like, those other people are stupid, not like me who totally knows how batteries work.
Oh yeah, totally. I totally
know how batteries work. Your knowledge of pool pH levels have taught you how ions move from one substance to another.
I feel like if I went to Rome, like, better yet, if I'm a caveman, if I'm all the way back in the caveman days, it's like, yeah, I've only seen this rubbing sticks thing on YouTube. This might never work.
Oh yeah, being the first guy in like old timey England to be like, I've got an idea. Maybe we switch out the crops in the fields year to year, and it'll make it better. Everyone's like, I get a load of Stevie here. He thinks planting the beans and then the celery's going to fix the soil with his magic. And it's like, everybody would have made fun of that guy. Be like, this fucking idiot thinks that if you plant beans after potatoes, it's going to magically change. I think
that's ancient tech, though. That's like 6,000 years ago. I was watching a clip from Three Body Problem, and there's a part where the aliens are talking to the humans, and the aliens are on their way to kill us. It's going to take them 400 years to get here. And they're like talking shit to our face because they know it. And they're like, it took you from caveman, it took you 90,000 years to invent agriculture. And then it took you like this many to invent industrialization. And then this many to the information age. You know how long it took us to go from to invent agriculture? And they're like, way longer. And they're like, yeah, way longer. So they've got to like fuck our science up so that when they get here in 400 years, we haven't advanced past them. Because on our normal trajectory, in 400 years, we would swat them like bugs that they are when they arrived. It's really deep
super
on science. Yeah.
One of the things that they do is they try to upgrade what I'll call the hardware or the wetware that is humans, right? So if you agree that humans have roughly been as good as we are now in terms of like a hardware perspective, right? Like if we took someone from 400,000 years ago and put them in today and had them raised by your parents, they wouldn't be like at an evolutionary disadvantage. They're basically the same kind of humans we have now. If we spent 200 years just upgrading that through like some sort of eugenics, selective breeding, biohacking, whatever it is, then imagine what the next 200 years would do in terms of improvement when the population has been upgraded to something better than we are now. We fast forward evolution.
You've been using the same hardware on these calculations since dawn of memoriam, and suddenly to change, that's never changed. So to change that, like you said, would be an exponential growth in our advancement. You're absolutely
starting to sound like Bryce Mitchell a little bit there, Woody.
Yeah, this is what the eugenics war in Star Trek was fought over. This is some Wrath of Khan bullshit.
We don't actually know what Bryce Mitchell would say. Maybe he would say Woody's correct, and maybe he would say that
he'd say the headaches won't stop.
Those were seditious lies against his favorite guy.
Say the Earth is only 5,000 years old, and then I'm wildly off because it was created in Adam and Eve, and that's the direction I think he'd take.
Like 5,000 years. It's like we know the name of kings from like ancient further back than that. Like
whichever his co-host would not want
6,000 is what they think. I'm saying it's
what they believe.
It's supposed to be billions, but they that's one of the when you throw a number out in the billions, you can kind of like you get a lot of leeway with corrections. They can be like the universe is 30 billion years old, and then 20 years later be like, actually it's 70 billion years old. And it's like, you son of a bitch. That's a big increase.
I don't think that's true. I think they've had a firm grasp on the age of the universe and the age of the earth for a long time now. They know like pretty close to how, because they also know when life began. But somehow they can look at the genetic, the way the DNA across the planet has changed, and they can like reel it back to see how long things have been
evolution.
Evolving.
One of your Darwinian lies.
And they can determine when life started. So that's one of the ways they know that life began on Earth almost immediately as soon as it could begin. So the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Life began after the Earth was 1.5 billion years old. Basically, as soon as it cooled off enough that like there could be pools of water and liquid that weren't scorched. Because for a long time, the Earth was molten longer than it should have been molten because it was hit by this other planetary body and we got all melty, and then the moon like globuled off and became it, our moon and everything.
I'm not saying this is the case because I don't believe it, but it's very funny to think that maybe like that's old science and some guy came along. He's like, well, I did the calculations. It's actually 7 billion years old. And everybody looked at him like the guy who said we should rotate the potatoes. Like, okay, you old earther.
Yeah, old earther.
When Kyle said that the age of the universe is like settled science that we've known for a long time, I'm like, is a long time 30 years? Like, how long is a long time?
Yeah.
Because that's all fairly new to me.
I would say 120
years. To what degree
years
of specificity?
would
120 years. That's longer than I expected.
120 years? You think we've known? We're not even 100% sure we know the age of the universe now. That's pretty ballsy to be like, guys, we almost have nuclear power down. By the way, we've known the age of all that exists for 100 years. It's like, I don't know about that one.
The one that blows me away, to Kyle's 3-body point, really, from first flight to landing on the moon, is that 69, 63 years? Does anyone know? It's something like
66 years, I think, because it was 1903 was Wright Brothers, and then
you can't just average my guesses. That's cheating.
The moon landing was sorry. No, if it was 1969 was moon landing, and 1903 was the Wright Brothers.
I believe so.
Oh, they were earlier than I thought. Good for them.
I love how North Carolina gets too much credit for that. That's hilarious to me. We're like the first state to fly, first in flight. It's on our license plate. I
forgot about that. Yeah.
A silhouette of a biplane on there.
2 guys from Ohio looking for a good beach. That was our. Here we were.
I bet the North Carolinians were bullying him at the time, being like, "Get a load of these fucking homos trying to fly." Like, you'll see. You'll never put us on your license plates and brag about. Look at the bike boys.
Have these dunes in Kitty Hawk. I've been there. They're still there, where it's windy and the air kind of like goes up the side of the dune, so you kind of have air blowing up, which isn't super common, and it's not that dangerous because the other place air blows up is as it blows like a cliff. But if you fuck up your plane, you die. So here they were in these kind of soft dunes. It was a great place to make your first flight. But
so you're saying they cheated?
Oh, let's talk about plane crashes. While we're on this topic.
A little, but you need to start somewhere. So
can we segue into aeronautical disaster?
We're already there.
Oh my God! When that plane that crashed in Jersey, I think it was like a Life Flight plane or something like that. It must have been full of fuel.
Was it Jersey or Philly?
I thought it was Jersey.
You might be right.
Which one? The helicopter one or the other one?
The jet. It was Philly. Oh, my bad. For some reason, I've been hearing Jersey this whole time. So the one that's like seen on. There's a guy at like KFC or something ordering it, and he caught it on camera. There's another guy. There's another Ring doorbell camera that caught it. The plane is nosing down, and it looks like one of those Russian ballistic missile strikes. It's going so fast. The thing looks like it's going a couple 100 miles an hour. Not straight into the ground, but like at a very sharp angle. And when it hits, that was a crazy fireball. I think it hit houses. I think it may have hit. I wonder if it killed anybody in the houses. Killed 6 people. Were any of them in the houses? Because that's the worst, right? Imagine you're watching fucking Family Feud, kick back, having a brewski, and suddenly a jet hits you.
We're a real exception household, but okay.
Okay.
I'll try to stretch my mind.
That would be horrible. It was a pediatric plane.
Ooh, looking like he hit the sidewalk there.
Wasn't it?
Oh my God!
Wasn't it a plane that was like taking a child for like medical care in Mexico or something?
I know that it was like a air.
It was
helicopter.
some. I thought it was some
transport thing. Medevac.
It was a medevac. Yeah, I thought.
Yeah.
So
in Mexico from Philly.
I don't know if it was Mexico. I'm probably mixing up different things. Some sort of medevac, or there's like a pediatric patient.
It was a very short flight.
God damn.
So I think it wasn't Mexico.
That's what it looks like when like 1,000 gallons go up at the same time. That baby was full. Did it take off and then go down immediately? Like, what happened?
Is that even what it would look like?
That's what it did look like.
No. I mean, like, would a full tank of fuel create that?
Yeah. That's all that will create that.
And on 9/11, they were talking about how important it was that they were all coast-to-coast flights because they had more fuel than a shorter flight would have been.
Got to melt those steel beams.
You got to soften them. Yeah. You're not going to get a free fall.
The deaths were all on board, Zach said. I was wondering because it looked. I saw a footage of a guy. It looked like it was straight out of Hollywood, walking on fire like they do, and I'm like, Remain suspicious, Woody. Like, I'm not positive it's not from Hollywood.
Yeah,
I can't tell.
That's crazy. No, Zach, did it take off from Philly? I'm wondering why that just seems like a lot of fuel, because that's a big white boom. That's a lot of kerosene.
Yeah, I mean, planes want extra fuel in case something goes crazy, right? And they need to do more go-arounds, and the weather diverts them or whatever. But they don't usually fill it to the top for every flight. That was wild.
Dude, a couple of years ago, I was in Dallas, and that was when that air show crash happened. With it was like a bunch of old World War II planes smashed into each other at some air show, and it was crazy. You could see it from there was videos of dudes at in a McDonald's parking lot taking video of it. They just collided midair. Crazy shit. And they shut down a bunch of highways because it littered debris in some very inconvenient places, if I recall.
It was going from Philly to Missouri to Mexico. So I don't know why I thought it was a short flight. Okay, well, that explains why it had so much fuel on board.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty giant fireball.
What was it? It was a life flight.
It was definitely a medevac flight. Yeah.
I was would there be a bunch? Would there be a ton of oxygen on that flight?
I wouldn't imagine enough to make a fireball, or a bigger fireball than jet fuel.
I don't know. I'm not saying I don't know, and I doubt it, Kyle. I'm saying I'm trying to think of a reason, because that
booms so big.
That looks like a cinematic crash.
Well, we can figure it out real quick. What kind of plane was it, and how much fuel can they carry?
Now you're getting in the
1,000 fucking gallons of shit.
We don't do facts here.
No, we're doing real science.
Best guess, we go, and then that's
stats. Is it true?
Look, play the air show crash.
Okay.
Look at this.
Play the air show crash.
This is what Brandon's talking about. Look at this. I remember this happened. This is crazy.
This is the one.
My God, is that the Nazis?
Oh
no!
Cut his tail off. Cut his tail off.
All right, Zach.
That boom is similar to what we just saw.
Oh my God!
And that was like a B-52 or something.
Oh,
was it?
I don't know.
I remember it was some actual antique aircraft, I guess.
Yeah, which is always a shame too when a little bit of history goes down like that.
Yeah. It's what's worse is you lose the historic aircraft, or to just let it sit in a hangar somewhere where nobody ever sees it.
Oh, they should fly them. Yeah, I like the idea of flying them.
But we need to be careful though, because what if, kind of like the moon landing, we lose the ability and the technology to make those old planes?
Well,
we can only make new ones.
Yeah, we forget how to do it.
That's the whole premise of Warhammer 40K's technology. That is the whole idea. They don't know how to make it anymore. They just got all these antiques, and they literally burn incense over them and pray to the machines that they'll work.
I've got something I could be totally talking out of my ass on, but I remember somebody telling me this story. Hey, again, this is PKA. It doesn't matter. I could just fire out of the ass. All right. But it was something about the SR-71, where it was revolutionary technology, like the spy plane back in the day, where they were using a bunch of titanium, and we had to buy it from Russia, I believe, under shell corporations, because we couldn't let them know we were building fucking secret spy aircraft and shit with it.
Yep.
And something about the way that the titanium was machined or stamped, or something in the manufacturing process of that plane was so secretive at the time that it actually kind of became lost technology. And it was one dude who was still alive who worked on the SR-71 that remembered how to do it. And he could basically name his fucking price. If you wanted to if you wanted to do something along those lines, they came to him and he was like, "Yeah, I also want $20 million and I want you to give me one," that sort of thing. And I don't remember how that worked out, but somebody told me that story at one point. I thought it was interesting as shit, how something can actually a real tangible recent example of manufacturing process.
If I recall, they came to a more reasonable agreement after the third fingernail. Where it was like, all right, I'll make you the fucking plane. I'm sorry.
Those planes are fucking cool. When they're up to speed, the airspeed is heating the outside of the plane so much that the outside of the plane is built not to fit at ground level. It's only when it's heated and it swells that the plane is capable of its maximum aerodynamics.
Skunk Works is so fucking cool, man.
But if they made them if they made the fuel tight on the ground, then it would be a problem in the air when everything expands. So on the ground, they're known to be leaky, and then they're fine at speed.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know much about that stuff, but I have been watching this YouTuber who they fly old MiGs and stuff, and he's like, every time you go to the MiG, underneath it, just hydraulic fluid and oils and all grease. You go under an American aircraft, nothing. But you get in that piece of machinery, it'd work. And he's going up, looking inside the MiG, and him explaining how different it is from the American aircraft was really interesting.
I wonder if the Americans give them too much credit, though. Right? I have often heard that American planes are great when they work great, but you put them on an airfield that has any debris and they instantly break. You put them in the punishment of actual war and they're awful. And then it just becomes generally known that but we would absolutely wipe the floor with these MiGs because we can kill them at a farther distance. We thought Russia was the baddest, most impressive, the second baddest and most impressive military on the planet. And then they struggled with Ukraine. The U.S. would have taken Kyiv.
We'd already have fucking
that goes over the hours when they hit the airport. So immediately the Russians dropped in their best, the Spetsnaz. They dropped in Spetsnaz into the Kiev airport, but the Ukrainians knew they were coming, so they were able to jam up the runways with equipment and bulldozers and anything they could find. So not only could Spetsnaz not leave, they couldn't be reinforced properly. And slowly over time, I don't remember what the kill death ratio was, but I think the Spetsnaz won that, won the KD ratio.
Won that measurement. Yeah.
But it was something like the Immortal 300, I think is what they called them.
They sent in some badasses to the Kiev airport, and they took it for a while, but the Ukrainians eventually killed them all.
I bet the U.S. would have used helicopters and got some reinforcements.
We'd have used more badasses.
Possibly, sure.
That's dangerous. What if they become friends and then they turn on us? What if our group of badasses and their group of badasses go we are not so different, and then they turn on us. Now we've got a real problem.
They're playing volleyball in Top Gun. They're just bonding over sweaty shirtless volleyball shirts and skins.
Ice
U.S.
man.
versus the Ruskies. Yeah, you don't want that. Delta Force.
Woody's over here saying we could take Ukraine. That's the imperialistic spirit we're looking for, man. Keep that.
Right? Well, they don't.
That makes me want to give you that Roman salute.
The Black Sea.
My heart goes out to you.
You keep your heart right where it is. Yeah, damn it. Oh man, I saw that. We talked about it already, but that one Catholic priest who threw up I'll call it the Musk salute. So he doesn't sue me or anything, but he threw up that Musk salute and they defrocked him. Dude, you can have sex with a young boy for decades and they won't defrock you. They'll just ship you somewhere else. You throw up that salute, they get you quick.
You think the ghost
Australia, of Australia immediately criminalized the Nazi salute in wake of the Musk salute, which is very different than a Nazi salute, of course.
Do you think the ghost of Hitler was watching? He's no, it is supposed to be cool. Something that everyone sees and is wow, that guy is in charge. He really gets it. And then this homosexual goes upstairs jumping around. Did you ever see my midsection at a rally? No, you didn't. Intentionally. I was yacked out of my mind. That's what
he had his lederhosen on.
His lederhosen. He had his meth.
I don't know if anybody
I've seen Hitler in lederhosen.
Yeah, it's kind of rough.
So that guy that got defrocked had a long history of trolling the libs. I guess his online activity is just a bunch of memes and political statements. So the Roman salute was the straw that broke the camel's back. He liked to curry popularity from the right.
Show that, Zach. What do you think about these calves? You're a calf man.
I really thought that Hitler was going to have spindlier legs.
Show us Hitler's legs.
Better than I remember, but still not great fashion-wise.
Nothing to write home about. But
look, it was 1925. All right, that was the style.
Actually, take a little peek on the underside of that Hitler chin. This is a chubbier Hitler than we saw when he was banging on all cylinders.
It's
Nazi
the winter months. That's the thermal layer they put on. Okay, look at the snow on the ground. The man's
wearing shorts.
I'm having a hard time seeing the calf. One is on the back of his leg. We only seeing the shin, and the other that you might kind of see is mostly covered. I can't see where the calf would come into the Achilles.
He was hiding it intentionally because one day Woody would judge him.
Yeah.
Zach, could you zoom in on the bulge? please?
And enhance.
What is going on there? Does he have a testicle on either side of the camel toe?
Yeah,
What are we doing? There's just
the top of the shorts are so baggy.
This is Vespolin and this is Vespolin.
I feel like there's unexplained mass going on in the testicular area.
See, like he has the he's not, zoom back out again, because he's not fat enough to do that thing that really fat people do where they think that they can hide their gut by including it in the waistline, or they almost just like wear their gut in their pants.
Oh, I had no idea that people did that. I was smuggling beach balls this whole time.
Wait, what?
I can't believe you're saying this here is chubby.
Yeah, but like,
I think he looks pretty fit here.
These shorts, but like the bottom of the shorts being so relatively tight on the thigh, and then the top of the shorts being well above the navel with a slap-shod belt and so billowy. I bet if he turns around, it's a disaster.
Oh, don't!
It's a big baggy. Around. There's no way Hitler had a full ass. Are you kidding me?
I think there's some opportunity for white supremacists here, right? Like if you throw up the Roman salute, then everyone knows what you're doing. But could you dress like this and send a more coded message?
Oh my God!
We already know like where Taylor lies on the smasher pass here. I guess
it'd be a pass. Yeah, it would have to be a pass. He's not
impossibly high standards. This man.
Problem one: he's got a dick. Huge issue.
Like you're gonna find somebody without one of those.
Yeah, I guess it really does line up, because I feel like prime meth doing years. We had a skinnier Hitler than this.
I don't know what year that was.
That would have been like 1940, I guess. I'm guessing like
thick mustache.
It is.
I'm reading a little information here. He apparently he was apparently mocked for this and never wore lederhosen again. If not this exact time, then over a time he wore lederhosen as a traditional dress or something. And they believe it or not, but the Gestapo actually recorded jokes about that's funny. So the Gestapo would catch people who made jokes about Hitler, and so they made records of the jokes. And it was people making fun of his lederhosen. Oh man,
dude! Every day, one guy is like, "Oh, I love my job." Like he's recording jokes for posterity.
That picture is the Dwayne the Rock Johnson fanny pack of its day, right? That like everybody knows it.
Look at this. Was a photo shoot.
Oh, this must have been the same shoot.
Rolling down the street, smoking in. He thinks he's so cool here.
Wow.
Dude, what am I doing? Just hanging out with my hands in my pockets.
After he got mocked, I choose to believe that's when they enrolled like Tommy Hilfiger to come up with their uniforms, and that's why everything got so great. Did I say it wrong?
Yeah, it's Hugo Boss. They were the ones. Yeah.
Oh, did I do it? My mistake. Yeah. I didn't mean to falsely accuse.
How do you find Hitler's glamour shots?
Tommy Hilfiger. Yeah, there's no. I don't think it's possible to overstate how much Hugo Boss was needed. One German guy was like, "Oh, I try not to offend him, but he looks like a fat idiot."
Like we could have defeated Germany in half the time had Hugo Boss not gotten involved. Fuck Volkswagen. It was Hugo Boss.
I mean, Ford wasn't all that helpful, and Coca-Cola too. I remember hearing the story.
This is Boy Scout mode. He looks like he's about to try and sell me fucking popcorn.
What are the little pockets for? Does he keep his cell phone in there? That's my theory.
That's when his hands were jittering from the drugs so much he just had to stifle it. Although I've only seen one clip of him totally geeking, and that was when he's like watching people do the high jump, and he's like leaning back and forth and jitterbugging. Yeah.
That was like 1938 Olympics.
Yeah. I just hate these shorts. What the fuck were they thinking?
I'm on the other team. I need a pair.
Dude, if Trump came out wearing those shorts, can you imagine how bad he'd look?
Oh, don't do that. We've seen him. He some of those golfing outfits he's got are just obscene.
He's slimming, but he's fat.
He's stagnated on the slimming thing. He's in the house. Dude, he's got the Coke button again. I saw it. Okay, he's got 2 fucking phones and a Coke button on his desk.
I would have a Coke button if I could. You press a button, somebody brings you a Diet Coke. Fuck yeah, man.
Yeah, I would.
Wait, actually, let's think this through, Brandon. What beverage would it bring?
Oh, Coke Zero.
That's what I'm talking about.
Coke Zero, okay.
I mean. Look, this is Trump's lederhosen moment right here.
Yeah.
What year was that?
He does look younger, doesn't he?
You can see his underwear. He's wearing whitey tighties.
Yeah, he's like 80. That's what they do.
Is whitey tighties what the rest of the world says? I always said tighty whitey.
He's like 55 there.
Yeah, I say tighty whitey also.
To be fair, I mean, he's an older guy. It's like I'm not expecting me to look very good in my 70s.
Oh, come on.
No.
I'm with Brandon. I think we should grade people on a curve as they age. It's totally not because
there's all kind of curves there. I don't.
I agree. Yeah, it would be funny if like this picture he actually hit like a banger shot. And
like that's him defeating Andre Agassi, actually.
Yeah, that sounds like what he'd say.
I love how like
Andre,
the left,
not little slow.
Now this looks photoshopped.
Frankly.
I don't
not like the Woody left, like the Twitter left, but like the Twitter left, like they'll like take a picture like that of Trump playing tennis, and they're just like, oh my god, can you look at how disgusting this guy is? And then if you like mock one of these obese women in the gym, they're like, how dare you? She's doing an aerobic activity to try to better herself.
It's like, no, she's there for Pizza Wednesday. Because that's what they do.
Pizza Wednesday is hilarious. They do that at the purple one,
the Planet Fitness.
Planet Fitness, yeah. I had a friend who had a membership there, and he would say, like, yeah, they do like pretzel Mondays and like pizza Thursdays or something.
I like to believe that I'm too hardcore for Planet Fitness, as if I lift so much their equipment wouldn't satisfy me or something.
You are too hardcore. Like, I think any of us would be too hardcore because they seem to just be about like pretending to work out.
That's it. You don't want to go to Planet Fitness. They're going to give you a hard time in there. Like they genuinely would if you worked out, just being normal. Like being too loud or whatever. Like I don't know. I don't
like getting alarms and shit.
It's so quiet in there. Last time I went to one, I went to one with someone once, and I hated it so much. I think my gym was 24-hour fitness or something, which seems I don't know. So I don't know if that place was great. They always had like good music in there, and it was always 70 degrees. It was nice and cool. I love that place.
Yeah, home gym master race. That's the way to do it.
Oh yeah, for sure. If I don't know, I still think there's something to be said for if you have to go somewhere to do the thing. It's more of a programmed in, disciplined thing. It adds that extra step that you've got to like, I don't know, add to your daily routine and everything. I think that there's something to be said for that. But having the convenience is also. But how many people? There's that Family Guy joke about James Gandolfini's workout room. Oh, that's more dusty than James Gandolfini's workout room. and it's Gandolfini walking past his gym, eating like a huge sandwich with his gut out, and he like looks in there, and just keeps moving.
That's why I like boxing when I was doing that, like the when around the fight and whatnot. It's like having to go physically to a boxing gym. It was 5 minutes from my house, but having to go there and be around other people who would judge the shit out of me, like it makes you want to work harder.
Yeah.
Our buddy Harley's about to fight LA Beast, I think, at the next event. So that's going to be neat. I thought LA Beast was Furious Pete. I had him confused with him. And I also thought LA Beast was an enormous person like Harley is. But apparently he's 6'1", and Harley is a real deal 6'6". So I got to lean on our big boy for that one. I don't
yeah. That's plus 5 inches is hard to overcome.
Yeah. Harley's fought twice already, and both times he got in great shape. So and he showed courage. Harley's no joke. He's a problem. I like.
Yeah, he's been working out for this for months because I talked to him whenever I did his podcast months ago, and that's what he was like. Yeah, I'm working out for this other thing. You're gonna do a whole thing, and I was like, you gotta get on steroids, dude. We gotta get you on the juice. We really do. Like, if you're gonna be a professional fighter now, Harley, why are you not on the sauce? They do not test.
Yeah, I was gonna say I doubt they test for.
They don't care.
Flash.
There's no way he goes in there with like just. Like that level of vascular that's obviously cheating.
Yeah.
Has Harley not taken anything?
Nah.
He's gotten in organically pretty great shape considering where he started. Jesus Christ. I imagine.
Dude, if you let the ghost of Kiev.
You mean being a Jew?
Instruct your training.
What?
You can do anything.
Well, I'm willing to hear this joke out, but where'd that come from?
You're like, you said he looks pretty good from where he started. And I was like, you mean
just organically, you know?
Judaism?
I mean, he's still there from what I heard.
Yeah, he's a big dude. He's always been like that frame. That frame that he's got to build off of is otherworldly. He's 6'6". He's so tall.
I wonder what his personality would be like if he wasn't big. It just occurred to me, right? Because if you've ever spent any time in the same room as Harley, he usually owns the room. He booms in his voice. He's taller than everybody else there, and he's just kind of the center of attention. That's how Harley is. And I feel like he steals every scene I've seen him in, with like on TV or whatever, YouTube. If he was 5'7" or even 5'10", like a more normal height, would he be the same like center of attention in every room that he is now at 6 something?
He'd still be loud, but maybe not as bombastic because, like, he's just a giant guy. But he's just he's just a fun to be around guy. Like at the trip you invited me on, I was hanging out with Harley the whole time, and he's just a fun guy, like fun loving, wants to chill, wants to talk to everyone, incredibly sociable. Like, so I think that's what is the big weight carrier there.
He's just giant.
Yeah, he's just naturally like a jolly, easy to get along with guy to joke, like, or to joke around with. So
yeah,
that's what carries.
I like him a lot. He's one of those dudes that, like, no matter who you are, it's like, doesn't matter what background, anything. Like, he doesn't give a shit. He's just there for a good time, and it shows. It's fun.
Yeah. So hopefully he beats the snot out of LA Beast, who I don't know well enough to have formed an opinion. Watched a video of him eating all that sour stuff. He seems like a cool guy.
Has he guest on the podcast before?
No, we should get LA Beast.
I don't know if that's like a Mandela effect thing. I swore he was on the podcast at some point.
I thought he was too.
Day.
Was it Furious
Actually,
Pete?
didn't they tell me
I thought he was Furious Pete. Furious Pete is another competitive eater, but Furious Pete does stuff where it's like, I'm going to the Nathan's hot dog stand and I'm gonna, eat 60 dogs fast. And then LA Beast does like, hey, I bought the sourest substance on earth off the Silk Road, and I'm gonna eat it on camera for you. So it's just a different kind of eating challenge.
I think I'm confusing with Shoe Nice.
Oh, Shoe Nice.
Yeah, he's a classier Shoe Nice, because Shoe Nice will, eat caulk.
He's winning.
I'm not making that
no
up.
one else is competing in.
Wait, classier than that?
Yeah, classier than that. Yeah,
it's a high bar.
When he would do those handles of vodka and stuff, it was like, this is a problem, because he can open his throat up and like pour a bottle of vodka down his throat in 6 seconds or something, and he would do it regularly. And it's like, oh my God. You watch somebody take a whole big bottle of Absolute and not chug it, but fill their gullet up like they're a gas tank, basically. And then he's just all watery-eyed. He's like,
yeah, I remember those old videos where he's like cracking it on screen. He's like, crack it on screen. Everybody knows the rules. You put it
like
on screen. and it's like, man, it's like, did he pre-game this video? This guy's a titan. Like his body ripped through alcohol like nobody's business, apparently.
You'd hope he'd throw it up right after, right?
No, he's an alcoholic. No.
I guess.
I watched a guy who goes from like establishment to establishment eating food challenges. They have like the biggest burrito, and if you can eat it, your picture's on the wall and it's free, etc. And he goes around and does that, and that's fun to watch because he usually wins. I'd say he wins 90% of the time. Like the ones he loses, it's like, well, come on, no one can eat 87 pounds of fish. He'll go eat this like an English breakfast that's 13 pounds. He'll eat 10 or 15 pounds of food in a sitting. And
but for the grace of God, go I.
It's awesome. It's awesome to, because I kind of feel like they don't expect to have to give this meal away for free. So I kind of like seeing him stick it to them. They're back there sweating like, I don't know. He's ate 4 pounds of fucking prime rib. What are we going to do?
Oh, we forgot to mention that every 20 minutes, it's the roach challenge. You put it on your face and let it crawl around. Yeah,
I wouldn't do any of those. Have you ever done that at a place? Tried to eat their big burrito or their whole pizza or anything?
Went to a place when I was 16 and they had a 72-ounce steak option. I probably got through 55 to 60 ounces, and then my mom said to stop because she was worried that it would like be bad for me. And it was like, I'm already in so deep. And I remember I was motivated, but she was like, no, you're done. No more eating this steak. And I was full. So I didn't win that one. I could have won. I could have flew through the last 14 ounces of that thing.
You're like Napoleon Dynamite. You're like, I can still throw that football over that
mountain. If Mom would have just let me eat the steak, I could have got her down. I'd have been a competitive eater by now.
Well, in retrospect, it is an embarrassing thing to brag about, Brandon. So thanks.
I thought it was hilarious. I don't know. You're doing your job well.
Bismol, getting my toes on by beautiful ladies.
If I'm motivated, I can just keep eating.
Like a 5-pound burrito one time in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. So that's 60 ounces of burrito.
That is a lot. What was the breakdown though? A lot of carbs or heavy in the meat?
Was a wet burrito that took up a whole like big platter plate, and it was like covered with melted cheese and shit. There was a lot of lettuce and stuff to get through too. Yeah. It was awful.
I hate wet burritos. You can fuck off. It's a hand food.
Really?
I hate
even if you're sitting down in a Mexican restaurant, you don't want the.
No. If I'm getting a burrito, I want it to be a hand food. Just like if you've ever seen those burgers that those douchebags will make a beautiful looking burger and then they'll dump cheese on top of it. It's like, go fuck yourself. Like you've made a to-do. Now you've made a big to-do of all this when we could just
TikTok nonsense.
Yeah, I hate that. And also, you guys told me about there's a Reddit forum called like "Give Me a Plate," and it's people like eating burgers off of like car hoods and also all sorts of nonsense like cutting boards.
They're like an old coffee can full of popcorn or something, and it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I cut my fucking finger again.
Is this a pop top? God damn it! What year is it? Yeah, it's bullshit. I would definitely want a real fucking plate. I've been to fancy restaurants where they would serve like a flight of steaks on a silly plate, but then it's just like 3 little bites of food. But if I see on that subreddit, people will get like a normal meal, but it'll, like you said, it'll be served on a hubcap or something.
Dude, I'm looking at the top post of We Want Plates all time. Most expensive restaurant I've ever been into. The chef made the starter in our hand, and it's a picture of them holding with their palms up. The food is in their palm.
Making the food in their palm of their hand.
Yeah.
Oh.
I am going to make assholes of them. Some French guy being a douchebag to American tourists. Yeah, that's ridiculous. This guy's eating off just a board.
Oh, this guy's eating off an iPad with a picture of a plate on it. What the fuck?
That's just funny on purpose. That's pretty good. I like with a picture of a plate.
I think, Kyle, you've said before, of the morning alcoholic beverages, you do like Bloody Marys.
Yeah. Bloody Marys.
So you've seen the Bloody Marys where they put just baffling amounts of stuff in there. I
had a Bloody Mary that had a slider attached to it.
That's the reference I was going to use for the absurdity.
Yeah. It's obviously you want like an olive, maybe some celery or something, so you can dip it in the sauce or the Bloody Mary and chomp on it. But I've had one that had a slider coming out the top.
Well, I don't even know what this is.
What the fuck? It's a bag of some goo that's attached together with a clothespin. That's a Bloody Mary. It's a Bloody Mary dude, it's just chunky. All right, I don't believe that one.
What was the last one that I walked in on? Because it looked like a dead fucking raccoon.
Yeah, it looked like it was.
I don't think it told us what the meal was. It was an appetizer so this is a subreddit called We Want Plates, and the most expensive. Oh, you're talking about this one. I'm sorry.
They served him as bread and like a coonskin cap.
Hell yeah, brother.
Come on down to the Davy Crockett Diner, where everything's a little hairy.
As it was in olden times.
We Want Plates. My wife's cocktail was served in a hollow stone and had to be drunk through the whole without a straw.
How do I know there aren't spiders in there and shit?
Yeah, how do I know that the inside of that
mystery?
Yeah. Like, I'm not worried about spiders. I'm worried about like the caked, sticky remains of whatever sugary, syrupy drink was had before me, and there's no way they're cleaning that thoroughly.
Some of these are just made up. I choose to believe that there's no way you would give someone that on a goddamn napkin.
Yeah, this is them being, well, maybe it's not.
I do have a funny story about that. There's what's up?
I'm sorry. There's a typewriter. I thought there was going to be food, but it's the bill came out in a typewriter.
Yeah, that
is horrifically hipster. There's a place locally that used to have sliders that they bring out, like pork sliders, that they would bring out on a literal brick. Like it was a brick that had wax paper on it, and they would put each one of the skewers through the 3 holes in the brick. And they at one point they stopped serving it on a brick, and we were like, no, fucking bullshit. Bring the brick back. And they had a whole stack in the back, and it was a deal. Me and my buddy, was a donut operator. We were like, all right, we will give her an extra $20, not tell her obviously, but an extra $20 tip every brick she brings out. And we just, every time she'd come back around for drinks, we had another brick, please, by the way. And we had like a stack that was like, we started building a wall that was like 8 bricks high. She just kept fucking bringing them. She was cool as shit.
Damn, $160 tip just for being the brick.
We were just racking it up. We didn't fucking tell her, but it was just kind of, it was a fun bit.
Dude, you have to have a lot of confidence in the food you're serving to give your patrons bricks. Like, that speaks for itself.
We had to ask.
You could always break something.
Yeah.
Throw it through a window.
Yeah, just giving them a weapon as their food is served.
That's what they're doing.
We joked about it later because they stopped carrying the bricks altogether. Apparently, it's just like a pain in the dick to clean. We're like, did you have like an industrial fucking washing machine that could handle the bricks specifically? But we told them, one of our servers, about the $20 tip bet or whatever, and he was like, dude, I'm about to break out a pickaxe. This whole place is made of brick. I'll bring you as many as you fucking want. $20 a piece. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I think that my palate is just not refined enough. I've never been to one of these restaurants where they serve. I've been to one restaurant many years ago where they served something on a rock, and that's all I can remember. It was like a big flat river stone, and I don't even remember exactly what it was.
I've been to the fondue place where they make shit in front of you, but I can't compete with this.
The fondue place, like, I've done that, but it's like it's in a little cauldron. It's meant to be carrying food. This is disgusting. Like, these Modelo's better be fucking empty.
What were you saying, Kyle?
I was gonna say I'll never forget us being in that fucking fondue place, and we ordered like an $18 cheese dip, and we were all so hungry, and she's like melting the cheese. She's like, first a 1/4 pound of Parmesan, and here's like a 1/2 pound of cheddar, and this is a 1/2 pound of Colby Jack, and we're just like, fuck yeah! And she's stirring it and melting it, and then she's like, and then a whole Sam Adams, and before anybody can say anything, she upends an entire Sam Adams beer because it is a beer cheese dip, and all three of us are just like, oh.
See, you ruined it. I've made fun of you guys for this before.
Piss in it too?
It bears repeating. It's beer cheese. It wouldn't be the correct consistency if you didn't add that. That's part of the recipe.
Well, we went to a different restaurant and had another dinner after that.
I'm sorry. Are we in a cheese knowledge duel right now, my friend? Is that what we're doing?
I'm just saying, if you put beer in your cheese, your cheese opinion means nothing to me.
No, you don't know anything. Less than nothing. You would have been sitting there with globby, wouldn't stick to the bread appropriately, and would be coming out like a rope over the side of it. If you
I'll tell you what we did. We poured it out. We poured it out. That's what we did. We didn't eat a bite of it because
but how was the consistency when you poured it out?
I mean, it was
perfect. It was probably perfect. It probably poured right out of there the way it was intended. It would have just congealed into a mass if it didn't have that.
Taylor, you're describing cheese congealed into a mass. That's what cheese does. You don't.
Well, not a cheese dip.
You've been fronting all this time.
Not a cheese dip. If you want a cheese dip, you want the ability to dip your bread in and then not have it bring a big tacky pulley.
That's what the heat's for. The heat will let you dip in it. I'm telling you, it looked amazing until she dumped that pea from Sam Adams in there.
Yeah, I was so upset.
I would never deign to speak to you about lifeguard procedure. Never. Nor would I correct Brandon or Kyle on guns, but when it comes to this, you're wrong.
Well, let me ask you this: what if instead of a beer, she put 12 ounces of beef broth? Like, wouldn't that have been way better?
If that was offered, then to get that one. Well, the beer
is not offered. It's beer cheese.
You ordered it.
We didn't know what we were getting, Taylor.
It's beer cheese.
It's to be fair on Taylor's side here, it's one of the two words.
I don't remember ordering it. I don't remember how it happened. We were all sort of sharing the same food. I don't know who said to get it. It could have been any of us.
Yeah. But like, it's the same reason. Like, you've had burgundy mushrooms at steakhouses before, right, Kyle?
No, I don't like burgundy mushrooms. I don't put wine in my food or alcohol in general. I don't.
God damn it! There's mushrooms in my burgundy.
The reason that it's good is because like, it's just adding the flavor of the wine, but all the alcohol is going away. It's all cooked off immediately. And so, like, if you don't like
the wine, is the thing I don't like about the wine.
You don't like the alcohol. The alcohol is bad. If they were adding like a bunch of booze into your mushrooms, it would taste like butt cheeks.
So wrong.
No.
They burnt off all the alcohol in this pot of tepid cheese. You burn it off in a saute pan, fucking flambéing or something. But I don't like the taste of alcohol in general. I don't need those rich tannins in my mushrooms. I don't.
Well, it complements the steak pretty well.
Well, not for me, Taylor. But then again, like as you fully admitted a few minutes ago, you don't have much of a palate, do you?
Well, not enough to go to these restaurants. But if I saw beer cheese on a menu, I could parse that information pretty quickly.
Well, no one's. We all know your reading comprehension is second to none, but that's not really what's at stake here, is it?
Ordering beer cheese and being mad at beer is wild.
I didn't order it.
Who ordered it? We don't know how that happened.
Look at Joe Lauzon ordered it, and he's like a fucking Dagestan. He's never had a beer in his life. You know, Joe Lauzon's never had alcohol in his entire life. That was the first taste of alcohol Joe Lauzon had in his entire life. Was that disgusting beer cheese with me and Woody? Literally, it was.
So fucking pure. He doesn't take ibuprofen. Like he doesn't put any contaminants in his body.
Dude, that was crazy. I didn't know this, but like you're not supposed to take ibuprofen before a fight. Like that's considered like a no-go. Because like I had fucked up my back like the day before mine during training, and I was like, God, like does anybody have some fucking ibuprofen? As I'm getting my gloves wrapped, and like my coach is like, yo, dude, don't say that too fucking loud. You'll get fucking disqualified. I'm like, what? I didn't know like you can't take anything. Like
I didn't know that.
Is it because
I have had days where like I took ibuprofen in the morning because it was like day 6 of strenuous activity. And then being me, I'm in the hospital that afternoon getting operated on, and they had to delay the surgery until the ibuprofen wore off. So that makes sense as a bleeding issue.
About that.
I guess that does make sense. It thins your blood.
Wait, how did they know you'd taken ibuprofen?
No, they didn't. Sorry. Woody, sorry.
They asked me, and I told. There was like a series of questions. Well, you would have lied and gotten the ibuprofen tainted surgery. I'm listening.
I fucked up. I forgot to lie. Like when I got that eye surgery, when they were cutting that cancer off my eye, they asked me if I'd had breakfast. Dude, I couldn't miss my macros. So yeah, I had to eat my fucking scrambled eggs and rice. And I had gotten up at like 4 a.m. and eaten breakfast, and I was like, well, yeah, but that was like 5 hours ago. And they're like, oh, and they made me sit in a bed for like 3 hours until like they deemed that the scrambled eggs would be digested and they could fucking put me under or whatever they did to me. I'm still a little foggy about what they did to me. I think they gave me some sort of like injectable anesthetic that made me like completely out of it. That's how I remember.
Does it just mess with their calculations on like my weight?
Like get aspirate.
Problematic if you vomit into the breathing machines. Like you need those breathing machines because you're in anesthesia. Now those breathing machines have something wrong with them because you vomited into them, and you give them a crisis. They
want you to aspirate on scrambled eggs.
That's a good enough reason to not lie. I get it.
It's like, have you guys seen? Have you seen at the dentist office ever? They'll have like a little sign sometimes that's like, if you have used methamphetamine or cocaine in the last 72 hours, alert your dental hygienist. Dental anesthesia will kill you. And it's like, oh, damn,
we will not call the police. You will fucking die.
Taylor knows cheese. I know getting operated on. Another thing they say, if you're like a regular pot user, your anesthesiologist wants to know because that'll impact your tolerance, impacts your dose.
That makes sense. I'm sure your tolerance, they're going to need to use extra on you.
Dude, I know they gave me a Xanax for that first little micro operation, and that I didn't even notice they'd given me anything. I couldn't tell they'd given me a Xanax. That was awful.
No shit.
Why
I don't want to do that again?
You just woke up itchy?
No. I don't think Xanax is an opiate. I think it's it could be.
Oh, it's a benzodiazepine.
Yeah, and it was supposed to take the edge off, but it did not. It did not. I can still remember like squeezing my toes into balls from the pain while they like cut that shit off my eyelid because you don't want to move, obviously.
Did you like move your eye or like what?
I could have moved. Yeah, I mean they sort of immobilized it. They like rolled my eyelid inside out onto a stick, and then like maybe they did. Obviously, from my point of view, I can't really tell what's happening, but they did something to secure my eyelid into a weird kind of position.
And then they started orange.
And then they injected my eyelid directly like into it with anesthetic, like 3 or 4, and every time the needle went in, it was really painful. It hurt a lot.
Dedicated to like who wasn't working to you?
No.
Dude,
No.
all right. So here, I got a story. Give me the floor for a second. Recently, we had a cancer scare. My wife went in for a routine. Is it called a mammogram? That's what I'm looking for. And they do that. There was like no reason. He just does it on a schedule. And they're like, ooh, this is bad. We have a problem. You need to go for another level of tests. And at this point, I'm like, whatever, it's nothing. She goes in for the second test and they're like, we don't like this. You should go in for the third test. And so then she goes in for the third test, which I'll spoil. She's fine. The scare ended like yesterday. Good. It was a big deal.
Glad to hear.
It was like real. Like I didn't want to boogie 2988 this whole situation and act like we had it. But
it would be very funny if you had to tattoo liar on your cheek.
Right. Jackie's cheek. Oh,
but we're making it to our like third test at this point. But anyway, she goes there and she's like leaning forward in some chair and they're doing a biopsy, right? In the boob. Yuck. And they had someone devoted to her like emotions and well-being. That person didn't do anything medically. She just made sure that she was informed in what was coming, that she was like doing the right things, that she was like properly distracted, and that she was like emotionally okay. And then we have these matching avocado tattoos. And when the whole thing's over, the lady this is the like personality person. That's her job to be charismatic. She's like, I never do this, but is that an avocado on your rib cage? And she's like, yeah. My husband and I, we have like matching tattoos. My husband has the pit. They fit together. And she's like, this office has a thing about avocados. You don't understand. It's an avocado-based office. She has the sweater. She has the hat. Every Halloween, we're like all avocados. And she brought the whole staff back in to see Jackie's tattoo. The place, they were all women. They went wild for the avocado tattoo. Big fans of it. And that was how her experience ended.
That's not my experience at all. I had like more of a slaughterhouse mentality. It felt like back in the back room of that facility. There was people getting wheeled in and out. They were sad. There was an old man crying. It was rough. They didn't want to. I wasn't supposed to be let loose without someone to drive me home, but I had no intent. What am I going to do? Can't nobody drive me home. I'm a grown man.
What are they going to do? Stop me?
They tried. They were like, we have to wheel you out of the facility and then turn you over to your driver. And I was like, cool. How about you wheel me out to the curb and I'm gonna go out to my car and smoke a cigarette real quick though. And they're like, oh, okay. And like I get to my car and I'm like, open the door, get in, start it up, and I stare them down the whole time as I leave with this. I got this huge eye patch on my head, and I genuinely can barely drive. I'm so blind. Like I have to turn my head all the way around like I'm on a motorcycle to get out of the parking lot. So it's a little awkward getting out.
You had Tarkov farming to do. You had to get out of there.
They're waving and like
to stop you.
Oh yeah, one of them's doing the jump up and down double wave, and the other lady is doing that thing where she's like, what?
And you're like,
sort of stamps and like, oh shucks.
Good thing you're on my right side.
Yeah. It was a rough.
That was so cool. I loved Solid Snake, Kyle.
So it was way worse than that. So that's like a day or two after. I had this massive bandage that was taped all over my head. I was like the fucking Elephant Man taking that shit off. There's like crusted blood and goo coming out. It was awful. I looked like I'd been in a fucking car accident when those people were done with me.
Did you worry it wouldn't heal correctly?
I could see just, even when I got in the mirror, when I got home, as bruised as I was, that like, all right, everything's straight. Because they made a huge cut like here and like made my eyelid, reshaped my whole eye opening and everything. And then they took the pizza, because they take the pizza slice out of the middle. And then they've got to close that back, but they need more slack. So they cut me over here and pulled that over.
On the bottom eyelid?
Top eyelid.
Oh.
Is it the same as before? Or different, but also fine?
The same. I would say I guess like if I look really closely, I can see that my eyelid isn't like perfectly smooth, that there's a little indent. But it's, it's about like Trump's ear wound. You only notice it if you know it's there.
What about the eye thing? Did that heal all the way back, or can you see a faint little incision?
Oh yeah, you can definitely see a faint little incision
on the side of the eye. That thing. Oh,
dude,
okay.
Like in there.
They took a crater out of my nose, right? I think it was this side. And I worried it wasn't going to heal right. And the swelling, I didn't look like me anymore. Just the way that my forehead had swollen and my eyes and like the shape of my face was different. I didn't recognize the guy in the mirror. And I wasn't sure how bad the scarring was going to be. And it didn't look good for weeks. On camera, you couldn't see as much because I'm small and I wear glasses. So a lot of it was just kind of obscured by the glasses. But if you took them off and looked in the mirror, it was super bad. But it healed up really well. The only thing you can see
Harry Potter, where they just swell his whole face so you don't recognize him.
Yeah.
They when I scrunch my nose, it doesn't wrinkle the same way it did before. It's a new pattern. But outside of that, it's about the same.
Not your wrinkle pattern.
Right?
That's a small price to pay for us cancer warriors.
Mm-hmm.
I would say I'd call you survivors. Actually, scratch that. I'd call you heroes.
Thank
yes.
you.
Cancer heroes. Brandon, what's the most grievous injury you've ever sustained?
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
Like still obviously Daniel Radcliffe. It's
like
what's
the
the
Clark
worst
Kent
injury?
thing. It's like, oh shit, you fucked up your eye. Who the fuck are you? I don't know, man. I've gotten pretty lucky. I've broken like some minor bones here or there, like elbow fractures, broke my nose, like nothing crazy. Clavicle, shit like that. I
Did the clavicle, they don't always heal back correctly.
Mine was just like it wasn't like a clean break, thank God.
Okay.
But I did have one where like my rib actually separated. Not like I didn't realize this until obviously it was fucking relevant to me. But when I was training for my fight, I didn't realize that most of your ribs, especially like a certain part of your cage, is like cartilage. It's not like bone. And like there's you can separate the bone from the cartilage. And it's not like breaking a rib, like breaking a bone, but it still fucking hurts. Like it hurt to breathe for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like 3 or 4 weeks before my fight. So that was not great.
Really?
Oh,
were you able to train with it?
I did anyway. And it was funny because it was a shout out to my buddy, Logan Stark. He's one of the owners of Black Rifle. Mm-hmm. He was one of my sparring partners. And we were specifically like, I had that break from sparring. Like somebody just got me with a really good body shot. And then it was, he had basically been told specifically like, oh yeah, don't aim for the body. He's got that fucked up rib and he's trying to heal like before his fight. So it's not a huge problem. Fucking lays into me like in the first 30 seconds of sparring. And so we started calling him Logan, the body shot Stark. But no, thanks to, I think I was taking like ibutamorin or a couple other things that like my doctor prescribed to like just kind of help with the healing. Cause I was really not trying to go into that fight. Breathing hurts, but B, like a one body shot finishes me and I look like a pussy. So that thankfully it mostly healed. And I don't think James ever really went for my body, which was, that was very nice.
Yeah. You didn't want to tell him.
No, I don't think he knows to this day. I can't remember.
Was the injury visible at any point? Like was there big bruising or anything or no?
Not really. It was mostly like if I was like laying awake at night, like I couldn't breathe. Like it physically, like I could just feel it with every inhale, exhale. I've never
broken my own rib. I broke other people's, but
all right, badass. But
I crashed into him with my jet ski.
Broken others.
I don't know what it's called. I just know the noise it makes when it takes
No, my friend was in the water and I was going by and I was going to splash him with my jet ski because he had fallen and I wasn't. And that's how our relationship was. Well, anyway, he went like right as I was getting there, he had gotten ready to go and drove into my path and I crashed into him. And that's how I broke his rib. It wasn't anything tough guy.
I love that Tropic Thunder quote. The dude asked him, like, I think his name's 3-Leaf or something. 3-Leaf, what kind of gun is that? I don't know what it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it takes another man's life. It's like, that's the hardest thing I've ever heard. But you should know what the gun's called, dude. Like, weren't you in the army? Like, his hands are blown off, so he's got double hook hands because he was a hero in Nam.
He's the guy at the end where it comes out. They're like, you weren't even a hero? Were you even fighting? He's like, no, not really. Not particularly. I was more of a chef.
I need to rewatch that again. That movie's so good.
The movie's hilarious. I don't know. I lost his hand.
It came out that like he still had his hands.
He still had the hands. It was fake.
Goes to wear hooks.
Yeah. Well, he was a fake war hero, and they're making the whole Tropic Thunder movie about his exploits in the war. It's a hero war movie about him. So he's there to like, well, it was actually 50 gooks, not 40 or whatever. He's there to add that real eyewitness testimony, but he was just a fraud the whole time. No, that's a fun fucking movie. And Robert Downey Jr. completely committing to the blackface and the character. And I brought it up before, but there are those behind the scenes videos of him and his black family. Like he has a whole fake black family that he's interacting with, and he's being insane. Like he's like schizophrenic. He's making the black guy. They're in like the bathtub together, and he has his fake black son laid across his lap, and he's drawing equations on his bare back with a marker and talking about this right here is the sun sign, and right here you got the hypotenuse, and what that gives you right there, all the energy in the universe. That's right. Aha, yes, sir. And it's like, this is insane. It's hilarious.
I've seen that clip.
Did you guys see that movie?
Oh, Tropic Thunder? Yeah, Tropic Thunder is hilarious.
I'm on an island by myself. I was like, Kyle drastically overrates this movie. So I just looked it up. Nope, the internet agrees with Kyle. Rotten Tomatoes, and I don't know Just Watch. They're new to me, but they also agree with Kyle. No one agrees with me. Oh well.
You should. Oh, have you seen it, or you just?
I didn't like it that much.
Really?
I thought it was so funny. I've only seen it like once in the last 10 years, but even when I saw it a few years back, I was like, yeah, this holds up. This is a funny movie.
I need to watch
Matthew McConaughey is great, and then Tom Cruise is hilarious with the fake hands. He's like, we're talking G5, yeah. He's doing the whole dance. But
Danny McBride is good. He's funny.
Tom Cruise like so clearly being like a Harvey Weinstein, like Les Grossman.
Like, less Grossman.
He told Ben Stiller, he's like, I've got two things. I gotta have enormous hands, and I gotta dance. He's like, okay, we'll write that in.
Whatever, man.
Tom Cruise movie I can think of where he didn't sprint.
No, but he dances. He dances really well.
Yeah. But he's known for running in every movie.
Yeah, he's got the hero run right down. He's one of the best runners in Hollywood, I would say.
What's going on with like? Maybe this is just my bias because I can only see it from my own perspective, but like, it feels like back in the day, like a 30-year-old action adventure like agent of the state or like something would be played by someone close to 30. And now it's like almost like movie stars themselves are anachronistic. And so it's like you're getting 58-year-old, 62-year-old guys in roles that would traditionally be like no one thinks any black ops operators out there who are boots on the ground are like 68-year-old men.
I have a theory.
But in Hollywood, they are.
To be fair, you still have like your Chris Pratts and stuff like that.
That's true.
My theory is this, that back in the day, there used to be, this is like before Netflix, back when DVDs and CDs gave you like a movie a second chance, people could make a movie that wasn't a box office hit and still make a profit. Now it's all about rolling the dice for the blockbuster, which means that your star needs to be Tom Cruise, whoever the fuck Thor is, like a really big name brand.
Yeah.
Chris Hemsworth, right? Like The Rock. Like these people are all the stars and they're all close to like 50. And you can't hire a new guy would be good for that role because it won't be a blockbuster.
But I think what you're talking about is
streaming now, though.
I don't think
they don't get paid the same way. What you're talking about, Taylor, is geezer teasers, is what they're called. It's when you've got a guy like Liam Neeson or Bruce Willis before
Nick Cage.
Nick Cage to a lesser extent.
Nick Cage is like 62, and he's like, I'm the biggest gun runner in South America.
He does it.
It's like, no, you're not.
But those guys do these movies that'll have like an $8 million budget, and 7 of it'll go to them, and the other $1 million they have to string together a movie, and it's really bad. But they've been doing that, using the aged out guy for action forever. Charles Bronson was in Lethal Weapon 5. Lethal Weapon 5. And he's got to be 70. He's in his 70s, and he's 70 in the 70s, if that makes sense. So it's a whole different thing. It's not like a modern day 70-year-old. He might.
Yeah, you look 102.
Yeah, he looks 102. He looks rough.
Well, I mean, you got Steven Seagal, who like they have to use 80% of their like $5,000 budget on Steven Seagal
on snacks. Yeah,
just for the catering.
For those who haven't followed Steven Seagal's career, it is hilarious. There are great docuseries on YouTube following it from beginning to where it is now. But where it is right now is these low-budget action flicks where he mostly sits in a chair. He doesn't like to stand much. He always has his glasses on, usually yellow-tinted tactical glasses, and he'll do almost none of the actual killing. He'll have like a young badass with him, and that guy will do most of the kung fu fighting, and he's just there to be seen. And they are just embarrassing. There was one where he was like in a desert war environment, and he was supposedly carrying a wounded soldier like back to cover. And of course, because he's so old, everybody else in the supporting cast has to be old. So his commanding officer can't be a 35-year-old lieutenant. It's got to be like an 80-year-old colonel. like the commanding officer is so much older than he should be, and his like the guys in his unit are also like 50s and 60s and stuff. And he goes to drag this wounded guy back into cover, and you can tell there's a wire, and that Steven Seagal is just barely touching the guy, and this whole man's body weight goes like zips away. No, they're embarrassing, and he's always been a creep. Like he's got lots of sexual deviancy, we'll say, issues. Like he essentially
like a Tarantino kind of creep.
No, Tarantino's cool. He doesn't do anything the ladies don't like. Okay, Margot Robbie knows what's up when she's got her. I don't think a lot of those ladies like want their fucking toes. They know sucked. They want their toes sucked, and Tarantino
by him.
Yeah, he's got a yeah. I mean, who better? You don't think he look? If you're gonna get your toes sucked by one of two people, Taylor, who just made a disgust face at the mere thought of it, or Tarantino, who does nothing but dream about sucking toes. He'd do some twirly shit. He'd be flicking the cuticle. Oh, you ever had your cuticle flick? You don't even know, son.
I'm going to say hard R's, and I'm going to suck toes. Like that's what
the middle American dream, man.
The middle American dream.
Kyle's selling it. I'm on board. Team Kyle with this.
I guess that's true. If I'm going to get my toes sucked, I want a professional.
He'd be slurping them toes. Yeah. No, I don't know where I was going with that. There was a place I was going, but
you said Steven Seagal was being a little creepy, and that he was.
Oh yeah, he was basically kidnapping female assistants, holding them like at it. He's like, no, you can't leave.
Who was this?
Stay with me, Seagal. He had to go to court. I remember in court he had a blankie with him. That was the first weird story I heard, that he had to have his like emotional support blanket when he was in court about the sexual stuff. And he was also one of those guys that they made a fake sheriff's deputy, right? And he had that show where he was Steven Seagal, law enforcement. And then like you'd get pulled over and it's like Cops, except Steven Seagal's there. That's the show. But they just profile people and pull them over to fuck with them because Steven Seagal's in the car. Steve be like, that guy looks kind of shady. And they'd be like, all right, let's pull him over. And it's like, wait, what? You can't do that. And they like get him out and the guy be like, are you Steven Seagal? You can't be living like this, bro. It was so
he was like an weird. Even faker Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, he was an even faker Dog the Bounty Hunter.
You'd hope that's staged, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of Dog was staged, right?
Oh, no, I thought that was all real. He's a real bounty hunter catching like bounties.
I was talking about Steven Seagal. Like hopefully that's staged and they're just not like violating the Supreme Court rulings as far as
it really looked like they were just stopping and frisking anybody. I mean, I think they were like, you crossed the middle lane or line or something, just anything to actually pull them over. But they were just looking for people to pull over to make a TV show based was what was
that man's happening. Wearing basketball shorts. He's clearly a criminal.
It's hot out, please.
Get on the ground.
It was hot. They didn't make me get on the ground though. That was nice of them.
Yeah, well, I will continue to not watch Steven Seagal movies because everything you say about them makes it seem like a complete and total waste of time.
Did you watch The Heretic? Did you watch that?
Not yet. It was a movie that I thought I had seen, but I guess I'd just seen something that has like almost the same description of like that demonic possession storyline.
So Hugh Grant, the like pretty boy English actor from all those Renee Zellweger movies and shit. He's an older look guy now and he doesn't fill that role anymore. So in this movie, he is a creep. Basically, the story is two Mormon missionary girls are going door to door as a storm approaches. They're like, this is the last house. We better, go to these people and then hit the road. And they knock on the door and Hugh Grant answers and he's incredibly charming. And they're like, actually, we can't come in unless there's you have a roommate maybe? And he's like, roommate? Heavens no. Been married for 45 years. I have a roommate. You took me by surprise. No, my wife's here. Is that fine? He's like, yeah, that's fine. Well, come on in. She's making blueberry pie. And it slowly descends into the most awkward, creepy situation ever. When they come in there, he's like, you don't mind there's a steel in the walls and ceiling, just so you know. And they're like, why would we fucking care? But then like 10 minutes later, when the phones don't work, he's like, you said you didn't mind the steel in the walls and ceiling. Of course the cell phones won't work. And it's like, And like one thing after another turns creepy. He's like, oh, actually, you can't leave out the front door. They lock at 9 p.m. You'll have to go out my back door, right this way. And it's like, ooh. And like every step of the way, it gets creepier and scarier for these two little like cute 20-year-old Mormon
gals. Did they actually get to spread the gospel of?
Well, that's why I think you'll like it. There is a ton of talk about religion, specific religions, religious theory, lots of that. Like that's what Hugh Grant is into. When they quickly realize he knows more about Mormonism and LDS than they do. When he pulls out his Book of Mormon, it's so like marked up and highlighted and little Post-it notes. It's like this guy's an expert right away. But I won't spoil it, but it gets very creepy and very weird, and you won't know what's coming until it comes.
Maybe that'll be my evening watch tonight.
Yeah, I recommend it. It's not like a 10 out of 10 or anything, but it's a nice, creepy flick. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Barbarian. Remember when the girl stays at the Airbnb? And I
really didn't like that one.
Yeah. I loved Barbarian. Really? Did the incest stuff throw you off? Was that too much?
No, it was just like I have a fundamental problem with, and I know this isn't everybody. I have a fundamental problem with horror movies that can be solved by a gun, especially when they have a gun. It's like a gun was in the story. It's like, all right.
I actually don't remember the gun super well, but I think I remember that girl. You know, I don't mind. I know what you're.
Is it the Underground Passageway movie?
It's the Underground Passageway movie with the incest giant monster. But
that was creepy.
That was spooky.
That was pretty weird. Although I will say that like weird breastfeeding scene, the audience in the movie theater like audibly laughed when that happened. It was
we didn't laugh at my house. We went,
the relationship in the breastfeeding was like mom and son, brother, sister.
It was like monster and potential victim.
Yeah. The victim is so suck that titty, so the monster thinks it's a baby and doesn't kill her. So she's like, oh, I'll suck your titty. I'm a baby. Don't kill me. Goo goo gaga. And is like sucking and it's a nasty.
You do what you got to do, right?
I would rather summary of Barbarian.
I would rather suck a cow teat than that teat. That woman's teat was the most disgusting teat I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen some.
She kind of looked like it would be like sucking the tit of that bathtub lady in The Shining. It was really gross.
Yes.
But it's a life or death situation. You're being really judgmental. If I'm about to die, help me, step monster. I'm stuck in the dryer.
Life or death. That's true. But they also had the problem in this movie of like. The bad guy, that spooky lady, was so avoidable. Like they had found out how dangerous and scary the caverns were, and then just wouldn't stay away. It was like it's not like it was a demon.
They were trying to get out. They were lost in the caverns.
They get out at one point, and then they go back in, and then the lady's like, "I need to go back for fucking that squirrely little guy."
Yeah,
which movie was this?
Barbarian.
It's called Barbarian. It's on our Plex if you want to see it. I like it a lot. It's creepy.
I'll never rewatch. It was all right.
But I agree with you on the gun thing.
Description.
Anytime I saw a clip on Reddit the other day, and it was like every like bad guy for every horror movie, except the guy has a shotgun, and they're like coming from. He's surrounded, like Jason's coming, and then all of the killers, and he's just blowing them away one by one. So yeah, that irks me too sometimes when nobody's got a gun, or when people don't use cars the way they should. I think a car would be a great weapon. You'd have a hard time getting me out of a fucking car. I'd be smushing shit.
No shit, right? Well, it's kind of funny when they introduce like, okay, I understand. It's like not everybody's got a gun. If you have one, it's not always available. Like I understand, but when you introduce loaded 357 Magnum to the story, it's like dope. The entire villain of this story is very susceptible to this. Some blind mutant incest baby is like, oh, I got a tool.
Yeah. But they didn't know how to shoot.
Not scary.
But it's one of those situations where if someone doesn't know anything about guns, they might as well not even have one almost, you know?
Yeah, to some degree, but it's like, I feel like that is one of the guns you can't fuck up.
You can't fuck. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's
fair. A revolver. Like they don't even have to, and assuming in the film it's already loaded. Like
it was because I think they just watched an old guy kill himself with it. So you got 5.
So you got 5 left, and they're probably in the right order. You know,
that was a gruesome fucking movie. I like gore. I watched a movie recently. Arcadian no, it's not that. I'm spacing on the name. It doesn't matter. But it's like after the rapture, after everyone's been taken, and the people that remain are part of a cult that has vowed not to speak until the Savior comes, and you realize that the Savior is the Antichrist, and there's lots of human sacrifice, and there are these burnt. They don't explain anything because nobody can talk, but there are like demons in the forest that look like humans who have been burnt so badly they should have died, but they're walking the earth nonetheless, sort of eating people alive.
That's a Revelations thing, right? The dead.
Yeah, I thought that's kind of what I was thinking too. It was. I'm going to find the name in a minute.
Oh, we lost you, Kyle. While you're looking for that. Well, while you're looking for that, we're going to hear from a wonderful sponsor, and that's Blue Chew, folks. Blue Chew. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2025 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Once again, that is Blue Chew, BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to get that first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping. And as always, we always say it, Kyle directed us in the correct way off the start, Woody and I don't think either of us have any experience with this stuff outside of this, and it is the tadalafil. The tadalafil is the Kyle 2 thumbs up recommendation, and it also gets the thumbs up for me and Woody, so check it out. BlueChew.com, promo code PKA.
$5. You'll love your dick.
You're going to love the way your dick looks. I guarantee, I know you will. You're going to love it. Also, because you remember, I didn't want to rip off the Men's Warehouse guy. I realized I was doing that in the middle of it. I don't, RIP to him. I think he's alive. Is he? I was thinking of someone else. Is it the MyPillow guy who died?
No, he's still kicking it.
He's still kicking?
Around, I think.
Well, big shout out to both of those guys. This episode's also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. It's a long past time you guys put in your credit card information and buy this from Derek's site and use code PKA or code JIZ to get 10% off. You're going to love it. It works. The reviews are great because it works. And you know it works because we wouldn't have gone through all the fucking testing of 9 pills and then becoming 6 pills and this giant container that costs more to store and ship. If we were going to be like one of those ridiculous nobodies in this space that's like, oh, take this pill, it's the size of a fucking pea and you take one a day. Yeah, right. That literally can't possibly contain an efficacious dose of what you need if you actually want to come like a champion. And so Lock and Load, code PKA, code JIZ. And as always, it doesn't stop there. You can get yourself pre-workouts. You can get yourself BCAA, branched chain amino acid powder. You can get yourself protein powder. You can get yourself energy drinks. I actually saw some of the Gorilla Mind energy drinks at my local grocer just yesterday when I was picking up some food for dinner. So use code PKA, use code JIZ, get the protein powder, any of the protein supplements. I think there are protein bars on that site now. So pre-workout, protein bars, Lock and Load, dream supplements, energy supplements, anything that you need supplemented in your day-to-day, maybe even a life-changing, a big thing like coming. Derek can help you out. He can get you an efficacious dose.
The other day on the podcast, I actually tried one of the Gorilla Mind energy drinks for the first time. So it's pretty good.
They're solid.
I'm not a big fan of energy drinks anymore, really. Like just the super high caffeine intake doesn't agree with me, but it was pretty good taste-wise.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So look at that. Things. Brandon Herrera, future head of the ATF, stamp of approval, 2 thumbs up. Kyle,
is that going to happen, Brandon? Is there a real chance?
This comes out tomorrow?
Saturday.
Being pretty candid with you, I think there's a pretty low chance. I can't really talk about some of the details.
More than zero, but not likely.
Yeah, there was a time where that was possibly in serious consideration, and you got to understand about the transition team and stuff like that. There's a lot of people that are advocating for different things on the inside. There's not just a solid consensus. So there was a few people that I talked to that would probably prefer to have their names not mentioned on PKA.
Fair enough.
But if people think it was just a joke,
Baron Trump, you say?
Oh God. If
don't let him look down
that
on
would
you.
be really cool. He seems to be quite the strategist.
Oh, we all love Baron.
If
that's your chance of getting pardoned.
Yeah,
Brandon, that's a good question. Who do we need to get in contact with? Who do I need to just harass on Twitter until they talk to someone about getting Kyle pardoned for, frankly, what is an egregious miscarriage of justice?
To my understand, this is on my list of things to ask about, because I was curious to see where the momentum was there. I will say this: the transition team and the administration at large does pay more attention to social media, especially Twitter, X, and Instagram, stuff like that, much more so than any administration I've ever seen. They not that this is their word, social media's word is gospel, but they fucking watch it. And I've had some talks with people that I would have never guessed. It's oh yeah, no, I saw your post about that. I'm oh shit, okay. What you're doing right now with some of the petitions and stuff like that, keep doing that. It doesn't hurt. I'm not going to say it's oh yeah, it's a sure thing, it's going to happen, because it's always important to keep your expectations grounded, but it's not fucking impossible.
Yeah, I share those semi-regularly just because it would be so funny if Trump pardoned Kyle and he had to do people are talking about him like he's Russian. He's not Russian. He's Georgian, and not that kind of Georgia. The one here, and then having to give you a pardon for that. And then
the only good Russian is an American Russian.
The only good one is a professional Russian, one who
It'd be really interesting
online.
Too, because he really has had a couple statements where you can tell he's not super anti-pod or anything like that. I don't really think those are the issues he really gives a shit about, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So I do I think it's going to happen? Sorry, Kyle. I wouldn't bet on it if it was my money, but at the same time, I don't think it's fucking impossible. I think that if it got enough attention and it was something that people really gave a shit about, I think it could.
Baron, please. It would be so fun. Get Kyle back out there. He couldn't be FPSRussia anymore. The optics would be too bad. What other voices you got?
Oh no, FPS. We just meld. We go Ukrainian, right? We go Ukrainian, and then I would go to Ukraine and I would film there. I could go to Ukraine and film. That's what I would do. What
if you did a FPS American and you just tried to do an American accent, a Russian guy doing an American accent?
I'm gonna make so many propaganda videos for Zelensky. It'd be great. That movie I was talking about earlier with the Raptures called Azrael. It's pretty good. It's also on Plex. That other video I sent is the K-bars that apparently they're making for SpaceX. The official knife of the SpaceX astronaut men or whatever.
What do they need knives for up there?
What do you think they need knives for up there? To bayonet a Rusky spaceman? Some sort of...
I don't think you want to get in
when the Red Army comes rolling across the Sea of Tranquility, you're going to want to strap that K-bar on. I promise you.
Dude, you don't want to stab anyone in the International Space Station. Blood's going to be fucking floating around.
Boots on the ground, baby. We're going to the moon.
Oh, we're going to fight them on the moon.
I don't know. We're probably fighting what I imagine, and I think it would be a cool battlefield is 0G. Everybody's got those jetpacks so they can zip around a little bit, and one team is trying to infiltrate another team's space station, for example.
Didn't one of the Call of Duties do that?
I'm sure they have.
Yeah, there's Moon. That was a Nazi zombie map.
Yeah, but
yeah, there was that. No, I think one of them was Infinite Warfare, maybe, or something where they went to space. I don't know.
Infinite Warfare. That's what Zach's saying. I was out of COD by the time a lot of the double boosting and that kind of stuff, the wall running was introduced.
Yeah. Trump talks about a lot of stuff, so you never know how much focus is going to be on any one thing. But they're talking about resurrecting the Star Wars program as well. They've talked about that a lot. They're calling it the Iron Dome for America or something like that. But it's Star Wars. It's just Star Wars.
Are we gonna make Israel pay for it? A little tit for tat, maybe. A little.
We're gonna build the dome, and Israel's gonna pay for it.
Israel's gonna pay for it. He goes in there to negotiate, and he's like, "These guys are good. They got more out of me."
I don't know. I have a feeling BB's gonna fucking activate his golden pager.
I went in there with the highest of expectations. And these guys, they'll get you.
Did that pager not look like a threat?
I thought it was.
I saw that.
It's tasteless. Zach, try to find the golden pager that was given by BB.
What the fuck is that about?
It's so insane and tasteless. Like back in the day, Clinton would kill somebody with a missile strike, and he'd be like, the United States doesn't talk about special forces operations. Like he'd be slick about it. Now we're like, we killed them. They begged. There was blood. He shit himself. And Bibi Netanyahu coming with a golden pager to commemorate the 37 people they killed and the 1,000 that they maimed with the pager program is like the most insane and tasteless thing. Like,
first of all,
both hands. Is that so both hands get injured?
Dude, first of all, ugly as sin. Like
terrible.
We give them $1 jillion every second, and we get some bullshit log with a what's not even that is that real gold?
No, it's a gold plate.
No, there's no way. That thing's probably already been glued back up there. Slapshod.
Well, they better
quality.
check it for listing devices and potentially explosives.
Yeah, I was thinking that. You X-ray that baby.
Some fucking that's in some intern's desk behind ballistic glass. There's no fucking way.
But that was a rest. He's got it with Tyson's belt. Like I remember Trump did a news interview, and he's just in supposedly the place where his office, and it's just full of like memorabilia, like the free shit he's been given when he goes to a place, like every key to every city and every fighter's belt or whatever. He's just got just piled up on the floor.
This is Trump.
Yeah. I love it. I love the gaudiness. I love the tastelessness. I can't wait.
Did you see Trump like pulling out Netanyahu's chair and like pushing it in for him like a fucking butler?
He's an old man.
Trump's an old man.
You don't like that?
No, that's weak.
To be honest, I'd treat him a little nicer after he gave me a pager too.
Yeah. You never pull a chair out for another man, Taylor?
I don't like there's matching gold pager in your pocket.
Yeah, there he is.
Not a fan.
This is Michael Vick's jersey. Like he's just got a pile of
Michael Vick's jersey. Dude, it's like before the dog stuff, people.
Who's he showing it to? Jeb Bush's wife?
Yeah, who is that?
That's
just someone who wandered in. He was just stoked.
I don't WWE belt.
Yeah, I bet he was never even in there. Actually, I was going to say he was never in the ring, but I remember he did that Pratt dive onto
Vince McMahon.
Vince McMahon. Yeah. And then he like had his head shaved.
Yeah.
In the middle. Dude, Vince McMahon, I've never spent 1 second watching professional wrestling, but when I see that guy, he with the most emotive face maybe on planet Earth of like like freaking out on the stage. I'm like, okay, I can see how this guy's like a Barnum and Bailey tier showman. Like
his
putting on
the
show.
Cocaine.
Yeah, that's called the little.
You know about the scandal, right? You know about the sex scandal.
I know what you've told me, and I wasn't paying a ton of attention when you were telling me.
Yeah.
Oh, he was like, I'm gonna make you fuck this ring girl, and I'm gonna watch you fuck him.
There was lots of like dirty laundry aired out. His wife, Linda McMahon, I believe, is supposed to be leading the Department of Education, which I've also heard he's going to eliminate. Yeah, it's Linda McMahon.
What did you say?
Yeah,
yeah. I'm not sure if it's already a done deal or not.
Well, I mean, she worked in the world of wrestling, so why wouldn't she be able to lead the Department of Education?
At the same time, I understand the end goal is to eliminate the Department of Education.
Exactly right.
So it's like this is because I think he said something along the lines of like, hope you work yourself out of a job, Linda. I'm like, oh, let's do that for ATF. I don't give a shit who gets in for ATF director as long as they want to burn that place to the ground. I like
that would be nice. Someone gets in there and just ruins it.
Oh yeah, like there's so much you have to dismantle from the inside. Otherwise, it just gets enforced by the FBI, the DOJ, something like that. Like the laws don't get off the books.
Yeah, Vince McMahon is interesting because he did that full Netflix special, and then right after he'd recorded it, then the court documents or whatever like all get released. So Netflix is like, oh, well, we're going to change the narrative right now. We've got all the interviews, but now this is about like the crimes.
That sucks from Vince's perspective. Like, oh shit, I didn't know I was participating in my hit piece.
Yeah, and his whole family's participating in it. They're all in it, and they're all and like it's got all these old wrestlers. Oh, Vince is a great guy. Vince is a great guy. Salt of the earth. You know, he loves my children. He's always hanging around with my daughter. You know, it's like
God. I mean, the counterpiece is don't rape.
Don't rape. Don't rape.
Pretty good advice.
And apparently it wasn't just the ladies. There was lots of forcible stuff that happened with the I think they're called divas, the hot chicks that do the wrestling, the actual like starlets. But there was also something about boys, something about these page boys or something. I thought of them as like personal assistants or like runners. It's what it sounded like to me in terms that I'd heard before. But like that those kids were getting diddled by this one executive or something like that, and then it's been going on for like decades and decades, that it's an industry sort of secret, especially like with the girls. And you know, some of the narratives that he would write that would be performed on the stage were ridiculous. He would assault a woman and then he'd write a skit where he assaulted the same woman, so that when she accused him of assault, it was muddied by the fact that he's like, well, we did it on stage. He's like, no, you did not the time on stage, the time in my, you know, it muddies the whole like narrative, like that they were also acting this stuff out. Like he had a lawsuit where he assaulted a woman, she quit, she sued him, he settled with her, then he hired her back to assault her on stage again. Like all those things happened. It's
plays
crazy.
For keeps.
This girl's got to make a living.
Keeps. Yeah, he's got sick eyebrows too.
Wasn't there some conspiracy about that where like Taylor Swift showed up at the Jets game just so that if you Googled Taylor Swift Jets, it would be about her showing up at an NFL game and not her fucking abuse of a private jet for like carbon emission.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, I don't believe it, but it's very funny.
Smart.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Do you think that bothers
more
her?
Circumstantial.
It's annoying to me that they give anybody a hard time about that. Like, she uses her jet so much, and they'll show some of her frivolous trips. It's clear that she's just like loaning her jet out to her friends because she's a billionaire. But it's like, who fucking cares? I always say this: the oil is already leased. It's going to be burned. What are you complaining about? That she's the one who burnt it before you could? You wanted it to sit in the ground for another 30 years and then get burned? It's already leased. It's already paid for.
I think it's bad when other people are bad for the environment. Me and my truck, we're okay.
Yeah.
But you guys, I want you to shape up.
I hate the hateful littering. Like your truck kicking out exhaust, that's got to happen. But like aggressive like what Bangladesh does to rivers, where they're like, fuck you and your ass, you fucking river. Just like throwing shit and garbage and plastic in there, and like what it's like just the most mean-spirited kind of littering, where it's like it's an aggressive form of littering. That's something you don't see here, and I love
this idea that they like jump in the river, mad they got wet, and they're seeking their revenge.
This is the trash festival, and it is our culture. And it's like, how are fucking old Faygo bottles in your river like a celebration? Like someone needs to scoop this shit out of there.
Now's the time to ask Taylor about H-1B visas.
Oh, I am very much in favor. 1 billion is not enough.
Like when we're talking about like the Taylor Swift, the private jets and shit like that, it's like, all right, I'm sure that if you took like every C-suite executive and celebrity or whatever that uses a private jet, like it is like less than 1% of global emissions, or it's like a completely minuscule amount. Like it can't be anything major. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, if you cocksuckers are going to try to lecture me and my Ford Raptor about like what I do on a day-to-day basis, fuck you, man.
Mm. Yeah, I agree.
Wait a minute, I'm taking shots here. I just did that.
I mean, I don't know about. I know Woody wouldn't do something like this, but I burn trash pretty regularly, and I look into the sky and I shake my fist at it. And take that, you liberal bastards!
I used to have boxes, now I don't. That's nature's dumpster.
I mean, I think there's a difference between burning Amazon boxes and like setting fire to tires for fun.
I mean, I burnt up a lot of cars.
Sometimes I just tape down the nozzle on hairspray and throw it outside.
I do it at the grocery store.
Yeah, that will show you. Go fuck yourself. Environment. Yeah, but dude, they need to get those rivers under control there. I don't know what's going on, but enough is enough. Get your rivers clean, India. I feel like India and Bangladesh are the two countries I see the most with that shit. Indonesia, Bangladesh, India, that whole region. China, we can't give China
will open 2 fucking coal burning plants a month and then lecture us on environmental policy and then inject like TikTok to like feed us information shaming us about our environmental policy.
Yeah.
China's the worst.
And I've heard this, and I don't know how much of it's propaganda, but apparently like is TikTok in China like, oh, today we're going to do math. Like, and they're like, like,
yeah, they have a different version. Like our TikTok is cats and hotties and who knows what, and their TikTok is more educational and what they're shaping their society to be.
It's a psyop to make us gay and retarded, and we nosedived into it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Bryce, hang on. Are the Chinese queering us? Are the Chinese queering us up?
I resent that, Brandon. I'm not gay.
No, that's another big part of TikTok that I bet Bryce likes is a little Auschwitz calculator stuff. That's what he's all about, and I'm pretty sure that's all over the place on TikTok.
He doesn't seem very intellectual to me. He seems like a guy who definitely can't do basic math. He really does seem like an actual moron, like a really slow-witted person.
Most of these fighters
the concussions can't help.
Dim. A lot of
not
Bryce
true.
falls into that category of really dumb person that has no idea he's dumb. He thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. I've known guys like from my off-roading friends who didn't pretend to be geniuses, right? They could work a torque wrench. That's as far as it went. They knew what the score was. Bryce, on the other hand, thinks that he's outsmarted everybody.
Yes.
On the other side of that, though, you got guys like again Demetrius Johnson. He's super sharp, super smart, super nice. Like, have you ever had him on as a guest?
No.
You could probably get him. He's trying to do a bunch more social stuff. We had him on sub at some point, and he was like the nicest fucking guy. We had him out like for range, doing some range stuff and whatnot with him. Like, he's cool as shit. And he'd probably come on.
Oh, Mighty Mouse. I've heard of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He has one, I don't know if you'd call it a flying armbar, but one of his finishes is the best finish I've ever seen in any fight ever.
And they slow it down, and where he just pins that guy against the wall and just waits for that knee.
Yeah. I remember him picking the guy up.
Those are different fights,
transitioning to an
those
armbar.
are two different finishes that are both incredible. The one you're talking about, Brandon, is he times that knee so he smashes him into the fence. But Woody's, I'm looking for it is a flying armbar. It's crazy.
But the setup to his flying armbar is different than anything I've ever learned. It's like he lifted the guy and put him where he belongs. We probably can't watch that, Kyle.
Is it copyright? Like UFC copyright? Nah, well, that's lame. Man, it's wild to see Joe Rogan be the significantly taller guy in one of these interviews.
Oh, shit. That is really good.
Oh, man, that dude on the bottom, he was doing everything not to tap.
Hot take. Demetrius Johnson's good at fighting.
Well, only brave takes here.
Yeah.
He seems good. Based just
Did you hear that DOGE employee just got fired?
No, I haven't heard about that.
No, not at all.
Apparently, a bit of a racist. His social media got published, and it included stuff like, just for the record, I was racist before it was cool. And you could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity. And normalize Indian hate, amongst other stuff.
So
what race is this guy?
Taylor, when did you leave corporate America?
You've caught me. What race is this guy?
White guy. I saw a picture of him. Good looking guy.
Marco Alez?
Yes. Okay, I went by his picture.
I just saw Marco Alez, and if I saw that, I would think a Mexican.
Here. I haven't read this article, but it does show his picture.
Does he do good work?
Probably. I've seen a lot of criticism of the DOGE staff's age and their access. I've never seen anyone criticize like exactly what I don't know. They criticize what they're doing, but they're smart. One of them, I think the 19-year-old is like a literal genius who like developed an AI technology to decode some language that's never been understood before. I don't even know how one would begin to go about that task, but he's like just a next level thinker, super duper smart.
So to interject a little bit on that, that's something I'm really interested in as far as AI goes, because they have there's a few ancient tablets that haven't been deciphered because there's so little of the language there, and that sort of AI can figure out stuff like that. So that's fascinating. Yeah. No, I don't care who he's got in there or what they're looking at. They're like, oh, Elon saw my social security number. Who better to see it than the richest man on the planet? I don't care. Like it's not. You know what I mean? Like
better than a Nigerian prince.
I just saw this compilation of the right warning us about George Soros, but they put Elon Musk's photo in there, so they're not talking about Musk, but it really fits. And it was like, yeah, I kind of wish not you guys, but like the right would see this to understand how the left feels.
I like that every day they come out with a new list of like waste that they found, and it's always
some of this shit's absurd.
It's absurd. It's like supporting DEI in the Estonian military. It'll be gay operas in Ireland, and I'm not making that up. It wasn't actually a gay opera in Ireland, but it was something similar to that. It was like a trans opera in Sweden. If it wasn't what I said, it was like one after another.
I think the thing that drives
true. Like they lied about the condoms to Hamas. Apparently, that was just made up.
They just got the location.
Politico to like Mozambique sort of conflated with the Politico that we all know.
No. The Politico thing is it's the same. It's the same institution,
but it's not. They act like it was subscriptions to the website that we've all seen. They didn't say that it was like this deep dive geared towards government employees.
It's like I think YouTube. Yeah. Oh well, there was like 8 million subscriptions to YouTube. It's like no, it was YouTube Red. In fact, it was YouTube Premium. It's like
no, this is a professional service that costs $10,000 a pop. It's not the thing you're thinking of.
Yeah, but like it's still the government backfeeding huge sums of money for a subscription. I guarantee isn't worth 30,000 or 34, whatever number it is a year.
You're guessing like I am. I don't know what it's worth.
Well, I know the government has more sophisticated data than Politico Pro, and so and they're also finding stuff now of like backfilling more money towards journalists and journalistic institutions, and that's just a way to buy press to get.
We did turn off. We turned off. It was like 13 million. That was for Haitian police forces. So nobody's paying the police in Haiti today.
Haiti doesn't have police.
No. They don't have police today.
But I don't.
Far. The thing the Gaza condom thing, I did see that, and they were like, "We're sending condoms to Gaza." And then I saw a bunch of like fact checkers being like, actually, it's to the Gaza region of Mozambique, and it's like. Yeah, that's really a distinction without a difference. Like you realize that we still don't want to be giving $50 million to condoms that aren't going to be
a lot of rubbers
in Mozambique. Like,
how was it really 50 million? Because that's a lot of condoms.
I don't remember the number. It was a lot of money for, and then of course that's probably going to some non-government organization or charity or something.
In the previous 3 years, USAID spent $0 on condoms to the entire Middle East.
Yeah,
and the Trump administration offered no evidence that it ever happened.
Mozambique is in Africa.
Is it not? The Middle East doesn't include Northern Africa?
No, not typically.
It does when I make the map.
It does when I make the Yeah, no. So like they were like the tiddlywinking over like, actually it wasn't X million to this here. It was X million to this equally retarded thing here. And it's like, okay, well, distinction without a difference.
The thing that drives me crazy is that like most of the talking points, I guess, that you hear are either like fact checking like little details that like aren't really the point, or they're like, well, nobody voted for Elon, so therefore this is fascism, whatever. But nobody seems to have an issue with the actual spending itself. Like the conservatives are more pissed off at the spending. It's funny to make fun of the fact that like we're it's kind of funny, kind of sad, but like we're spending $500,000 a year on like LGBTQ plays to influence trans rights in Pakistan or whatever the example is today. But I think have more of an issue with the fact that, like, dude, I could pay taxes for the rest of my life on a typical salary and never equate to half of the amounts going to these stupid things. It's like that hurts as a taxpayer.
Imagine the absurdity we'll find, because I've seen a lot of people being like, "Oh, the USAID is only 1% of our budget, like a small amount," and it's like, yeah, if we're finding this amount of nonsense in 1%. Imagine if the Pentagon gets audited. How many times has the Pentagon come out and been like, "Oh, actually, we misplaced." Actually, wasn't it September 10th, 2001, that they said they had lost $1 trillion or something absurd?
They found 44 grand going to Politico. That's what the number I saw from USAID. The other stuff wasn't USAID based, and I'm like, man, 44 grand. Like, not that I want it thrown away, but we're looking at pennies here.
So real quick, they were organizations funded by USAID acting as intermediaries that then paid them. So these are going through layers and
because I still keep seeing the 8.2 million number for like
that's I think the 8.2 is lifetime. Like that's the
I think it's 0.5 last year, 1.5 this year, and I saw a breakdown for which departments the funds were drawn from. So it's like agriculture 500,000, economic oversight blah 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 800,000, and they went through a whole list of how that 6.5 and then that 1.5 was coming from.
What is your? That's different than my source. I'm only as good as my sources, but where did you see that? Do you remember?
I watched Fox and CNN, so I don't know. And News Nation.
I don't know what to make of it. Anyway,
News Nation's got the hotties. And it's got this. News Nation has this poor blonde chick on the border with these like tarantula eyelashes.
Twitter Doge is not a source, Zach. This is bullshit. This is where the misinformation comes from.
Go down and click.
Provided so many fucking Twitter links as proof to different things here and there.
Well, shit. To be fair, if it's a video from transcribing a video from C-SPAN, that's a little bit more reputable.
What is the? Oh, that's just a video of the talking head from this administration talking though.
Don't call her that. She's pretty. That's a pretty talking head. So slow down,
she's
Zach.
pretty, Taylor.
I don't care about that. I want to see that pretty lady.
Yeah, well, I guess okay. Yeah, she's a pretty lady.
She looks like a chipmunk.
Yeah. I'm just teasing.
Yeah,
but like
a sexy chipmunk. Like I just want to see her like store a bunch of walnuts in her cheeks.
Here's what you know. What I want to look at. I want to look at veterans who fake their injuries. That's the thing. Almost everyone in the world I know who leaves the U.S. military.
You're just jumping guys out of wheelchairs.
They're just fucking.
I knew it.
Look, he can crawl.
Pete Hegseth agrees with me. I'm enthusiastic that something will happen. It is military culture at this point to say you've got a little bit of PSTD, a little bit of bad back, and a little bit of rough elbow. And now that my 50% disability, I want to collect that for life. And they counsel each other while they're still in there. Dude, get that documented. Make it seem like it was on the job. And they all leave with disability packages.
The only time it pisses me off is when, and this is like a real story for me, when I took my motorcycle safety course, I was like 18, and there was this other kid in there that was like 22, never deployed, but he had like gotten fucked up or whatever, like from a jump, like he rolled his ankle and was able to get like an absurd disability rating from the training. And me and him used to race to the parking lot. Like he was fine. Like he was 22, could sprint, no fucking problem. And he had like an absurdly high disability rating, while there's people that, you know, basically functionally have lost complete control of limbs that have like 40%.
Let me hit it back.
That
now.
Sucks.
I know like 6 people like that. And they're super athletic. Some of them work athletic jobs like firefighter type stuff. And they're on disability, you know, because of their lifelong injuries from this. And it is super normal. I know an older guy, right? This guy served, I can't... If I tell these stories with any detail, the people in my life know I'm talking about them. But this guy was like high-ranking Army, and you know, he took full advantage of this stuff too, and he did well. Owned an airport. Like it's just built into the culture to keep sucking on the government's teat for the rest of your life.
At the same time, I would on the veteran issue, I would argue that there's more people that probably get fucked by the VA than people who are fucking the VA. I think that the veterans are usually the fuckies and not the fuckers.
It's almost like body cams. Like, I don't care like which side comes out on top. I just want it to be good. I want it to be and that's what like police body cams get me. They expose the truth, or whether the police is a good guy or the bad guy, like where it is.
Which is kind of why I like that exact same reason is kind of why I like Doge. I'm like, I don't give a shit which side people point out like, oh, well, one of the Trump family members got some of the USAID money. I'm like, cool, kill that too. I don't care. I'm like, I don't ever think that transparency in government, us knowing what the government's spending money on and pointing out how ridiculous it is ever a bad thing. No matter who.
It's rare, right?
On the other side of that soldier thing, I saw a Russian soldier who had a bullet wound through his like calf area, and it was bandaged, being forcibly loaded back into a troop transport to be sent back to war. And he's yelling, I got shot yesterday. I just got here. And they're dragging him like it's in a movie into the van to go back and fight.
Something similar.
I saw a bunch of old guys, and they're going through like, how old are you, comrade? And he's like, 57. And how about you, comrade? And they're going through basic training and trying to get their mags into their AKs, and they don't know how to rock their mags in, and they're fumbling like 57, over and over.
Which army?
Russia. They were like 55 to 65. That. Like they were all like old and crippled.
Because I've heard that criticism levied at Ukraine a lot.
Oh, well, they don't draft below 25, I believe. I think the draft is 25.
Ukraine?
Yeah.
No, Ukraine has been dragging like 50-year-olds to the front to throw them in.
No. I said below 25.
Oh, they don't draft below 25.
I didn't expect that. In America, we love those 18-year-olds.
See, there's a lot of pressure domestically in Ukraine. So the Ukrainian public is like, no 24-year-olds should be going to this war. But we, of course, are like, hey, you should send your whole fighting force, if we're going to be funding this thing. So that's two sides of that coin that doesn't get talked about a lot. The West definitely wants the Ukrainians to draft their 18, 19, 20, and so on and so forth, and not their 55-year-old, guys that are going to be out there shivering.
I didn't know.
Oh, did you see
Zach fact checked that he came up with the same number in the comments?
Did you see? I saw some interview with Zelensky in the last week where he was talking to someone, and he was kind of, really what he was saying is he's like, I know they said in America they sent us, 100 billion, 150 billion. I can just say from where I'm standing, even when you add in the material and the labor and the aid and all of this, we have not received anywhere even close to this.
That is an absurd way to say
on our
thank
front
you.
line. Yeah, an absurd way to say thank you. First of all, so let's check the thanks. Zelensky should be big thank you. You should be wearing a fucking American flag.
It was Zelensky that said it.
It was Zelensky. He was in the interviews, and they were like, so of the this amount of money is what's been sent, and he was like, listen, I know. But it's not getting to us. This is the amount we've gotten. He just doesn't understand.
We spend $18,000 a washer and $24,000 for a nut. Like when you look at it through that lens, it's $150 billion.
He's an absurd scenario. I
don't know why you don't like this war. It's sweet, man, and I'm glad that Trump has embraced it. Trump told Zelensky, "We'll keep funding this thing in exchange for a sweetheart deal on your rare earth minerals." Putin is like, "Wait, what?" And they're upset about that. And it seems like Trump
they better be some fucking rare metals. How rare? How rare are they, Kyle? Wow. One simple question, and Kyle's whole narrative crumbles. What rare metals are they?
Taylor is immediately like the old, like transforms into the old, like gray-haired colonel from Avatar, like unobtainium, you say.
Unobtainium. It better be fucking unobtainium.
I can't remember the name of the Marvel metals. Is it adamantium?
Adamantium,
and unobtainium.
Rarifium. I don't know. But regardless, there's no way those metals cost more than we've donated.
Ah, yes, money launder them.
Yeah, money laundering, yes.
Taylor, don't you remember earlier when Brandon was regaling us with the tale of the SR-71 Blackbird, and he told us that the United States didn't have enough titanium to build their own fucking plane, so they had to get it from the Russians? Do you know what part of Russia, aka the Soviet Union, it came from? Oh, it's Ukraine. It's Ukraine. It was that Ukrainian titanium that they've got so much of. We need their titanium, Taylor, and now we will take it. And soon the empire will begin to form. I'm looking forward to when we take Greenland and we can
just take it anyway.
No. We'll start small, and I think we need to move that Mexican border a little further south so it's more manageable.
No, but we can just get.
As somebody who's been to the border, I'm good with that. There's a lot of shit that happens just south of the border that maybe
where it gets. There's a canal down there where it gets real skinny. That's where the border should be.
Titanium is the 9th most abundant element in the Earth's crust.
Where is it though?
I've finished my fact checking.
Like, listen, I've closed the tab. Nothing else matters.
Hey, well, guess what? According to InsiderMonkey.com, the largest titanium reserves on Earth are one is in Norway, one is in Brazil, one is in India, one is in Australia, and one is in China.
Well, if you sound out the nations in bricks, that's bad for us.
Well, I guess so, but we can just get it. We can just get it from. We can just get it from Norway, or we can get it from Australia. Australia has the biggest
one allied against us.
Yeah, we'll get Australia.
No, but the whole point is this is a good war, Taylor. We're gonna get some material out of this. Maybe get some. Maybe they pay us back some of that money with interest in the next century or two, hopefully.
It's an okay war. It's no, boots on the ground in Gaza making hotels.
This has to be so good for our military intelligence. This has to be our military intelligence's dream come true, to be able to test all sorts of, I don't know, battle formations and strategies and tactics and materials. Like, hey, actually send this one out with this gooey shit on it and see what happens. Like, they get to test.
Sorry, taxes got to go up. This guy wants to fucking test a PS3 controller on his drone compared to an Xbox.
I will say though, this is that is the one argument I see, because I'm not a big fan of especially financing this war. But I can see both sides of the coin, especially when people start talking about look, we're testing modern military equipment against literally the equipment it was made to take out. Like, this is invaluable data on the actual battlefield.
And weakening Russia and making them less of a partner for China in a potential world war scenario is wonderful for us. We're killing their entire generation of men. You think you better believe it's not 25 and older in Russia. They're sending their 18-year-olds. Like there's a whole generation of good, solid Russian soldiers. That immortal 300 Spetsnaz unit we talked about, they're all fucking dead. And if they're not, they wish they were. There's probably 2 or 3 of them haven't had a fingernail in 2 years.
Am I the only one who thinks that Russia hasn't sent their A-team in quite some time?
I think they killed the A-team. I
think Russia's trying their best. I agree with all the points you guys made. Also, I'm glad we're a little bit have our fingers in the pot, if that's an expression, because warfare's changing in this war. The whole way that drones have come into being, and the fact that all wars are wars of attrition, right? We know that, but America has the most easily deprecated, attrishable, I don't know, war of all time. Our shit's so expensive. What are our planes? $2 billion if you take one out?
100 million.
I'm thinking of the bomber ones, right? I think they really are $2 billion. Yeah,
stealth bombers. We only got 40 of them. Don't worry.
But if we lose one, it's a big deal. Our aircraft carriers, crazy expensive to both build and to operate. And I worry that, we're really easy to wear down because our stuff is so expensive to make. Meanwhile, looking at a modern war happening right now, and people are using $600 drones to drop grenades on each other.
Not even 600, less. The most popular drone right now for anti-personnel is this Australian cardboard drone that can carry, I think can carry either 10 pounds or 10 kilos. My memory's weird about that, of ordnance, and deliver it on a target. It's made of cardboard. I mean, obviously it's got an engine on it, but I saw them, and obviously you can imagine transporting it's supply chains. It's the economics of war, getting the drones from here to there. That's what Zelensky's complaining about. He's not getting, there's a bottleneck somewhere. The shit's not getting to him. But those Australian drones, they're cardboard. So they fold up like flat cardboard boxes when they ship.
I don't know if you know, cardboard model airplanes are wildly popular. That's a super common thing. So it's not new there. And I can see why it made their way there. And
what else?
They're probably not quadcopters. They're planes, the cardboard ones. Yeah,
that's the one I saw. What's great about them though? They don't show up on radar because they're made of fucking cardboard.
I didn't think of that. That makes sense. Yeah,
I can kind of see where you're coming from on that, Woody. But at the same time, it's the argument that you're easier to take out because you have more shit than everybody else is a little wild. Because it's I think what is it, the 2 biggest air forces in the world are the U.S. Air Force and then the U.S. Navy.
My argument was more that I worry that our expensive primo stuff doesn't work well against a swarm. Having seen Star Trek, I'm right.
I do think though, it is neat that we are able to see this stuff happen in Ukraine, because it allows the U.S. military to pivot from where maybe we would have otherwise gone. Because I think, now that we see that drone warfare is the future, it's like, all right, maybe we don't spend, another $700 billion on a new, stealth fighter or whatever. And we're just like, all right, well, you know what? Maybe let's adapt to where warfare is going. Let's spend more on anti-drone stuff, whatever. Same amount of money, but like maybe in where...
Is there some clever way we can be anti-drone proof while also having good anti-drone tech? I don't know. Maybe that becomes the next arms race. Oh, is he?
I don't. Well, look, I think that the THAAD and the Patriot missile systems defeat anything and everything the enemy has as far as drones. And if you're talking about a swarm of drones, then like, I don't know. I got to see the practicality. We don't see swarms of drones used like that in this war.
We kind of need to take out the anti-aircraft stuff, right?
But to deplete their ammo. I don't know that they've taken out any Patriots. I don't know if we've confirmed that the Russians have taken out a Patriot missile. I know they damaged. So Patriots like this.
In reverse, they've done it. They've taken out the Russian, is it S-400s?
Yeah, we've blown up several. They use the, what's the thing? The ATACMs or whatever. I've seen a lot of ATACM strikes on S-400s, but those are those like, what's the really dense material that they shotgun
tungsten.
With those? Yeah.
Depleted uranium, maybe?
They shoot tungsten. They shoot this tungsten shot with those ATACMS missiles. That's what you've probably seen a big circular area suddenly get dusty. That's like a shotgun hitting that. But those things are so dense and they're going so fast. Like not a bullet, not like a bullet, like 5 times faster than a bullet, maybe 10 times. I don't know, but I know they're going way faster than a bullet. And they chew through inches and inches of armor. Like you can see where those little pellets just like carved out armored steel like it was cheese.
It's so cool.
It's so cool.
I saw a Russian mechanic who was tasked with fixing, I don't know my giant Russian trucks, but picture like an oil tanker, not too different than a US one that delivers gas to the gas station. And his job was to fix it. And of course he's Russian and it's translated, but every third word is fuck. And the whole thing is just, it doesn't look that bad. Except for like every 4 inches, there's a small hole that goes through everything, right? The engine block itself has like 97 small holes in it. The cab, all the electronics, the frame, everything about it is just shredded so that I'll make up a number like 8% of the whole truck is missing with just littered with small holes. And he's like, how the fuck do I fix this? What do you fucking fix? You fucking replace everything about this fucking truck. There's no fucking way, Yasuka. And
at a certain point, like logistically speaking, it has to be easier.
That poor guy.
Fucking melt it and restamp it.
Exactly. Yeah. He's like, there's nothing recoverable.
He's just like, can we just make the truck again? It's literally easier to make a new truck than to do this.
Salvageable part on it, but to a dummy's eye, it didn't look that bad. It was just wholly everywhere.
Especially when you're talking about like an engine block that's cast steel or something like that. It's like, how do you fucking re-weld that?
You kind of can't.
Yeah. I imagine there's, the laser went right through the crankshaft. That needs to be swapped.
That's the next step. Lasers. We're going to get past all this stuff.
And tungsten.
No, I mean they already have one, I've heard.
So the missiles,
I've heard of the Jewish space laser, but if the Jews have space lasers, there's no way there's
when the laser goes off, you probably thinking it goes, and then you like burn the thing. No, it goes bang. I'm serious. Like
it makes like a real gun noise. I actually dislike that. That turns me off.
I saw. Is it the expanding air?
I don't know what the fuck it is.
It should be like a cue.
They've got one that's mounted inside of like the giant cargo plane, and they've got one that's mounted on a ship. They just released a picture of it like a few days ago. It had a cool name too, whatever the laser was called. It was like the United States, like Aurora laser or some shit. But it was mounted on like, I don't know, my boats, but a big fucking boat. And you could see it shooting a beam of laser, straight out across the ocean. It looked pretty sick. I looked up the attack.
I need you to rework this. This is all wrong. It needs to go pew, pew. Or possibly.
I'm telling you, everyone knows what lasers sound like. This isn't going to fly.
As shitty as some of the Transformers movie are, that was one of my favorite parts from one of them where like that guy who had like all these top secret clearances or whatever, like calls in that line. He's like, I need you to use an XYZ 47, whatever. And they're like, we don't know what you're talking about. He's like, I have the clearance. I know you fucking got it. We need it on this grid coordinate. They're like, fine. And they roll out the fucking like some crazy laser weapon or some shit like that. They're like, oh fuck, okay, he knows.
I like that too.
I want to see one of those used against people though. Well, it depends. No, I think there's going to be a settlement the next year.
It depends on your definition of winning. Like winning is in like they stop getting their next generation killed and stop spending billions of dollars just to maintaining their infrastructure.
I hope they'd get all of Ukraine back from whatever it was 4 years ago and Crimea. And that feels far-fetched today. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, regardless of what's morally correct, like I don't see a future where
what if Putin died? What if Putin died tonight? If he had a heart attack,
the next guy would give them back Crimea?
I don't know what would happen. I don't know who the next guy is, but if we could get one of our stooges in there, if America does two things well, we move shit around the planet quickly and efficiently, and we influence people's politics. I don't know how many coups and legitimate democratic governments the CIA took down over the years, but I'm sure we got a stooge over there that we could prop up and maybe help politically get in there, right? Like that's what we need.
I think Putin might have poisoned the last 4.
2 guys fell yesterday. 2 guys fell yesterday out of windows. Like it's what they do when they want to send a message. They might as well do what when the mob would put like a rat in the guy's mouth. They might as well do that. When somebody falls out of a window in Russia,
I like how they I hear it gets covered in this like really obvious way, to Kyle's point, like this guy that exploded, Russians are always smoking near fumes. They just can't stop. Smoking's an epidemic there. There's so many clumsy Russians. Don't stand near a window.
Man, I just can't. These politicians in Russia just keep eating radioactive isotopes. I just don't understand.
Somewhere he came upon some polonium, it seems, and it got lodged in his leg. I don't know how. That was
somehow broke into Putin's private store of that rare earth element and ate everything he could.
The KGB had an umbrella, and in the tip of it, they had this pellet of polonium with holes drilled in it. Maybe it was a metal, maybe it's just a steel ball with holes drilled in it, and the polonium was in the holes. Nonetheless, they bumped into their target and like, oh, whoops, I bumped you with my umbrella, but they were injecting him with a pellet of polonium, and he just died a horrific radiation death from that. They're great. The CIA is cooler, though. I watched a video the other day, and it was like everything the CIA has had to admit to over the years. Oh, it's great. From like the heart attack gun to some of the legitimately democratic elected South American like governments that we would topple. All the stuff with Castro when they were trying to make his beard fall out or dose him with LSD before he was going to go on. Because Castro would have these radio addresses where he'd go on for like 4 hours. He was a little Trumpian in that way. He would go on and on and on. His vigor and endurance was kind of a hallmark to the people. And they're like, oh man, we could hit him with some LSD, before he goes on. He gets up there saying all sorts of wacky shit. He lose faith. But they failed every single time. That's what's interesting to me, and it's kind of an embarrassment that they failed so much.
You're talking about killing Castro. The heart attack gun, I think they pulled that bitch out in like a Senate hearing. They were just like, oh yeah, we can whack somebody with this. You'd never fucking know. Right, Senator? Right, Mr. Kennedy?
I think it was supposed to be a dart with some sort of neurotoxin in it that would give you a heart attack and then be undetectable or something like that.
Was that the ice one? Where like the projectile was ice and it would just melt and you would never know?
But you know as well as I do.
I developed that idea independently. I had that idea too.
Like if you shot somebody with a piece of ice, it would explode. It would vaporize coming out of the barrel if you shot it at sufficient velocity to penetrate them. Unless you're just shooting out of like a little like tranquilizer gun, like you'd use at a vet, like a low.
What if
now we're talking about
really
a low
accelerated,
and we got to keep it cold.
Like
close range subsonic. I don't know.
We got to keep it cold now. Why don't we inject them at this point? If we got to break the thing out of the dry ice and load
then you
it
don't
in
get to call it a heart attack gun.
Yeah,
it's super cool.
You need to be a problem solver here, not a problem creator. I want you to be more solution oriented in your speech. Welcome to
the
Cisco.
Israelis have some sort of they called it a sonic weapon that will stop a person's heart. So they got caught in this thing where what Mossad would borrow IDs, legitimate passports from Israeli citizens with dual citizenship. So if you're an Australian and an Israeli, et cetera, and then they would give those to agents. They would tell the person like, hey, we're the Mossad. In the interest of Israeli national intelligence, could we borrow your passport? And they'd be like, oh, of course, for the cause. But they don't know is they're going to give that passport to a Mossad agent that looks a little bit like them, send them to, I don't remember where, Egypt or Dubai or something like that. And then they're caught on camera every step of the way, airport, hotel security, every step of the way, stalking and murdering an Iranian general or something like that, that Iranian scientist. They got him down on the floor in his hotel room and used a sonic weapon to stop his heart. And that part gets glossed over because they got caught and it was a big story. But I always go back to, what the fuck kind of sonic weapon were they using, bro? You had me there. Like I want to know about that.
I wonder if that's something that they use to throw people off, because like all those intelligence groups and whatnot, they always like name it some weird shit so you think it's something else. It's kind of like the British propaganda where they tell their people, oh yeah, our pilots could see so well because they eat so many carrots and they can see at night. It's like, well, it's because we invented radar. We didn't want anybody to know.
Yeah. The Germans have been, Scheiße, we need more carrots.
Yeah. or like the fuses. I think Fat Electrician just did a video on that fairly recently. Just like the fuses that we made that like could detect when it was near aircraft and detonate midair. Like that fucking accelerated. We were like 100 times more accurate with our anti-aircraft fire.
They wouldn't use those over land.
Yeah.
All the anti-air crews on land, we just put them at a disadvantage and said, well, you don't get the good stuff because we can't risk these falling into enemy hands. Obviously, at sea, they're all getting spent.
Like I found out through his video that they actually, the first use of them on land, because I think it was Eisenhower's just like, fuck you, give them to me. Yeah. Was Battle of the Bulge. That's cool. Why we dominated there.
The way it works is ingenious. Inside the shell is a glass vial of acid. And on firing of the shell, that glass vial shatters, and it becomes a battery now. Now a battery has been turned on by liquid acid going on to like the copper or whatever tube, those elements, and the device is now powered up for the first time because it only needs to be powered up for the next 3 or 4 seconds anyway, and it's sending radar pulses out. Every beep, 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 and if it ever gets one back, it explodes. So this thing is getting right next to the planes in the air and then exploding into shrapnel. Everybody else is having to hit their targets, and we've got auto-exploding rounds. It was a huge advancement, and we did not want the Germans or the Japs to get it.
Which is fucking crazy that we were able to come out. Like, we were just like, oh, well, how do we get a battery that survives, transportation, shipping to the front, as being fired? And we're just like, we'll just invent a battery that only activates once it's been shot out of a fucking artillery gun. It's like,
that glass was the hardest part, apparently. Like coming up with a glass that was brittle enough to break correctly, but stable enough that it could be transported, loaded, unloaded, go through all the rigors of shipping it around the planet. And the company that made it is the same company that made Christmas lights.
Yeah.
So during those years, you couldn't get Christmas lights for your house because that company was making top secret anti-air shells for the U.S. government.
Did you watch his video by chance?
I don't know which video I watched.
Okay, it was a couple days ago. It's because you're like very well versed in this, and that is something that I've never fucking heard of before he told me about it. Like it's just crazy, all those little fucking stories of World War II.
Yeah, who's the guy?
Fat Electrician. His name's Nick.
No, I don't think I'll look though.
He does a bunch of like history breakdowns. He's one of my other podcast hosts, but yeah, he went like deep into the weeds of all that shit, and like it's so crazy. Like apparently they got it so sensitive in the beginning that they were detonating midair when birds were too nearby.
Oh yeah, he made a video 7 days ago. I haven't seen this video. I do recognize him, I think, but I don't know. That's I've seen that on YouTube before. It's definitely where I know it from. But
I'd never heard of this. Like, and I'd like to think I'm relatively well versed in that kind of
stuff. The torpedo tech was interesting too. Like throughout the war, how not only submarine tactics were rapidly changing, because during World War I, we really looked down on the way the Germans were utilizing their tanks and attacking the shipments that we were sending to England. Taking out these mercantile vessels and these civilian transports. The Lusitania was the defining incident that brought us in. But then very quickly after Pearl Harbor, the directive went out with the Admiralty. It was like anything with a Japanese flag is engaged and sunk to the bottom of the sea. They don't care who's on board. All of it. Of course, our torpedoes were shit for like ever. Yeah. It was the end of the war before we had torpedoes that worked. So we'd shoot like 10 and 2 would work.
I can't remember what the reason was for it, but they were like almost all duds. You get a direct impact and just bonk, sink. Like fuck.
Was it just our torpedoes that sucked?
Yes, the Japanese and the Germans had. Well, I don't know about Japanese torpedoes. They were probably fine. They did okay on Pearl Harbor, but the Germans had good torpedoes.
That checks out. They're usually pretty good at building.
For a while,
very engineering focused people.
Everybody was worried. All the allies were worried about the Atlantic Ocean because they were like, "Oh shit! Like we got to worry about German U-boats everywhere we go." Mm-hmm. Like that was a real fear. Like everybody talks about it as far as like people were concerned about being able to cross.
Well, there was like a scare, right, called like the Battle of Manhattan or something, where
the Battle of LA, I think.
I think it happened on the East Coast. Like I think there was some scare where they thought something was happening and they turned on the floodlights and shot some anti-air or something. There was a lot of scares during the war on both coasts. They thought the Japs were gonna potentially invade, the mainland. They did invade the Aleutian Islands, to their credit. Those guys had the shortest end of the shittiest stick in the war, if you ask me. The Japanese dropped them off in Alaska and never came back. And what are we going to do? We had to kill them all before we could go back to focus on other shit. So we sent some good old boys up to Alaska.
Did they accomplish anything?
They killed them all. all.
No, I mean the guys who the Japanese dropped off.
Well, I'm sure they bled resources and probably
got a snow sample that never got back.
They also
hell divers. We got our samples. Let's get the fuck out of here.
I think the Japanese also sent balloons with explosives on them that drifted over the Pacific and onto the West Coast, and I think they killed somebody with it. I think maybe they killed a civilian with
it. Those were fire bombs that they like had their paper things or whatever. They were taking advantage of like the jet streams and shit to get over to the West Coast, and they successfully they sent up a shitload. They never hit anything except one landed on like a family having a picnic, and they killed like 3 or 4 civilians or some shit. But it was like a thing. Nobody reported on it. Because they didn't want Japan to know it succeeded,
and it would terrify. World War II America we'd already put the Japs in the camps at that point, so we were hair trigger as it was. So if you read in the paper that a family of 4 on a picnic were blown up by a Japanese attack balloon in Burbank, that would be mass hysteria. Yeah, it would have been a meltdown. So it was good they hushed that stuff up. I always say it's a good thing.
Wonder how much of that stuff's being hushed up now, if there's any.
I wonder how many of those Japanese that we put in the internment camp would have been traitors if we hadn't otherwise put them in the internment camp. Because there was a Japanese pilot who went down on one of the islands of Hawaii, and what happened when he came upon native Japanese who were also living in Hawaii? They sheltered him and aided him in his efforts, and they were eventually either killed or convicted. They immediately sided with him. So I never had an issue with us, giving them some different housing for a little while.
Yeah, they got to learn to play baseball. It wasn't that bad.
Housing. They already knew how to play baseball.
Well, they got to get better at it.
They were actually no.
I bet they got better at it.
They were
such a good pivot. They were living high on the hog in those camps. they had baseball diamonds.
You ever hear George Takei talk about it? The guy from Star Trek.
I had gay sex at the camp when I was a little boy.
I was in a camp when I was 7 years old. He tells those stories like
molested.
He makes it sound like he was in an Auschwitz camp. He's like, I'd get out of my bunk to go to bed at night, and there'd be a man with a rifle, ready to gun me down if I made a break for it.
And there was always some devious round eye nearby. In order to cope with the stress, I had to have gay sex with the other prisoners. Isn't that what he does? Have gay sex?
Well, I mean, he is a gay man.
That's what they do.
I would assume he wouldn't have straight sex.
Look,
yes. It's just the only thing I know about him.
I like George Takei enough, I guess. I like Mr. Sulu more, I guess. That's probably what makes me like him.
Yeah.
Sulu had a couple cool moments back in the show.
Is he still whining?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Japanese camps.
I bet if you pull up George Takei's last tweet, it's something about the Orange Man.
Which is hilarious because it's like, all right, he's super, super left wing. And it's like, all right, which party put you in the fucking camp, George?
Ooh, I don't care. I don't like Trump. Let's see.
It was the sitting man that was the issue, not the Orange Man.
Let's see. Oh, come on, George. These are not good tweets. Let me find something good.
Join me over. The skies are. Oh, it's him leaving. His pinned tweet is him leaving and going to Blue Sky.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but he just tweeted 44 minutes ago.
Oh.
Crazy.
He's just diversifying then, covering all of his bases.
Well, what I did is I lied. I wanted the quick engagement. You never know.
I liked him in the show, so I get... look, I think that one of the things that the far left does, the far left for sure, is they just want to demonize and hate everybody who thinks differently from them. And I can separate George Takei from Sulu, at least, and like Sulu.
Right. At a certain point, you're fucking... Yeah, exactly. You're fucking miserable if you can't separate art from artists to some degree. There's some people that it's really hard.
He'd be Tom Cruise if it weren't for those libs. That's one that like I'm like, yeah, Kevin, they hold you down. I mean, you were killing it on Hercules, and then the sky was the limit for you until you expressed your conservative views. It's like, come on, man. We all know what happened. And
see,
you see the Roseanne rap?
The what? No, I didn't see the Roseanne rap.
Roseanne dropped a rap music video. Ugh. And it's so cringy. Like I'm pretty cringe. I'm not cringe proof. Woody's cringe proof because his brain doesn't understand it. Taylor is he is not cringe proof at all. You can get to him pretty easy. In our Patreon hangouts, there was this couple that would have sex openly on camera in front of us, and it would be really awkward, as you can imagine. They weren't movie stars, but they weren't uggos.
I feel like you need to up their subscription somehow.
I gave them a free subscription. Actually,
we need to get them on the Politico Pro rate.
I gave them
$34,000 a year. You can fuck anywhere you want, man.
I gave them a free like I wanted them in there for the draw, but that would irk Taylor pretty good. But I watched that Roseanne rap video, and like I got 10 seconds in before I had to turn it off. She's got blonde dreads, like braids, and she's like, "I'm Roseanne, bitch," and it's like they're like jumping up and down like it's a rap video. They're rapping about Trump.
I hate that.
Yeah,
I am curious.
Can you find a still from it, Zach? Because a still would speak volumes.
Find a still from Roseanne's rap battle or rap
video. Yeah, it's a music video. Yeah, it's something. There you go.
Holy
That's what I needed, brother.
That same fucking guy. That guy makes a bunch of like conservative rap stuff. I forget his fucking name.
He knows his niche. Look at the flags in the background. It's like there's people like waving flags and chanting and jumping up and down.
This is awful.
She should have been extra edgy and broke out the tiki torches and shit. Like,
oh God. This is off. The guy on the right, what the fuck is his deal?
I can't remember his fucking name.
Does he have hug under his lip? Face tattoos?
That's Vanilla Lice.
Vanilla Lice.
He looks gross.
It could still be Vanilla
Ice. Off the screen before he comes back and feels vindicated.
That's right. He did the Ben Shapiro.
The Ben Shapiro rap was actually really funny. I will say, like, it wasn't good, but it was funny. At least
it reminded me of epic rap battles of history a little bit. It was like
it really
corny
did.
And a little funny. Yeah. All right, please take this away.
I don't want to watch Ben Shapiro or this goober rap.
Is getting to me too.
Yeah, man, I hate that. I really don't.
I like this.
What a couple of uggos.
When I grew up, I watched the Roseanne show, and for anyone who doesn't know, it was then and still to this day might be the only representation I've ever seen on TV of a real blue-collar family. Like, they couldn't afford good cereal. You know what I mean? Like, this was a poor family that had too many kids, too many mouths to feed, and Dan was like coming home tired and like beat, and she'd had a heart. Everybody was tired and beat, and like the love was holding it together. It wasn't Family Matters where like this cop somehow can fund this giant family, or Full House where we got 3 single straight bachelors hanging out together, pooling their funds so we can have this $8 million house in San Francisco. Like it was a real deal sitcom that was good. And then, she took some Ambien or something and said something about the Jews or something like that. I don't know.
And they were I never watched Roseanne, but
look, if you take Ambien and you stay up, you get anti-Semitic. It's happened to me a time or two.
You abuse an Ambien sometimes? Then you start doing a little Bryce Mitchell math.
I start feeling a little bit like a Roman emperor who needs to let my boys know how I'm feeling, if I take too much Ambien.
Kyle's just hits the pen one too many times, does some Ambien, and suddenly he's really curious about the USS Liberty.
Yes. Now he needs to know, wait, they were alerted as before the bombing happened?
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia, yes, the definite source for that. Yeah, I always was struck. I never watched Roseanne as a kid. It was one of those shows that was on that network that I didn't like. You mentioned Family Matters. Love all about Family Matters and Fresh Prince.
Do you know the theme song?
The sheer mass of the parents in that show was always unbelievable because in like
just Carl. Carl was a big boy.
No. I'm saying Roseanne right now. Roseanne and John Goodman were like they're fat. Then by 2025 standards, that's
another thing you didn't see
mammoths
on TV.
By
a fat,
like 90s
ugly
standards.
White couple with a bunch of kids. You didn't see it anywhere else on TV, and I appreciated the hell out of it. I still do. Like no one would make that show now. It's always some bright light.
You're right. They tried.
like even a show like Friends. Even a show like Friends is such nonsense. When you wait, you're a waitress and you can afford that apartment. Isn't your rent like $1,800 a month in 1993?
No one seemed to struggle financially in sitcoms except Roseanne. Yeah. And you got to see them. It's pretty cool. Something different.
I didn't like how Joey and Chandler had that like goon cave setup. It was just both of them together.
2 recliners.
Yeah, 2 recliners. It's like you guys are fucking losers. Like two recliners, and then they're talking about having girls over. Where are they sitting?
They're not sitting. What are you doing? What are we sitting with a girl and doing, Taylor? Playing fucking Panaska or some shit?
Panaska.
You bring girls back to your place for board games, Taylor? You need a couch and a coffee table?
I'm a big fan of couches. Love couches.
Look at Taylor, all this furniture.
All this furniture.
All you need is 2 tables, a duck, and a television. Chandler and Joey had it right.
And they had their
Ross had that monkey. That's what was fucking weird. Ross had a capuchin monkey on his shoulder. Yeah.
And then they just stopped that. They just stopped it.
Every actor loved that the monkey was gone. Apparently actors hate monkeys. I don't know why.
Everybody hates monkeys.
That's your job, you fucking pussy. Put up with the monkey.
Don't do it.
Guy was about to go full ambient against
I love how he
Syrians, I mean.
Oh, my ambient's kicking in.
On my screen, at least, he looks straight at the ad and goes, "No,
no."
I've got an American flag up there. I look Old Glory when I need strength.
You look at Old Glory.
You know what?
Up there.
So here's something that I'm wishy-washy on. So we have these. There's what happened and there's the way we tell it, right? And I'm talking about as a country. So like I recently heard the story of the national anthem, and I was crying listening to this guy tell the story because it was fucking. It was War of 1812. The French are, I think they're shelling some Fort Andrew or something. And Francis Scott Key is a lawyer sent by America to negotiate with them. And he's on board one of their boats. And some admiral or whatever is on the boat. He's like, "It's good you're here to negotiate, but there won't be anybody to negotiate with after tonight." He's like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "We're destroying the fort tonight. So there won't be, your friends are all gone." And 100 vessels show up and they bombard the fort all night long. Well, down in the belly of that vessel were the prisoners that Francis Scott Key was there to negotiate for, the American prisoners. And from down below, they continually asked him, "Is the flag still there?" And he's looking, and every time there's a bomb or the red glare of a rocket, he can see that on top of the hill, the flag is still there. And it went down at one point, and men came out and raised it and held it up until their bodies were all that was holding it up. And the flag was still there. And that's the story of the national anthem. And I read into it. And that's mostly true, but only 4 people died at the fort. And there was only like 50 there to begin with. And I guess one of the persons that died was just a lady who was carrying ammo. So it wasn't as bad as it sounded, but it was still a beautiful story.
Yeah. And it's like mostly untrue.
Well, no.
I would go so far as to say largely fabricated.
Oh, I mean, at the same time, like
what's the part about the bodies holding the flag up? That was the lie.
I always we lost war after a night of bombardment. I mean, we did pretty good.
I heard Ben Carson tell a story about George Washington.
Currently in a war with Canada, a trade war, but their national anthem is a lot better.
No, it's
you're
not.
Insane. You're insane. I just told you why ours is badass. Everything about that story is true, except for that the bodies were all that was holding the flag up. The flag was still there because the men survived. They fought all night and they survived the bombardment of 100 naval vessels, and the flag was still there. Ours is so much better. What is this? Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. Oh, what? Where you get fucked in the ass? You can eat enough cocksuckers. Don't you moaning for? Don't you moaning for? You need the long dick of democracy to come up there. You socialist fucks.
I saw it like it was something the other day. It's like,
you know what?
The worst part about Canada is
half our land glorious and free. You'd love this shit if it was yours.
No,
the thing about Canada is that half of them speak French and the other half let them.
That's true, and they haven't won a Stanley Cup in 30 years.
But I'm not using that as one of the marks in its favor.
Now, don't use this as evidence against me of this period of history. But I thought Francis Scott Key was black.
No.
Who am I thinking of? Was there a Francis?
It's Eddie Murphy.
Famous black Francis back in the day? Am I making this up? Did I Netflix my own understanding of history?
You thought the guy that wrote the national anthem was black. Well, the guy who designed, I think, Washington D.C. was black. I think. Wasn't his name Benjamin? This is 7th grade coming back. Mom taught me in that year, so I didn't learn much.
Washington D.C.
She did.
What? the guy who. What are you talking about?
Douglas was not the guy who designed D.C.
Yeah, let me find it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I've heard of Frederick Douglass. He's the guy who was like slavery, fucking 2 thumbs down, don't like it. So yeah, I guess I got Frederick Douglass and Francis Scott Key.
I was joking, like hot take, but it's like, I mean, back in the day, kinda.
Yeah, it was a hot take back then. They're like, I don't like slavery, and then some rich, gigantic plantation owners like, I say. I was
right.
On you.
I got his name too. His name is Benjamin Benneker. He was a black surveyor who helped design Washington, D.C. Yeah.
Helped design?
I can see my social studies book.
Because you were making it seem like this guy's like, it came to me in a dream.
Guy. Dude, I remember his name from a history book from 30 fucking years ago. I'm pretty sure he had a lot to do with it.
Is Washington, D.C. well designed? Is that something you're hanging your hat on?
It's one of the most poorly designed cities in the world, I'm told.
It's pretty shit. It is like my least favorite city.
It doesn't do well with traffic. He didn't think about cars when he built it.
The guy who designed Houston is probably like, get that off the internet. Get it out of here.
When Woody and I drove to Boston, I remember specifically as we drove past DC, I'll say, because the roads got markedly worse. Like they got so, and it was also a period of time when Woody was asleep, and I was annoyed because I needed somebody to talk to, and because like Stern would say something funny on the radio, and I'd laugh, and I'd look over to you to share in the laugh, and you'd be, and so I was hitting every pothole. So I was hitting every pothole I could on the Washington D.C. interstate to try to wake Woody up. It was going, and I was like,
"Child, that won't get it done."
It was like, "Bam!" And I'd look over there. He'd go, I'm like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna knock my front end out, waking him up."
I woke up 70 times an hour during that period. One little pothole won't do.
I prefer to call them arousals.
Yeah, Kyle knows the story. All right. That's what they call them. That's a professional sleepologist called them.
Yeah. I was stoned that whole trip. Every time we'd stop at a gas station, I'd go in the bathroom and get just wicked high.
Well, that's nothing. I was getting aroused 70 times an hour.
Yeah.
You have to be really healthy for that.
I've never had
using code PKA.
That's true. Just pay the $5 in shipping.
The most disappointing part of that trip, it's not that Joe lost. I mean, it is, but
it was the betrayal of having to drive.
That was kind of funny. But it was that after Joe lost, Woody and I were like, "Dang, I guess we better just make ourselves scarce." And it was like, "Yeah, I guess we better," and we just left.
If I got the shit kicked out of me, I'd want my boys to be like, "Hey,
we understood."
Hey, guess what? No, I'm saying I would want the opposite. I'd want you guys to come in and be like, "Taylor, we're taking you to Dave and Buster's," and then we have a fun evening.
Joe's got a crew. This fight was in Boston. I felt like I was in his outer periphery. Like I like Joe. I consider,
and I'm in Woody's periphery. I'm sort of his attaché, if you will.
Right?
Like I'm friends with Joe, but Woody lived at his house for a week one time. A
couple weeks, yeah. So anyway, I just lowered myself in the thing, and I would have been welcome, but I was like, yeah, Joe's got a tighter group here that he's leaning on.
He got fucked.
That's
up
a good
too.
read. That makes sense.
he got fucked up too, and like I don't know, if I got beaten up, I wouldn't want to hang out with my friends. What are we gonna talk about? Man, he whooped your ass, huh?
I remember
there was that one part where I thought you had it, but then he just really got you. Like, what are we gonna talk about?
By the way, can you stop breathing so loud?
If Joe wasn't so tough,
huffing and puffing over there, dude,
he wouldn't have been hit so much. But he was almost too tough for his own good. Never quit, and involved a lot of punches sent his direction.
Yeah. We did get a good steak dinner. I remember we did that like the night before we left. But like, didn't I get us lost in like Connecticut or something? Didn't I take us to Delaware?
There was some shared blame in that. Like, I think maybe you operated the GPS, but the passenger seat is in charge of navigation, and that's where I was. And
what had happened was what I think had happened. I was using like a Garmin like attachment GPS in my truck. I didn't have one in my truck, and so like. I think at one point I was like, home or whatever, but then I tapped it too many times and went to we ended up in the wrong state on the way back. It was rough.
We didn't catch the error very quickly. It took maybe 4 hours.
I think we drove I drove to Woody's house in North Carolina, and then we drove from there nonstop to Boston. I drove rather nonstop to Boston. And then the next.
Does this have anything to do with the getting super high before the road trip?
This was that road trip, yeah. And then like and then on the way back, I got us lost. So instead of 17, it may have taken 17 hours to get back to Woody's house from Boston.
Oh shit!
It was something crazy.
Longer than it needed to be.
That's so long.
I got him home around 4 a.m. and I was like, all right, now I can start toward my house, which is 5.5 hours away. And maybe 6.5. So I start driving and I get like 15, 20 minutes away. I'm on the interstate. I'm flying because it's 4 a.m.
away from my home.
Yeah. And all of a sudden I hear, my phone's on vibrate. I look in the floorboard and wouldn't you know it, Jackie's calling. Look at it. There's her face on the phone. I lean down there and I pick up Woody's phone and I go, I'm on my way.
I'm sorry.
I went in the middle of the interstate. I slammed on the brakes, went through the median.
You were alone, undoubtedly.
Through the median, back onto the northbound side of I-85, and like headed back towards you. Like pulled back up in Woody's yard, and I'm like, "Here you go."
The story doesn't show off the best version of me, but it is all true.
You gotta imagine the failure to launch that feels like for me to be like, all right, we're making good time home, Kyle. We'll be home by fucking 11 a.m. Where are you going? We're going to eat lunch at home. Hell yeah.
We're going to have a late lunch at home, it looks like.
I didn't make it home.
I made it a place to stay.
I made it to South Carolina and got a motel, and then I tried to sleep, but I laid in the bed with my eyes open from caffeine for 4 hours, and then I finally just got up and drove home, and then I slept for like a day and a half or something.
Dude, when I got back from that. There have been a number of times where I'll either pull over to sleep or get a place to sleep because I feel like I'm dangerous driving, and then I can't sleep.
Yeah,
because you're so wired from the road or the caffeine to stay awake or whatever. I've done the same thing where I'm like, I have pulled over and like stayed at a motel for like 5 hours and slept 2 of them. And it's just it's shit.
When I was 17, young and extra dumber than now even, I was driving home, super exhausted, pulled over to sleep, gave it like 20 or 30 minutes of like trying to sleep in the car, couldn't. Figured, okay, I'm safe from falling asleep by accident. And that's the story of how I got that nerve damage in my arm from the accident and paralyzed it. And,
just quick question: has that ever come back to haunt you, like as an adult, like the nerve damage itself? Or
yeah. My fingers don't work properly.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Yeah. I don't.
He can't throw up gang signs for shit.
It's wildly true. Yeah, I can't put them together or anything. Like this here doesn't close. Even now, like I'm pulling my fingers sideways to like catch the gap to my pinky.
Can you give me a Vulcan? Oh, no, not even close.
But luckily, I've been told in your neighborhood, gang signs, that's not really a survival tactic. You'll be all right.
Yeah, I'm fine. But every so often, it's like an excuse like, I can WASD, but if I can't find my home keys after hitting grenade, that's not my fault. I'm disabled.
Are you still sucked into Elden Ring, or have you gone anywhere else?
I'm still sucked into Elden Ring. I thought about going to Baldur's Gate. I've considered it. And I watched some Baldur's Gate Twitch streams, and I'm like, I'm not seeing the magic in it. I'm trying to.
It's story driven. So if you don't care about like the story, then it might not be worth playing. I got really into the min-maxing of like doing like huge numbers. Like every level that you rank up, you get another skill point, as you can imagine. And when you really get your character, there's a certain point where your character's like really clicking now. And when the points that you put into strength are helping the points that are in charisma, and they're utilizing the thing you learned from your high intelligence, and now all of a sudden, bada bing, bada boom, and everything dies in one hit. That's pretty cool.
That turning point happens in a lot of games. I feel like I've been there in Tarkov. Yeah. I feel like I've been there in Elden Ring.
Are you talking about Fallout, Kyle?
Actually, he was talking about Baldur's Gate potentially. He's been watching some Twitch streams of that. I would say that if you're not into the idea of the story of it, like I dig the story. There's a few different characters you can play as that have built-in backstories and storylines, and those storylines interweave. And as you go through the campaign, some of your antagonists and other characters are part of their backstory and storyline, and you can choose to play as those characters or just alongside those characters. Either way, you'll experience their storyline to a degree. Or you can play as a custom character that you invent, and you can make that custom character's backstory, I think the Dark Urge is what it's called. So essentially your backstory is a mystery. You don't know. So you're an amnesiac who is slowly learning what their nature is and what their backstory is. And part of the thing that you're worried about is like you smell blood and you're like turned on by the smell of blood. You're like, oh,
is that
why do I feel this way?
Character you're describing now maybe something for like expert second, third playthroughs?
I did it on my first playthrough, and I did some research to see if people advised that, and everybody thought it was fine to do so. So I did so.
I looked into which ones were I forget if I looked into most fun or funniest, but it definitely leaned on Bard was number one. And Harley sold me on this Bard idea. And because it's turn-based, this sounds like a dig, but it's not meant to be. I don't think it's skill-based. I think it's knowledge-based. A lot like Civilization, right? Civilization is mostly about good decision-making, not about, well, there's some good clicking involved because you have to do a lot. Yeah. But I'm like, man, if this is knowledge-based, I don't know the first thing. Just what's fun, what's funny. Let's enjoy the game.
Brandon, do you game much?
I don't get the chance to as often as I'd like. I will say recently, I get into Helldivers and whatnot a little bit. I never really delved into Baldur's Gate or any of that stuff, but I slept on it's the Ready or Not.
Yeah. That's hardcore.
Dude, I got so sweaty for like a week. It's like a SWAT simulator, like first-person shooter.
Oh, does it look like body cams? Is that the one I'm thinking of, Kyle?
No, I know the one you're thinking of. It's not that one, but it's still like pretty realistic in the way that like they put you in some crazy scenarios.
Very Tarkov Milsim and very procedure-driven, and like you stack up with your guys and you go in and you're going to have people who pretend to be good guys and then suddenly pull a knife on you. You can pepper spray people, pepper ball people. There's all sorts of shit you can do. There's school shooting maps and scenarios you can do, bank robbings. Like you're a SWAT team, so you're responding to any number of, like some of them you're clearing a house, and there's a bad guy in there somewhere.
Oh, you're not doing
in like a dark closet. You're a SWAT team member.
You're saving going the school.
Yeah, you're saving the school.
Yeah.
Distinction.
I was like, this is tasteless.
If you've got somebody that even a bad guy who was just shooting at you.
Pepper ball of kids.
if he puts his hands up and surrenders his gun and you shoot him, you get in fucking trouble. Like it's very like accurate to SWAT.
But he'll fuck with you, right? He'll be like, people will be like, if you've watched cop videos, you've seen people be like kind of resistant, like put your hands up. It's like they're up, now they're down, and it's like motherfucker, keep them up. People will be like that with you, and then suddenly they'll pull a fucking gun. It's interesting. I've watched a lot of gameplay, but I haven't played it.
You haven't played it?
I haven't played it. I've watched a ton of it. I know the deal.
I've had it downloaded on my computer for like 3 years. I never fucking played it until like a month ago. And like there was like a week I got fucking sweaty with my boys that we were just like S-tiering everything, like the non-lethal runs. And it was nice. It was fun.
Are you just like a shooter guy? I mean, that's very on brand for you, but like most of the games you like, very shooter.
Like Tarkov?
I played Tarkov back in the day a good bit.
It's really good.
I know Nikita put up a thing the other day about adding the AK-50 to Tarkov, which is kind of fun.
Oh, nice.
So it'd be really easy to make that happen, I'm sure. So there's a single player version of the game that I play now. So that you're just playing against AI, so you don't have to deal with cheaters because that game is rife with cheaters, and I can't deal with it. I can't lose my shit. Is it that bad now? Cheater. It's not that it's that rampant. It's that when it hurts the worst. It'll be like the times when a hacker will actually mess with a player, because normally the hackers are trying to acquire goods or escort players for real money. So they're either they're going in and they're farming and they're going to sell that account, or they're escorting a player to do a hard thing against the AI or something like that. So they'll leave you alone and they can see you across the map through every wall and crevice. Right? But if you come in there geared up, like if you want to play S tier, they'll kill you and take your slick, or they'll kill you and take your thermal sight. If you want to like really splurge and wear T7s, they're like 17 million rubles. That's the time the hacker will be like, oh, 17 mil on your head, huh? Yoink. And the hackers, it depends on the hack, but they can be kind of omnipotent. They can really fuck with you.
They're just T-posing over the map. Meanwhile, you're looking up like the Willem Dafoe meme. Like,
I was playing. I've only had good experiences with hackers that like spoke. I've never had one come in and be like, "Fuck you guys, I'm a hacker," and then like shit on us. But twice I've had guys come in.
That's
and
a
be
terrible way to stay under wraps as a hacker.
I had a guy fly up to me and go, "Are you the real FPS Kyle?" And I'm hearing. I shouldn't be hearing this. This so it's terrifying. I'm like, what?
God.
Yes. And he goes, zoop. He's in the air above me, flying around. He's like, don't shoot. And I'm like, I wasn't gonna. You can fly. And he's like, do you need anything? And I was like, what you got? And he's like, be right back. And he like went into the map and killed someone.
Did he fly away?
Yes. But it's not flying. He's running on an invisible like layer that's like 15 feet above me, but at the speed of sound. So he flies away, goes and kills some poor.
You just hear gunshots in the distance and screaming. And he comes back like, "Hey, found some shit."
He's found some shit. I love that AA12 video, bro.
That's what happened. And then another time, I've had a guy who didn't recognize me necessarily, but he was just like, "Hey, I just killed some. I'm a cheater, and I just killed a cheater. Do you want their shit? I don't need it." And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Don't shoot." And I'm like, "I wasn't gonna."
He's like Punisher, give me all their shit. Fucking Dexter, where he just like only kills cheaters.
Is like kind of like a Dexter, like a Rorschach.
That's what it is. A lot of people cheat to like go after other cheaters and mess with them.
I can see that power corrupting me borderline immediately.
Because it's people like me it's people who have had the game ruined for them by a cheater, and they're like, you know what? The game just changed. Now my game is fucking with you, and so they'll go buy their own cheats and fuck with the cheaters.
The only game I play online is so like multinational, multicultural that like half of the Age of Empires 2, the RTS game, the only people like half or like let's say a solid quarter of like the spaz outs I see from people in chat, because there's no voice chat, you have to type. And like there's not a ton of time for typing in a real-time strategy game. You're doing a lot of clicking and like touching your keyboard. And so if somebody's typing it all in full sentences, they're furious. And it's someone like in Spanish yelling at someone, and then that guy responding with like the Chinese symbology and like not getting it. And it's like, wow, this is just like a UN of dysfunction. Right? I
swear I thought you were going to say India, and I'm like, now the H-1B visa thing makes sense. You just like, fuck these guys.
I don't know. I mean, India is I play as the Hindustanis all the time. So
I play with Chinese people all the time at Helldivers, and they're always so polite, and they know like 5 words of English, or they'll use the in-game communication, but it's just thank you to everything and please to everything. And they're always chill. Although back in the day when we played PUBG, it was just China number one, China number one, China number one. That was great. I missed that.
Tiananmen Square, West Taiwan.
I do remember one guy like who clearly only knew enough English to tell us pre-game lobby what he was going to do. Because every once in a while, if I'm feeling chatty, I'll be like, English ? Like if I'm in a team game with 4 people on my team just to see. And this guy with like Chinese symbols in his name wrote like, I go Archer Rush. And then I was like, English? And he's like, no. so he knew just enough English to say what he's going to do at the start of the game. And then it was like, okay, well, we can't communicate with this guy other than this. This is all we have for this.
It's kind of like the mysterious stranger perk. Just like, well, he's just going to go do his own thing. And I hope he kills somebody I don't like.
Dude, the mysterious stranger perk. My girlfriend, she's off Skyrim now. She played like two very different characters, a mage and then a stealth archer. And I was like thinking of Kyle. I'm like, oh, another game you would like that's of similar vein, same creator, Fallout 4. And I know the Skyrim game the way Kyle knows the Fallout games. Like you can walk up to a cave somewhere and I'm like, oh, I know it. I even know the tangential missions for the most part that are associated with it. And like she's asking me questions about Fallout 4. She's like, does this matter? Does my charisma matter? And I'm like, I don't know. I know Kyle told me intelligence and perception are really important because she wanted to do like that VATS like zoom in kind of build. And I know perception. And then apparently intelligence is just a catch-all. So everybody wants a lot of intelligence because you get experience faster. Yeah. And so she's asking for me for like build structures as she's playing the same way that like I know in Skyrim. And I'm just like, I don't know. It seems like a good gun.
The fucking nerds went through the spreadsheets, and it works to do idiot savant no matter what your intelligence is. It's better to have idiot savant than to not have idiot savant, despite the description and the lettering or the perk. And that's a fun perk. Idiot savant is a luck based perk. I think you need luck 5 or 6, and just randomly you get lucky and things go your way basically. And when it happens, this like little retarded guy jumps on your screen and goes, and everybody hates that voice so much that there are mods to change it to other things. And I'm like, I love it. I make it so it happens all the time. I'm added a mod so that it happens constantly because it's triple XP when it triggers. Yeah.
One of the only things I insisted on for her build, other than like, if you're doing VATS, and I was like looking through the chart, like I didn't know this offhand. I'm like, okay, clearly perception is like the VATS thing. If you want to be a sniper or something like that, that's useful. And then I insisted that she get Mysterious Stranger because my one playthrough of Fallout 4, I ranked that up all the way. And once you have that ranked up all the way, that dude showing up like 1 out of 3 shots, just constantly popping in and executing some ghoul on your behalf. I like.
See what people were talking about Melania's get up at the inauguration. They're like, "Oh shit!" Yeah. After those assassination attempts, he's the first president with the Mysterious Stranger perk.
I thought that, so. I saw some people say Carmen Sandiego. I think it depends on your age, your generation, because I saw Cad Bane. Cad Bane is a villain from Star Wars that has like not only that flat hat like that flat brimmed wide hat, but he's also got like a really like wicked grin like to his face because he's a blue alien man.
He was in Mandalorian.
He was, yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. They like killed him off. It's one of those things. It's like, that's a top tier villain. That's like a fan beloved villain. And they killed him and,
Did you play Carmen Sandiego as a kid on the PC?
Cartoon. I had the cartoon.
Yeah. Wait. Are you saying you watched the cartoon or you played the cartoony game?
I watched the cartoon.
Oh, okay. There was a game on, I never had it at my house, but my friend's computer had Carmen Sandiego on it, and it was like a fact-finding clue game, and it was something like you had to use clues to guess where she was in the world, something like that. I remember passing the time there pretty good. That was fun.
Yeah, it was one of those early PC games. I think I played that. I had a friend who had the cool PC games. Like I had that game you just talked about, and I had a couple of more like clue-based word type games.
Something that teaches you multiplication and typing.
Yeah, you get like 10 minutes in and you're like, wait a fucking minute, you're tricking me into learning. You son of a bitch.
My friend had Home Alone. I was so jealous of Home Alone because I was like a big fan of any movie where like a kid was left alone and had to fend for themselves, but then like turned it on the bad guy. Because that was me, I'm a kid, so of course I put my Richie Rich or Blank Check, absolutely. And definitely Home Alone. I was like, Red Rider. I know where Daddy keeps the gun.
You remember Dunstan checks in
for Home Alone again?
Macaulay Culkin.
You want me to say it, or are you trying to trigger Woody?
Yeah.
No, Woody.
Oh, he hasn't missed a Macaulay Culkin in like 2 years now. Like he's on point.
All right.
Yeah. You got to
have Liam Neeson.
It's to the point that he ruined the bit because he remembers the name.
Who's the white-haired guy from the Lethal Weapon movies?
Nobody knows that.
Do you remember Dunstan Checks In?
Of course, Kyle? With the orangutan and the hotel and the little boy. It made no sense. That's not a bellhop. That's a wild animal. It wouldn't work.
If you gave me his first name, would it give it away?
It's Leslie.
Oh.
Nielsen,
right?
Yeah. Is that those Naked Gun?
Yeah. Leslie Nielsen from The Naked Gun, and O.J. Simpson, of course, from the same movie. Just killing it as Nordberg, I believe is his character's name, who's just like a Looney Tune character, falling and getting hurt all the time.
Kept killing it even after that film.
The one we can still get Woody on is, what's the name of that guy who pisses his pants all the time, Woody?
Liam Neeson.
Yep, he's got it.
Yep. Yeah.
I love how he's been reduced to the guy who pisses his pants all the time.
Is it even true? I can't tell.
I think it's true.
I don't believe pictures from the internet anymore.
Well, he's covered in piss.
In a picture on the internet.
Smell it, Woody. I don't know.
I have a particular.
I need to smell
those are deep faked. I wouldn't piss my own pants.
You're pissing yourself right now, sir.
Kyle, you told me about that.
Pants.
You told me about that interview he did, or some woman he knows in Ireland, or no, he's Irish, not Scottish, and was assaulted by a black guy or something. And so he was going around the streets. So he's like, yeah. And so I was wandering around the streets with a shillelagh, just hoping some black fela'd come up on me and I could give him what for. And it's like, you're talking to someone about Taken.
Basically about a hate crime. He was just like, no, but you don't understand. I felt bad about it.
But you don't understand. I felt bad.
He said, "Hey,
I never even found one of them much."
I went up and down areas with a kosh, which I think is a cudgel type instrument, hoping I'd be approached by somebody. I'm ashamed to say that, and I did it for maybe a week, hoping some, uses air quotes with fingers, black bastard would come out of a pub and have a go at me about something, so that I could kill him. That's a direct quote. Look,
I mean, that's who you want trying to save you.
Liam Neeson, Kissy Pants Irishman.
Yeah.
Huh.
He's hard as nails, didn't you know?
The fucking hell is a big guy.
As tough as the people he plays in the movies.
How tall do you think he is?
6'2".
I'm gonna say 6'3.5".
Ooh, I said 6'4".
He seems like a big guy. Brandon, we already took all the good heights. Yes.
Oh yeah. Well, 5'6". I don't know. He's a fucking midget.
I gotta be quick.
I'm trying to think of him.
He's a big boy, and I've seen his movies. He's a tough character. You ever see the movie The Grave where he fights the wolves? He's got all those little mini liquor bottles between his fingers, and he shatters them, tapes them to his hands, and he's gonna fight the alpha wolf at the end.
That's true. Did you see that movie Love Actually, where he kidnaps that woman and forces her to love him?
No, did he do that?
Is that not what happened? I haven't seen it.
That's a Donald Trump story.
Oh, Schindler's List. He was a real tough customer in that one.
He was Schindler. He was the savior of the Jews.
A savior of the Jews. I think it's a little stolen valor to act like the U.S. Army doesn't get a lot of that.
You know what I like?
That's what makes them Jews is that they don't have a savior yet.
You see those videos every now and then?
They don't like Jesus too much.
No, they killed him. It was kind of a point of contention for a while.
That was a big point of contention that people didn't like.
They were like, well, one of these guys is a murderer rapist, and the other one says we can't loan people money.
Yes.
I'll take the rapist.
Free Barabbas. And
I like those. I've seen video
in the book.
Free Jesus.
I've seen video and I've seen pictures of it, and it's right after the U.S. had liberated concentration camps. And the Jewish guys are beating the shit out of the guards while the American GIs smoke cigarettes. They're just whooping the shit out of this guy. One of them old timey 1940s beatings, where they take the time about it. Maybe I'll hit you 3 times and then Larry, come over here. You hit him twice. They really
guess what?
march him down the street, whooping him.
Bryce Mitchell would want to know how they even had the energy to attack those guards.
I'm gonna tell you right now, when you're in a calorie deficit, you can't whoop a Nazi prison guard like that. I say that wasn't no concentration camp. They was concentrating all right on queering the kids. That's what it was. That's what it was. Ovens. It was little. It was. What are they called? What do the girls have? Those
easy bake
ovens. Yeah,
easy
bake. I was gonna make a gay joke about that, but I lost it. But no, Bryce Mitchell genuinely might have brain damage, so I kind of feel bad about.
Dude, are you serious?
Pretty close.
Dude, half of these people have brain damage. Like
they talk really fast, and he's got a southern accent just like this, and he literally lives in a trailer on a farm somewhere, and also fights in the UFC. What is nothing wrong with that? Until you start talking about Hitler being a nice guy.
But once he starts talking, like he's like set out, like his life path has him as a NASCAR commentator.
Really? It's good to have goals, so I like that.
I've seen Bryce Mitchell do a seminar on how to fight. He was good. Like he might speak quickly and make no sense when it's about the flat earth or something or Hitler or whatever. But when he talks about like his strategies for when to take the back versus when to stay on top, or how to sink in the rear naked choke, what his little special flavor of the guillotine is or whatever, I'm listening because this guy has details and important information and he gets it right. And he just beat Kron Gracie. Like I think he picked him up and slammed him on his head. Kron Gracie's one of the best grapplers to have ever walked this planet. And Bryce Mitchell picked him up and slammed him on the head until he went unconscious. And
really?
Like, dude, yeah, he's a little washed, Kron Gracie. He's not 25 anymore. But nonetheless, Bryce Mitchell is a very good fighter who belongs in the UFC. He's 2-2, so he's not standing out in a really big way. But his fighting is no joke. The joke is his thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon. Like that guy's core competency is fighting. Mm-hmm. I bet he could talk about that at length all day, which is undoubtedly what his poor podcast host thought they would be doing that day. He's like, "Hey, I wanted to talk to you. Hey, I thought we were going to lead off here, and we're going to talk about your personal goats, Bryce, your personal goats in the sport." A lot of people say John Jones. A lot of people say GSP, and he's like, "Listen, the Jews are
they're controlling the media.
The Jews control the media, and I'm not so sure about these numbers." And he's like, and what about a rear naked choke? And he's like, yeah, I can tell you one thing, that wasn't happening in Auschwitz.
One of the first celebrities of all time to lose money by starting a podcast.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think so. I don't know. Mel Gibson gained 5,000 Twitter followers that first day. I'm sure he kept growing. He's a lot of people are into that kind of thing. There's another short of him. He's crazy about everything. Like he's into all sorts of kooky, nutty stuff, and he's got an opinion about everything. So people are definitely going to watch.
Is his name Thug Nasty? Is that his?
If it is, that's new to me.
That's what his Thug Nasty is. Wait, is it?
Thug Nasty MMA is his Twitter handle.
Oh.
It says 17-2 UFC featherweight, but a lot of these fighters, they include pre-UFC fights in their little standings or their records.
I'm sorry, I thought I knew better.
That's I
got mixed up with Rose Namajunas.
Here he is rapping,
dude. I can tell Bryce Mitchell is great at fighting by how girthy those ears are. Look
at his rap video here.
Ears. You've already showed me one horrid rap video.
No, this is different.
He just, dude, the evidence pro and con, like for and against him having brain damage is strong in both directions. Right. Like it, I couldn't do that, but he can. He's clearly thinking pretty sharp.
Yeah. He's clearly astute enough to do that. Yeah, but on the earth, I got to say, I disagree with them.
Do you? Have you heard him out?
I haven't heard him out, but I can genuinely say that I have earnestly sought out, like looking for, we used to do the conspiracy bit on this show, which we should do again, but I've earnestly sought out, I wanted to make flat earth theory my conspiracy.
Yeah. I've been sitting on 3 conspiracy theory ideas for over a year. So,
well, maybe we should do this again.
I'll do JFK.
If we do it, I do call flat Earth because I will find a way to back.
I don't want to give away specifics, but I'm asking you guys all to stay away from the NBA. I know I had to put that out there. We're all racing to it.
Please, for the love of God, if you do that again, I would love to be a part of that. For one, Taylor, your fucking Hellen Keller bit legitimately convinced me Hellen Keller was just still, to this day, I'm on that train. Unironically,
100%, dude. As I was going through,
a blind deaf feminist activist.
This is just true. This is communist too. True. That's the most culturally relevant thing, which isn't saying much, I've ever said on this show, is I still will get people mentioning that regularly. every time Hellen Keller comes up,
because it's just taught. It's taught in schools. Like it's just like absolute. Like that is the truth. It's like you take any critical eye. It's like, wait a minute, this makes no fucking sense.
That's ableist.
It's beyond retarded. And guess what? On that episode, I convinced both Anthony Cumia and Dick Masterson.
I love the moment where you convinced Dick because like you just started reading from some of her alleged writings. He's like, "I'll get the fuck out of here."
That was so fun. I felt like I found gold when I got that. Where I was just like, "Wait, this is actually," because I went into it being like, "I'm gonna make fun of this poor lady for being a retard," basically. And like the more I went, it's like, wait, so this lady was a victim of her teacher Anne Sullivan? Like she was just a parrot? Wait, no, that can't be. Wait, all of her writing stopped when this lady died? That can't be true. Oh, it's true. Oh, fuck.
I would be happy to do JFK. I just watched Oliver Stone's movie for like the third time ever or something last week. And it's so fascinating. I love that movie. And you know, Trump supposedly declassified something. I look forward to reading or hearing updates on what is released and whenever it is released. But that one's fascinating to me because that's what they said happened didn't happen.
I think
that I know for sure.
A study to look into what to declassify or something like that.
Right?
Am I right?
JFK, MLK, and RFK Sr., I believe, but I'm not sure.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. I know the lore is like, they had a bunch of shit on MLK and they were trying to like blackmail him for a while.
Well, that's just facts.
Being like, no, that's like the. Yeah, lore, not necessarily fake, but like, oh, he was having a lot of not so status quo sex in the 50s, like doing a lot of that.
And shit.
He was just a loud fuck, is what it was. He was like, "Oh Lordy, Lordy, hallelujah, that pussy's good," and they had him on record. Like they recorded him saying it.
If I was a viewer, I'd want to get it right.
From the bottom of your ass crack to the top of your pussy, let freedom ring.
Ma'am, I am about to come. Screaming with that warbling 1950s radio voice.
Beautiful.
That's great.
But yeah, I'd like
big shout out to Monkey.
Yes, the I have some cream speech. I was very familiar.
Brandon, have you ever handled one of those Carcano rifles? Those the Oswald supposedly used to shoot Kennedy?
Yeah. I got one downstairs. So we did a video on that a couple years ago. Like trying to recreate it. We kind of did like a half-ass job.
All right, so here's my question. If I'm operating like a Remington 700, I know I can operate the action pretty fast. I can go click, 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 and I can be back on. Can you do that with, how fast can you cycle the Carcano?
I mean, theoretically, you could do it. Like it's one of those things where it's like, all right, from the distance that the shot was taken from Dealey Plaza to the book suppository, he
you did that on purpose, right?
Yeah, Full Metal Jacket. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, Wings of Redemption.
What? Yeah, oh, really?
The accident. Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay, it's a mistake everyone makes.
He very close word, to be fair. Like from that distance, it's like to do the follow-up shots at the timing, like 2, possibly 3 shots. It's kind of rough.
It's like 3 shots in like might be 4.7 seconds, and it's crazy. Like my question,
target, both hits, 3 hits.
There's a tree. There's a little bit of foliage between them two, and the interesting part is if he had been in that window to take a shot at the president. If he looks out the other window, the one that faces to the left rather than the one he's shooting at, he can shoot the president when he's heading directly toward him. He's got a head-on shot. And if a target's moving straight toward you, it's getting bigger as it comes. And obviously it's not moving laterally or up and down or anything. It's a much easier shot than what he supposedly did. Getting those 3 shots off. And then there's also the whole magic bullet nonsense. You know, when they show according to the Warren report, what those bullets were supposedly responsible for, because there's like 7 wounds total on Kennedy and Connolly and the car. So you can see, all right, the bullet had to go in here and then come out. Okay, there you say. And then what? Oh, into here. Okay. So then it made a left turn, and that was the Connolly report. Like the better than Ford was a magic bullet prim. And by the way, the bullet they found it on the stretcher in the Dallas hospital. Pristine. The projectile was pristine. If you shoot, even if it's a Full Metal Jacket bullet, if you shoot a deer with it, it gets muffed up. It gets mushroomed down. And this is a bullet that supposedly went through hell and fire. It went through all sorts of heavy bone and tissue, supposedly. It was nonsense. And to find it on the gurney?
Yeah, that's like finding a passport in like the 9/11 rubble. It's like, do you think we're retarded?
Like,
really?
You know, bullets do weird fucking shit, but at the same time, like between that, the shots, everything, it's like you're stacking probabilities and it's not looking great.
Also, his head, so you can see him in the Zapruder film. He's holding, after the first shot, he's holding his throat like this. Both of his hands, or he goes, ah. He's got a bullet hole right here. And he's still alive, and his wife is leaning over to check on him. And then a bullet comes from his front and to the right and blows out a whole section of his head right here. It folds out and open to exposed brain, and the whole back of his head, a quarter of it, comes off, and his head moves back and to the left. Oswald is behind him and to the right. His head, if Oswald shoots him in the head, his head goes that way, in that direction. His head went that direction. Back. Yeah. It's nonsense.
We should do this bit again soon, because I want to learn more about how fraudulent what's claimed about JFK's assassination was, but I don't want to do the due diligence myself. And so I want you, Kyle, to do it for you. You did have do you remember one of your conspiracies got removed
1 million
from the
views
internet.
Or something, right? How many views did it have?
It got like well over 1 million. The first highlight clip of my Hellen Keller one got over 1 million, and it got removed. It's like, what the fuck? That's not threatening to anything. And then Kyle did one. Kyle did one that had like 2 million views in a highlight clip, and it got yeeted.
Was one of the 2 million Bryce Mitchell?
Close.
Kyle was doing a little back of the napkin math.
Yeah. My conspiracy theory that I disproved was the Holocaust, and I didn't say anything that wasn't written down by a historian. I had no opinions. I just read what was written, and I was like, the math doesn't. Man, that's crazy. When you do the math, it's like maybe 6 million isn't the number. That's all I'm saying. Look, it happened. I think it might be 10 million. Podcast, I think it's more.
We're just going to talk about mixed martial arts, and then it becomes this.
No. Kyle's point was that it was probably 10.
It was probably 10 million. I think we're undercounting the Jews that were lost to us in the Holocaust, and it's a crime. And every life matters.
How many more Seinfelds could we have had?
It was too good of a bit not to do. I'm sorry.
No. It's like as we looked at it, it was like, okay, so it either it's not exactly 6, or like something happened that we didn't.
Don't.
Show you the smokestacks, Taylor. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
I know, but this is one of those things, Kyle.
Don't ask the Cookie Monster how many cookies were in Europe before the war. It's just really not.
Don't be asking questions like that. That's against POS.
I don't believe any of that nonsense. Of course, in my household growing up, we had a book called "And God Cried," and it was a picture book all about the Holocaust. And it was all these piles of rotten bodies, and it really.
You had a Holocaust book in your house?
We had a Holocaust book in the
house.
house.
Why would you have that in your house?
We support Israel in my household. My God's a Jewish carpenter. That's what it said on my grandma's refrigerator. So
wild to have such like a book about a genocide in your house in Georgia.
When did you learn about the Holocaust?
Oh, dude, constantly. It was like, it felt like every year in history it was like brought up. So every American history.
Oh, speaking of that, happy Black History Month.
No, we're skipping that.
That's right. It's February, right?
Oh, you did. It's weird. Nobody mentioned it this year.
Nobody mentioned it. Wait, so we're 6 days into Black History Month, and I think we also successfully, the three of us together, debunked the charlatan that was George Washington Carver.
Oh, we did.
Oh, the peanut fraud of America?
Fraud of Georgia. That's what they're calling. And you know what?
No one's feats have been more exaggerated than those of George Washington Carver. My God.
If you disagree with us, look into it.
Look into it. It's fucking laughable. Oh, Brandon, you would love it. Spend 5 seconds looking into George Washington Carver. Some of the claimed inventions are things like, this guy invented coconut oil. And it's like, that's not even fucking possible. Like, what are you talking about? It's like this guy invented laundry detergent. People in ancient Egypt were just like, I'm just rubbing dirt. Oh yeah, vinegar.
You know what the best part is, Taylor? You know what he did not invent? Peanut butter. the good one. Carver invented 500 fucking uses for the peanut. Peanut butter is not one of them. He never figured that one out. It's all we use peanuts for now. Look at this. Look at this nonsense.
I remember having this conversation with a friend of mine. He's just like, yeah, I don't fucking care about the guy. Fucking peanut butter is a recipe, not an invention. Next.
He invented breakfast food number 5. Where would we be without it?
Where would we be without milk? Parentheses 32.
All right, tell me this. How does a black man in America invent something called chop suey sauce?
Because, Kyle, this is like the kind of website I would make if the test was just on my ability to make a website.
That's not even look at this photo of him here.
Oh, he invented shredded peanuts, something we see day to day in our grocery stores to this day.
He invented
vinegar. Vinegar.
Yeah, he invented vinegar, and he invented curds. Nobody had done that. Crystallized peanuts. That's where he kept the soul of his foes in the peanut.
Evaporated milk. Invented.
Who can forget peanut tutti frutti bars?
And peanut bar number 1.
And like something that we use every day, substitute asparagus.
Yeah, when you can't
what's that? Just stuff, like
you go to the
cocoa. Did I just fucking see cocoa?
Yeah, right? Cocoa, bar candy, pickle plain. They're claiming the plain pickle. The process of pickling, something I thought had been around for thousands of years.
What the
a hen food for laying peanut hearts. This is psychosis.
What is a sweeping compound? Sawdust?
Pressed peanut sweeping.
I think it's literally a compound that they're making out of the sweepings of peanuts. He's just naming anything. Cherry, get out of here, Zach. I've had enough of this. No.
And you know what? I don't like about it is every picture I see of George Washington Carver, my thought is like, this guy seems like just a nice old man trying to have a good time with peanuts.
Fraud.
But now we've realized that he's a fraud, and he's taking us all for fools, frankly.
I don't know who convinced us as children that there was a such thing as a peanut scientist and that he was a national figure. But somehow they did. And I'm here to tell you, it's bullshit. Okay?
It's like one of those lost technology kind of things. It's like people come back to American society 300 years from now. It's like, yes, there was a chicken expert, and his name was Colonel Sanders. He invented all sorts of different chicken recipes.
He invented the fried chicken. No one had ever thought to batter it and fry it up. It's like, no, he
invented
doing
chicken
that for a
wing.
long time. Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan of GWC, which is what I call him casually. Anyway, Brandon, where can everyone find you and all your wonderful content?
Well, I appreciate it, guys. It's always a pleasure to be on the podcast. You just find me on YouTube or over on the Unsubscribed podcast, which all of you are invited to, by the way. If any of you have the time. Love to have you.
Always down, dude. Just let me know. DM me.
Of course.
All right. That's it. PKA 738.